on the third one.
Yes.
Ready.
We are ready, ready, ready. So we're not yet live.
Okay.
So we could pre-engage.
Yeah. What time are we going live?
We said in maybe 3-4 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we do logistics.
Yes.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello. The music. Hello. Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Just before we get started, a few logistics. So there's a bathroom right to this is our left, right? This is our left. To our left, there's a bathroom. There's also another bathroom upstairs to the left as well, like opposite the elevators. So if you do need to use the restroom, please use the one here or the one upstairs.
For those of you who would want to access Wi-Fi and were not here yesterday, we would like for you to connect to BSG Events. That's BSG Events, and the password is BSG, all in capital, plus capital O, that's O for Oxford, then small caps XFORD 2025 exclamation mark. I doubt you've captured it, so I'll say it again. BSG Events, that's the Wi-Fi name, and the password is BSG plus Oxford 2025 exclamation mark. And the letters in capital are BSG and O. Everything else is small caps.
And while you're connected, please follow our pages on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn, and that's at Oxford Africa Society. Please do follow our pages and engage with us when you post something, tag us. We're looking forward to engaging with everyone. Yesterday, we took selfies to start the day, so again, please do take out your phones and take a selfie. And if you're an Instagrammer, you can post it on Instagram and tag us so that we can
you, the Blavatnik School of Government. And this is a space where ideas translate into action. And this conference is all about Africa. Africa is taking center stage. We're going from the back burner and we're taking a front row seat in our own transformation. And so we welcome you, every single one of our delegates. We want to acknowledge that there are various ones who are engaging with us online, and we also extend a warm welcome to them.
Yes, and in Bemba, which is a language in Zambia, we say Mwaiseni, which means welcome. So Mwaiseni, everyone. Yeah, Mwaiseni.
Mwaiseni.
Yes. What do you say in Kiswahili?
In Kiswahili, we say karibuni sana.
Karibuni sana.
Karibuni sana. And Luhano, I'm reliably informed that today is a special day. Today is the 25th of May. Does anyone know what is significant and special about the 25th of May? Today is Africa Day, ladies and gentlemen.
I think Africa deserves a bigger round of applause, guys.
And given that it's Africa Day, we're giving you a moment to turn to the person beside you and tell them welcome in your native tongue. Your native tongue. We know your national language. We're saying your native tongue.
Yeah? Mwaiseni?
Mwaiseni.
Yeah. Karibu. Okay.
My native tongue.
Well, I should tell you guys, George is wondering what it is in his native tongue.
No, I got this. I got it. So we are celebrating African Day here as we indeed continue with our amazing conference. And we are gearing up for a great time.
Yeah, and I think before we go any further, for those of you who were not here yesterday, we can just introduce ourselves, because some people might not know who we are. So, who are you? Who are you really?
My name is George Murichu, and I am a scholar here at the University of Oxford. I am pursuing the intersection between science and religion. Yes, you heard me right. Things that seemingly are opposite, I am at that intersection. And I hail from the land of marathoners.
Okay.
From the cradle of humanity. From the place of Masai Mara.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I come from Kenya.
Okay.
How about you, Luhano?
Oh, okay. So, hi everyone. My name is Bupe Luhano Kavae. I myself am a daughter of Zambia, where the Zambezi River still flows, and the smoke that thunders from the Victoria Falls still thunders. And let nobody tell you that it's in Zimbabwe. My Zimbabwe people, let's not do that here. It's in Zambia. So I do come from Zambia, and I am a governance and development practitioner reading a Master of Science in Global Governance and Diplomacy here at Oxford. Yeah.
Excellent. Let's give it up for Luhano. And so we are gearing up for another day under this resonant theme, which is all about changing narratives, vision, action, and transformation of Africa. And as we did yesterday, we invite every single one of us as delegates to say together in one loud voice. 1, 2, 3, go. Changing narratives,
vision, action, and transformation of Africa. Incredible. This is such a powerful theme.
Yes.
Such a powerful theme.
And as we mentioned, our logistical details, do take note of that. For those of you who want to use the washrooms, you'll go to the ground level right next to the elevators. You'll be able to access the bathrooms. There's also tea and coffee and water points at the back of this hall. We'll be able to go to seminar room 3, and you will stay hydrated.
Exactly. But I think without taking any more time, please allow us to usher to the stage our program conveners who will give us a welcome address. So allow us to usher to the stage Julie, who is studying a master's in diplomatic studies, and Wanto, if you were here yesterday, Wanto did moderate a panel. So please help us usher them to the stage for our welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you're all excited for day 2. I think I'd rather use. Thank you very much, George and Luhano, for a very good introduction. You really hyped us up well. Thank you so much. And our lovely audience, we hope you're excited to be here with us today. So without much further ado, I'll go to present the opening remarks for day 2. And I'd once again like to start by saying thank you and welcome to day 2 of the Oxford Africa Conference. Like George said, my name is Julie Ojiambo. I am a citizen of Kenya, a daughter of Africa. I'm here at the University of Oxford studying a master's in diplomatic studies, and I also have a master's in human rights law from a few years ago. So I'm really happy to be here and really honored to be in this Oxford Africa Conference. For those of you who are new to the Blavatnik School of Government, we welcome you again, and in my language we say Karibu. Karibu sana, welcome to Oxford. Today is an exciting day. Not only is it day 2 of the conference, but it is also Africa Day, a day to celebrate our lovely African origin, our lovely African heritage, our lovely African innovations, and the lovely and many great contributions that majestic Africa is making to the world across all of the different sectors. What does Africa Day symbolize? On this day, in the year 1963, 30 leaders of great independent African states converged in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to sign the founding charter of the Organization of African Unity, the OAU, which we now refer to as the African Union. And now that we have a bit of that, let us sit back and ask ourselves today, why are we here today? Why does Africa Day matter? As the co-convener of the 2025 Oxford Africa Conference, Africa Day is a moment to celebrate my strong, deep, vibrant African identity. It is a reminder to myself, and I hope to many Africans, to unapologetically claim and be present in our Africanness, and in all settings to embrace Africa. Here in Oxford, it is a day to stop and pay homage to great Africans who have paved the way for us to be here at Oxford today. On this Africa Day, I pay special homage to the first African and first Black student and graduate of Oxford University. I pay homage to Christian Cole of Sierra Leone, who enrolled here in 1873. Christian Cole paved the way so that those present today could fly. So to Christian Cole, we say Happy Africa Day. I'd also like to pose and ask my co-convener, Wanto, what does Africa Day mean to you?
For me, it's an incredible history of African unity, solidarity. But what it means for me mostly is about our current governance trajectory that is ensuring that we can be able to combat neocolonialism, that democracy work, accountability work, and ensuring that governance move on the right trajectory. For students at Oxford, I think it's a space to be inspired to return to our continent and make it better for us.
Thank you very much, Wanto. Indeed, Wanto is making great strides, not only as a co-convener, but also on our team, we refer to Wanto as the great politician. So thank you, Wanto. I'll also like to put Nina on the spot. Nina, what does Africa Day mean to you, our president?
She really put me on the spot, guys. So to me, Africa Day means unity. It means a united front, a united Africa. despite our diversities, despite the nuance that comes within the continent, we are all one, and this is what symbolizes, and this is why we're here today.
Thank you, Nina, and we look up to your passion. Thank you for bringing Africans in Oxford together. We are happy, we are honored, and we are inspired by you. Thank you. So, as we begin day 2 of the conference on this Africa Day, this is a reminder to pause and ask ourselves, what does Africa Day mean to me as an individual, as a community? And further, what does Africa Day mean to the world? On this day 2, we have an exciting lineup of speakers and panelists in our midst. This morning, our first session, we will have an online address by His Excellency President John Mahama of Ghana. This will be followed by a panel discussion. This will then lead us to a mid-morning session on climate, environment, and sustainability. After lunch, we will welcome the presence of Her Excellency Shirley Bochwe, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Secretariat. We will end the day on a very relevant and interesting discussion on the media, arts, and culture, looking into how these have been instrumental in shaping the narrative on Africa, within Africa, and the world at large. All this will culminate in food, fun, fashion, and dance at the Afro Ball, which will happen later this evening at the Sides Business School. We hope that this will be a meaningful conference for you, just not another conference, but a conference where you can learn, engage, network, but actually live this space with tangible results for Africa. So let this conference motivate you, let this conference reinvigorate you, let this conference be a call to action, but importantly, let this conference have a special mark on you. And as we begin this exciting day, I leave you with these quotes from great African leaders as we reflect on the theme of the 2025 Oxford Africa Conference, Changing Narratives, Vision, Action, and Transformation of Africa. The first quote I would like to leave you with is by Patrice Lumumba of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Africa will write its own history, and it will be to the north and to the south of the Sahara. It will be a history of glory and a history of dignity. The second quote I'd like to leave you with is by Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, and it says, "Our children may learn about the heroes of the past. However, our task is to make ourselves the architects of the future." And lastly, a quote from Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, and it says, "I am not African because I was born in Africa. I am Africa because Africa was born in me." So as we delve into the rest of the day, please keep these 3 quotes in mind. And without much further ado, I'd like to hand over to Wanto. Thank you.
So I think we've already exhausted most of the time. I just want to be able to say this as short as possible. In the tradition of Julie, our co-convener, yesterday we opened the door for a new African chat, one that is not driven by just cliché, but driven by headlines, but not by donor fatigue, but by an Africa defined by agency, ambition, and audacity. This is not just a conference. This is not a choreographic. This is a symphony of scholars, statement, policymaker, actors to create genuine change across Africa. And today we are extremely excited for the event that unfolds today. We have an incredible speech by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who is, obviously a lifter. I don't want to be able to say more to it. But in closing, I want to just share what we have to be able to live with. Our objective is to create bold solutions that is simple and that ensure that this gathering become not just a launch pad, but a lecture that the ideas that we discuss here are birthed and present a new generation, a new institution, collaboration, and movement that echo across borders and generations. As you step into day 2 today, on behalf of all of the organizers, we want you to carry forward the spirit of inquiry, the spirit of solidarity that defined our first day, and also speak truthfully as possible listen openly, connect courageously, and above all, act intentionally. Because what we are co-creating here today is not just for us, it is for the Africa that we imagine. I want to thank you so much. We want you to have fun, network, and enjoy yourself. Happy Africa Day. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're excited as I am. This is truly a historic moment. So I'll introduce myself really quickly because I think it's really important for the people who may be seeing my face for the first time. So I'm Mariamina Hardy. I am the president of the Oxford University Africa Society, and I'm Ghanaian. And so I am absolutely honored to stand before you today to not just represent Africa, but also to represent my very, very beautiful, wonderful country, Ghana. We were anticipating that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama give us the opening for AU Day. However, due to a national emergency, he's unable to attend in person. However, he really wanted to be here, and so he's been really gracious and really kind enough to send us a video. And in his presence, and just so you know, he already had his speech prepared. Everything was prepared and ready for the conference up until the emergency. And so in his presence, we have our Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, who is a 4-term Ghanaian legislator representing the good people of North Tungu in the Volta region. He has had an illustrious public service career that has spanned about 2 decades. I think every Ghanaian here probably knows who Honorable is. And he's currently serving as the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Ghana. And so, obviously, who is the best person to represent the country and the president other than Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa? So on this note, I'll hand this back to the MCs who would go ahead to introduce Elizabeth, and we'll take it from there. Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah.
Chapman 2. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Nina. Thank you for your address, and thank you for the various remarks by our co-conveners. As Nina has mentioned, we are going to transition to the next part of the program. We will receive a virtual address by His Excellency, the President of Ghana. Thereafter, we'll transition to a fireside chat that's going to be facilitated by Elizabeth.
Yes, and Elizabeth is a WHT scholar here at Oxford and studying here at the Blavatnik School of Government. She is doing a Master of Public Policy, and yeah, she's a dear friend, so Elizabeth will be here for a fireside chat after. So yeah, and our keynote from the President. Thank you.
My greetings to everyone attending the 2025 Oxford Africa Conference at the prestigious University of Oxford. I was looking forward to joining you all and engaging in the vital discussions around this year's theme, Changing Narratives, Vision, Action, and Transformation of Africa. Unfortunately, pressing matters here in Ghana require my immediate attention, making it impossible for me to travel. While I cannot be with you in person, I urge you to embrace the spirit of this conference. Africa's story is being written by its people, and I'm confident that the vibrant discussions and innovative ideas that emerge from your gathering will contribute significantly to shaping a brighter, more prosperous future for our continent. The choice of theme for this year's conference is not only timely, it is critically important and speaks to the very heart of Africa's journey in the 21st century. I've held the view that the dominant narratives about Africa have been shaped too much by external lenses, often focusing on poverty, conflict, disease, and dependency. My Minister for Environment, Science, and Technology will deliver my presentation, which details practical and visionary solutions and suggestions to the conference. And so I send you all my best wishes for a productive and impactful conference. Let us continue to work together to realize the vision of a transformed Africa. I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for listening to that. And because, of course, the president couldn't be here today, please allow me to usher to the stage his foreign minister who's here to speak on his behalf. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause, please.
Thank you very, very much. And I'm certainly not the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. As you heard our president say, there's an interesting story about why the Minister for Environment could not be here this morning. You won't believe it that he got to the airport in Kotoka International Airport. For those of you who haven't visited Ghana yet, it's Kotoka International Airport, only to find out that the visa he had been issued with begins on the 2nd of June. That was the commencement date. For and he had checked in. Will you believe that? He had checked in and was just going through the final formalities. So I was in Brussels attending the EU-AU summit and the OACPS summit. And I was asked to save both the president and the Minister for Environment. You know. So that should tell you how committed Ghana has been to be present with you today. There were so many forces militating against the government of Ghana's presence. But I'm glad that we defied all those forces and made it here. I would like to acknowledge very distinguished personalities I see here. First of all, let me thank the Africa Society led by Nina for putting this together. It's been an incredible gathering. I followed yesterday's event, and the discussions were really thought-provoking, very, very insightful, and well attended. I really want to congratulate you for the successful event. I also see here my own president of my Old Boys Association, and since I do not want to be declared persona non grata, at our next Old Boys meeting, let me respectfully acknowledge the presence of Dr. Ernest Ofori-Sapon, who I'm told discharged his duties very competently without a surprise. He's an Odadia, what do you expect? As ISF head judge yesterday, I also see the Honorable Abna Osei-Asare, former Minister of State responsible for finance, and her dear husband, my brother, Kweku. I acknowledge them. I also acknowledge Ambassador Edward Boateng, who was Ghana's former ambassador to China. And let me really express my deepest gratitude to all of you for this opportunity to engage with you. And it's really interesting that we meet on Africa Union Day here in the United Kingdom. It's exactly 125 years ago since the first Pan-African Conference was called here in England. And it is the courage, the audacity for African students largely, led by W.E.B. Du Bois, to convene here, which really, at the time, was the center of the colonial movement, and to have the colonialists in full control, full domination of the continent. Remember, it was just a few years after the Berlin Conference when they had partitioned Africa amongst themselves. And yet, young Africans, largely students, were not afraid to meet at the center, at the heart of colonialism in 1900 to demand the emancipation of Africa, to highlight the injustice, the atrocities that were going on. And it's important for us to reflect on this because this year, the Africa Union has chosen reparation as a theme for the year. If you look at the international atrocities that have taken place, it is only the atrocity against the African people that has not been fully addressed. Many still live in denial. Many refuse to acknowledge their role, and there has been no reparation. The African people have not received justice. So as we meet on AU Day and reflect on the state of our continent, where it all began in 1900, 125 years ago, when the first Pan-African Conference was called, it is important to join Ghana, which is the lead country. We proposed the theme, and President John Dramani Mahama is the champion for the continent on reparations. We ask that you join us with your scholarly work, with your intellectual depth that Oxford is known for, to help us in demanding reparation and demanding justice. It's not about the financial gain. African governments don't really want that money. We are building our own resilience. But it is about justice. It is about closure. It is about making sure that the international community recognizes that the African people will demand justice and will continue to demand justice. So that's the theme for the Africa Union this year. And we are going to come back to you to see how we can work together as young people to make sure that this quest for justice is achieved. Very briefly, before I read President Mahama's speech, I would like to state without a doubt how profoundly proud I am to be speaking on behalf of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama at this prestigious university, particularly when we are discussing changing narratives. If there is any African leader who represents changing narratives, it is His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. President Mahama, contrary to that dominant narrative that African politicians cling on to power and refuse to hand over, he is the first president in our history to concede before the Electoral Commission declared the results of the 2016 elections, having served only one term, even when African leaders have served for decades and their health is failing and they can barely walk at international conferences. They decide to hold on, but not the agile and relatively young President Mahama at the time. He promptly handed over and waited out 8 good years, only for the Ghanaian people to say, come back. We are doing a sankofa. That is changing narratives. It is not true that all African politicians are power drunk and will hold on to power even at the peril of peace and stability. It certainly is not true, and President Mahama and Ghana demonstrate that. I am also proud, particularly at a time that your society is led by a vibrant, intelligent Ghanaian female. I am proud. Yeah, let's give it to her. I am exceedingly proud that President Mahama has given Ghana the first female vice president, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane-Opoku-Agyeman. And we are almost there. Like Tanzania has done, like Namibia has done, I know very soon Ghana will also have its first female president. And I'm also very proud that changing narratives, President Mahama has appointed the leanest government in the history of the Republic of Ghana. We have come down from a high of about 110 ministers. And the history, if you follow Ghanaian politics, is that many politicians in opposition promise a lean government. Then they come into power and say, oh, you know, we really got a promise wrong. We didn't know the task was that huge. And there is political pressure from the chiefs, from the pastors, the imams, the constituencies. So we can't keep that promise. Forgive us. But not President Mahama. He said he will not exceed 60 ministers, which is the lowest we've ever had. And guess what? He's appointed only 56. He's not even in a hurry to fulfill that promise of 60. And that is why, as I speak to you today as Foreign Minister of Ghana, I do not have a deputy. So you can imagine how tough the assignment has been. I'm also glad that talking about changing narratives, President Mahama demonstrates that. He's leading an economic transformation, and I'm sure that the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, former Minister for Finance, will confirm. A few days ago, Bloomberg named the Ghanaian cedi as the strongest currency in the world. All the rating agencies are giving Ghana an upward rating. We are being favorably looked upon by all of them, Moody's, Standard & Poor's, Fitch, and which is helping us to find our place in the international market again. And finally, I'm also very proud that President Mahama, talking about changing narratives, is perhaps the only African president I know who has established clearly a code of conduct for all his appointees and his entire government. And those codes are very, very strict, and he's leading by example. On the day he launched the code of conduct, 3 cars, very luxurious cars that had been donated or gifted to him, he publicly declared those cars and he donated them to the government pool of vehicles, that he did not want to keep them as a private gift. And he has said that no appointee of his will be allowed to keep any gift that is above 20,000 Ghana cedis. That is about some 1,500 pounds. You have to declare and you have to return it to the Chief of Staff. At the end of the government's tenure, there will be an assessment whether that should be kept at state protocol, or if it is declared a personal gift, then you may have it. So that gifts do not influence politicians in decision-making, in who to award contracts to, and all of that. He's also declared that no politically exposed person will be allowed to purchase state assets, whether they are state lands, state bungalows, state cars, forests, and those of you who have Ghanaian political history will know why I've added forests, you know. So talking about changing narratives, I think that the organizers could not have found a much well-deserved African president who epitomizes that and who is leading by example. And I just want to state for the record that you did your research very well. I don't believe it is just because by some if you like, fortuitousness, the president is Ghanaian, and so the president of the society is Ghanaian, so a Ghanaian was chosen. But I think that he really epitomizes the changing narratives that we want to see about leadership on the continent. And I want to commend you for your research, which is not surprising. This is Oxford. So you always have your methodologies right. Now the preliminary comments are over. I have to perform my duties of reading President Mahamat's address. It is a profound honor and privilege to stand before you today in the hallowed halls of this historic institution, the University of Oxford, a global beacon of learning and intellectual inquiry for over 8 centuries. I am grateful to the Oxford University Africa Society for the gracious invitation to deliver this keynote address at the 2025 Oxford Africa Conference. This conference has become a vital platform, perhaps the vital platform in Europe for robust and forward-looking discussions about Africa's future. I am humbled to follow in the footsteps of esteemed colleagues and leaders, including my compatriot, former President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Dr. Donald Kaberuka, Raila Odinga, Ellen Sirleaf Johnson, and Amina Mohammed, who have shared invaluable insights on this stage. Your choice of theme for this year's conference, Changing Narratives, Vision, Action, and Transformation of Africa, is not only timely, but critically important. It speaks to the very heart of Africa's journey in the 21st century. For far too long, the dominant narratives about Africa have been shaped by external lenses, often focusing on poverty, conflict, disease, and dependency. These narratives, born out of historical injustices, exacerbated by sensationalized media reporting, and sometimes perpetuated by our own internal challenges, have painted an incomplete, often inaccurate picture. They have obscured the resilience, ingenuity, diversity, and immense potential that lies within our continent. Consider, for instance, the images that often flash across screens in Europe and elsewhere, images of aid dependency, political instability, or humanitarian crisis. While not denying the real challenges that exist in certain parts of the continent, these images have overshadowed stories of innovation flourishing in Accra, Kigali, Johannesburg, and Nairobi. Democratic transitions occurring across the continent, sustainable energy projects powering communities, and a youthful population driving technological, artistic, and cultural movements that resonate globally. These persistent, often negative narratives do more than misinform. They impact investment decisions, shape policy approaches, and influence how young Africans see themselves and their place in the world. They limit possibilities. Therefore, the first critical step in our transformation journey is to consciously, deliberately, and effectively change these narratives. This isn't about denial or painting a perfect picture. It is about showcasing the whole picture, the challenges and opportunities, the struggles and successes, the past burdens and future potential. Our vision for a changing narrative must be one of African agency. It is about Africans telling their own stories, defining our aspirations, and leading our development. The narrative must be rooted in resilience, innovation, self-reliance, and a confident engagement with the rest of the world as equal partners. That is what underpins my vision of resetting the economy of my country to build the Ghana my people want. Ladies and gentlemen, as a continent, it is time for us to be deliberate with the vision we set for ourselves. That vision must not apply That vision must not only be aspirational, but also grounded in the tangible shifts occurring on the continent. I am talking of a vision of an Africa where democratic institutions are strengthened, not weakened. An Africa where economic opportunities abound, driven by entrepreneurship and innovation. An Africa where healthcare systems are robust and accessible to all. An Africa that is a leader in climate action and sustainable practices. An Africa whose rich media, culture, and arts enrich global civilization. An Africa that leverages technology and AI for consumption, creation, and progress. This is the vision that must replace the outdated script we have been working with. Ladies and gentlemen, a compelling vision is only valuable when accompanied by concrete action. Changing narratives requires changing realities on the ground. This is where the core work lies, and it directly links to the vital sub-themes of this conference. First, governance and democracy. A credible new narrative for Africa must be built on the foundation of solid governance and deepening democracy. Over the past 3 decades, Ghana has experienced both the progress and the pitfalls of democratic consolidation. We have seen peaceful transfers of power, a vibrant media landscape, and an active civil society. Yet, we also grapple with challenges like corruption, electoral reforms, and ensuring that democracy delivers tangible economic benefits for the people. Ghana's journey since the 1992 Constitution was promulgated can be compared to nations like Botswana, which have maintained consistent democratic practice, or conversely, countries facing democratic setbacks. Post-conflict reconstruction efforts in Sierra Leone and Liberia, or older democracies in Europe, can provide us with valuable lessons. In that sense, therefore, principles of the rule of law and accountability from more established democracies can be adapted to our context. The action required on the continent is continuous institutional strengthening, promoting transparency, protecting the civic space, and ensuring the judiciary and legislature are truly independent. On economic development and entrepreneurship, the narrative of Africa as solely an aid recipient is rapidly being replaced by one of Africa as a frontier for investment and entrepreneurship. Our youthful population is a demographic dividend, not a burden. Look at the growth of the tech space in Accra, in Lagos, in Nairobi, in Johannesburg, in Kigali, and many other capitals on the continent, which are attracting venture capital and building innovative solutions like M-Pesa in Kenya. M-Pesa revolutionized mobile money and is now a model studied globally. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which Ghana is proud to host, represents a potential market of 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion. This is a transformative action, creating opportunities for intra-Africa trade and industrialization. Compare this potential market integration to the historical development of the European Union. What we need to do is to foster an enabling business environment, invest in infrastructure like ports, roads, energy, areas my previous administration and the current one focus on in Ghana. We must also support small and medium-sized enterprises and move up value chains instead of merely exporting raw materials. In Ghana, we have decided, for instance, to transfer and ensure that our mining resources are managed by Ghanaians. After all, we have lots of Ghanaian firms with the requisite experience and the human resource who are currently employed by the foreign companies in our mines. We are not shutting the door on foreign operations, far from that. But a Ghanaian must have a good stake in the resource God has given us to prevent the rampant repatriation of mining proceeds to the home countries of the mining companies. On healthcare and well-being, a strong nation requires a healthy population. The COVID-19 pandemic starkly exposed global fragilities in healthcare systems and highlighted Africa's resilience and adaptability. Ghana's National Health Insurance Scheme is an ongoing effort to provide accessible healthcare despite implementation challenges, which my administration has started to address admiringly. We are augmenting that, and poignantly, with the implementation of a free primary health care that will ensure that even at the smallest health facility, like the health centers and what we call the CHIPS compounds, the sick can be attended to free of charge. During the COVID-19 outbreak, African nations like Senegal, Ghana, Kenya, South Africa rapidly developed testing kits, and initiatives are underway in Rwanda, Ghana, and elsewhere to establish vaccine manufacturing capabilities. Compare this proactive approach to our traditional dependency on external aid for health crisis. The action required, which we have committed to in Ghana, is sustained investment in health infrastructure, training healthcare professionals, focusing on preventive care, and leveraging technology for telemedicine and data management, drawing lessons from public health systems in Europe or Asia. On climate, environment, and sustainability, Africa is disproportionately vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, despite being the lowest contributor to historical emissions. Yet Africa can also be a leader in sustainable solutions. And that is why Ghana is proud to host the Climate Vulnerable Forum in Accra. Ghana is involved in other initiatives like the Great Green Wall Project in the Sahel and efforts to combat illegal mining, galamsey as we call it in the local parlance, to protect our water bodies and forests. Africa has vast potential in renewable energy, solar energy in the Sahara. Morocco's Noor Ouarzazate plant is a leading example. Geothermal energy in East Africa and hydropower. We must invest in green energy transitions, promote sustainable agriculture, protect biodiversity, and advocate for climate justice and adequate climate finance from historical polluters. On media, culture, and arts. This is perhaps one of the most powerful tools for changing narratives, both within Africa and globally. The global explosion of Afrobeat music, the influence of African fashion designers, the growing African film industry, and contemporary African literature and art are all projecting a dynamic, creative, and diverse image of the continent. African media platforms, although they face their own economic pressures, play a vital role in shaping internal discourse and presenting African perspectives to the world. This effort will support the creative industries, ensure media freedom, and leverage platforms to tell authentic African stories while celebrating our identity and heritage. The experience of my political campaigns in 2020 and 2024 is a clear example of what a well-thought through, structured, and managed traditional and new media outfit that is controlled and with a clear set of objectives can achieve for an individual organization, country, and therefore a continent in today's digital world. On AI, innovation, and technology, digital revolution is transforming Africa at an unprecedented pace. AI and other emerging technologies offer immense potential for leapfrogging traditional development stages. Drones delivering medical supplies, AI-powered agricultural tools, increasing yields for smallholder farmers in Ghana, and fintech innovations providing financial access to the unbanked across the continent are just a few examples. We are witnessing the emergence of AI labs and tech hubs dedicated to developing solutions for African challenges. Compare this rapid adoption and adaptation of mobile and digital technology to the progression of previous industrial revolutions. Across the continent, countries are investing in digital infrastructure, promoting digital literacy and STEM education. We are developing policies to foster innovation while addressing ethical considerations and preventing a wider digital divide. Learning from the tech development paths of countries like South Korea and Estonia, we in Ghana have begun the training of 1 million coders to prepare the young Ghanaian with the required digital and technological skills for the new world. We are also in the process of launching the FinTech Growth Fund, which will have dedicated amount of $50 million for our young, enterprising AI innovators. Ladies and gentlemen, these areas of action are interconnected. Good governance fosters economic growth. Economic growth can finance improved healthcare and education. Education and technology promote innovation. And cultural expression enhances national identity and global standing. The culmination of this vision and actions is transformation. This is not merely incremental change, but a fundamental shift in Africa's trajectory and its place in the world. Transformation, in this sense, means moving from being primarily consumers to producers and innovators, shifting from dependency towards self-reliance and strategic interdependence, ensuring our youth inherit a continent of opportunity, not emigration, building societies that are prosperous, inclusive, equitable, and sustainable, an Africa that is a confident, assertive, and influential player on the global stage, contributing solutions to global challenges. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Africa's transformation is already underway, driven by the energy and aspirations of our people, particularly our young people. It requires sustained effort, smart policies, strategic investments, and accountable and visionary leadership. And it is we, the political leaders, who must provide that visionary leadership. I pledge on my honor not to fail my Ghanaian people and to be a catalyst for change across Africa. We will still face issues of debt sustainability, inequality, climate vulnerability, conflict in certain regions, and the impact of global economic shocks. These are real and must be confronted head-on with honesty and determination. But these challenges should not define us. They are obstacles to overcome, not destinations. Our response to these challenges through our vision and action will ultimately determine the narrative and the pace of transformation. To you, the students and scholars here at Oxford, and others joining us from around the world, you are critical to this process. Your research, critical thinking, innovation, and willingness to engage with Africa beyond the stereotypes will be invaluable. Become partners in shaping this new narrative and driving transformation. Seek to understand the complexity, contribute your skills, and invest your energy, whether through academic pursuits, entrepreneurship, policy engagement, or simply by challenging outdated perceptions within your own communities. To the global leaders, policymakers, and investors present, engage with Africa as a continent of opportunity and partnership, not just a recipient of aid or a source of resources. Invest in our potential, support our institutions, and collaborate on finding solutions to shared global challenges. Recognize Africa's agency and listen to our voices. To my fellow Africans, both on the continent and in the diaspora. The primary responsibility for changing our narrative and transforming our continent rests with us. Let us champion good governance, foster entrepreneurship, invest in our people, protect our environment, and celebrate our rich heritage. Let us be authors of our own story. The theme for this year's Oxford Africa Conference is a call to arms, and the vision should be clear. An Africa that is confident, prosperous, sustainable, and self-determining. The actions we must take require courage, innovation, collaboration, and unwavering commitment across all sectors. Let us leave this conference with not just new ideas, but also a renewed determination to translate our vision into tangible action, thereby changing the narrative and accelerating Africa's transformation. I thank you very much. May God bless us all.
What an incredible, incredible speech. Thank you so, so much. And without taking any more time, we would like to invite Elizabeth back onto the stage with the minister for a quick fireside chat. So, Elizabeth, please do join us.
Delegates, let's put our hands together for them.
Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, please join me upstage. A bigger round of applause, guys. A bigger round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa,
Thank you.
son of man, Akwaba.
Yeah.
First of all, let me use this opportunity to thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And for taking time off your busy schedules to be here. We are truly grateful.
Thank you.
And also, because you are still in your early days, let me congratulate you on your appointment as the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Ghana.
Thank you.
This is huge.
Thank you.
Guys, he deserves an applause for this.
Thank you.
So because of time, I'm just going to ask you a few questions. So, Honorable, Africa is currently facing crucial and significant challenges on the continent in terms of geopolitics. Multiple countries in the Sahel region today have faced some form of, military insurgencies. Now, your neighbor, Burkina Faso, is currently under the regime of a military leader. And so using Ghana as a benchmark, how do you think that other African nations can actually navigate this complex geopolitical landscape to promote their stability, to protect their democratic values, and still maintain that level of diplomatic relations within the continent?
Well, thank you very much. This is a really tough one, and particularly for a foreign minister in this very, very volatile, unpredictable period. And as fate will have it, I'm also the youngest foreign minister in Ghana's history. So it requires even more tact, more skill, and more nuancing to navigate these really troubled waters. And it's not only on the continent, it's geopolitical. I mean, the rule-based order is no longer holding sway. Multilateralism is under attack. The countries that used to lead us in terms of following what is right, what is rule-based, what is the right cause in terms of human rights, in terms of loyalty, in terms of trust. All of those values have been thrown out of the window, and we are in uncharted waters. It's not clear how this ship will sail and how things will finally pan out. In our sub-region, this has been further exacerbated by the return to military interventions. We are seeing coups. We thought that the coup era was passed in the 70s and 80s. The 90s, there was a transition to democratic order, but because the democratic dividend did not really produce the results. And you see, that's what must guide us. Even those of us, as the Bible says, let him that standeth take heed, lest he falls. If democracy does not provide the dividend, it does not deal with the real issues, the economic emancipation of the people, it does not deliver opportunities, then that democracy will always be under threat and it will not survive. Mind you, all these coups on the continent, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Guinea, they were all well received by the people. You saw jubilant youth on the streets, and these military leaders have become icons. You know, sometimes even in democratic countries, these coup leaders are being admired, are being looked up to. So we need to really make sure that democracy produces the results. But to address the specific question about the example that Ghana offers, so we have offered ourselves as a bridge. So you notice that when the AES countries had the coups and broke away from ECOWAS, the initial position of ECOWAS was that of isolation. And at a point, there was even talk of a military intervention by an ECOWAS force to defeat the military juntas. But over time, that became impractical, and the African leaders realized that that would not work, particularly in a country like Niger, where the coup leaders are keeping Bazoum, the democratically elected leader. And remember that in Gabon, they were also keeping Ali Bongo, and they could have used them as human shields. So a military intervention was not really the way forward. Now we have adopted what we are calling pragmatic rapprochement. So President Mahama has offered himself as a bridge, and it's going well. The AES countries are engaging us. We are cooperating in terms of economic cooperation. They have applied to use our ports because they are landlocked countries. And for the sake of the people, because we've discovered that these sanctions really don't affect the leaders. It is the people, the masses who suffer. So sanctions don't really work, don't achieve their purpose. So why don't you continue with economic engagement, the integration of the people? Because ECOWAS used to be, and I think it still is, the most integrated sub-regional bloc on the continent, where there's free movement of people, of goods, of capital. And we want to keep that, so we are recognizing their passports, we are recognizing the free movement. We've not ended the 90-day stay when you decide to visit our country. We've allowed them to use our ports for the economic survival of their people. And then we're also cooperating in terms of defense, because what is happening now is that the terrorists are really gaining grounds and gaining more control. So these insurgents you speak of, if we don't come together, collaborate, and really neutralize them, it's just a matter of time. Ghana will be attacked, and Ghana is the only country that has not been attacked. All our neighbors have been attacked. Recently, Benin, about 84 soldiers were killed at their borders. So we have decided that we will share intelligence, we will collaborate. We are training their top military officials at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. So ours is a pragmatic approach, because they are our family, really. The same language, same ethnic group. And remember that these borders were so artificially done. There are families who have their farms in Burkina Faso, and then the living room is in Ghana. You know, that is the reality. And so you can't really separate us by these artificial borders. So that's the pragmatic approach as we continue to engage them to return to the democratic order. At least Mali now has a roadmap, which we are hoping will be respected. Gabon has respected their roadmap. A couple of weeks ago, we were at the investiture of the new president, and they are back on a democratic path, which is good. We are still leaning on Burkina Faso and Niger to come up with a roadmap to democracy. But the bigger lesson is that democracy will fail if it does not produce the results. And it will lead to military interventions. The military leaders will be hailed and celebrated. And the so-called consummate Democrats will be on the sidelines watching. So we must all be guided to make sure that the democratic dividends, job creation, industrialization, good health care, creating opportunities for our people so our people are not forced to migrate out of the continent. That must be our raison d'etre in terms of political leadership, what we prioritize. And I think that once we do that, we should see a decline in these coups, and then eventually the entire continent will be democratized. So that's how we see it.
Yeah. Oh, no, but that was really spot on. I have this question which is so pressing and I'm so passionate about. Africa's economic independence. Yeah. We've currently seen a trend where superpowers have begun cutting back on us. So there is no more US aid. Prime Minister Keir Starmer is cutting aid to modernize UK military. Honorable, briefly, what implications do you think these shifts present for Africa's developmental strategies? Do you view it as an opportunity for our economic independence, or maybe it's just a liability?
To be honest with you, my personal view is that these aid cuts should continue. We don't need their aid. We want to trade. And that's why in Ghana, when President Trump, by his executive order, withdrew the USAID support, the gap was $156 million. We didn't call the US ambassador to negotiate. We didn't go to Washington to nail down. We didn't call for any second look at the order. We immediately found the money. And in our budget we presented in March, we found the $156 million, which shows that all along, that $156 million, we think about it, was going into such vital areas which really you shouldn't be mortgaging to others, like childhood vaccines, malaria kits, treated mosquito nets, antiretroviral drugs. These are such essential items needed by your people to survive. It makes a difference between life and death. Why are you putting that in the hands of somebody in Washington, D.C., in the name of aid? So, to be honest with you, I think that the more they cut back on all this aid and international assistance, the better for the continent, for us to look within, to be more resilient, and to find our own solutions. Those who have followed my politics and have followed what I did as a ranking member when we were in opposition, I have always argued that there's so much money on the continent that can be used on priority matters. Yeah. We waste money a lot, waste resources on the continent, on all kinds of frivolous expenditures. And sometimes it's outright thievery, naked corruption. And we have to call it what it is. If we stop that, we can have the resources to develop our continent. And to be honest with you, if you look at current geopolitics, it is the West that needs us, not the other way around. They need us. Tell me, where is all the gold? Africa. Where is all the cocoa?
Ghana.
Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire have 80% of the world's cocoa. Where is all the uranium? Where is all the bauxite? Oil and gas. I mean, now, virtually on a daily basis, we even lose count of African countries discovering oil deposits, gas deposits. And we are even discovering more and more natural resources. Ghana has just discovered lithium, for example, and which, as we talk about the AI transition, energy transition, lithium, batteries are going to be such game changers. We have it. They need it. And that is why, despite the pretense that they are moving out of Africa, Africa is not a priority. Read the security reports on the Sahel. Read the security reports on DRC. Find out which countries are there. All of them, they pretend they are living in Africa. It's a myth. They are there. We are now back to another round of scramble for Africa. There is a second round of scramble for African resources. And anytime we meet in international corridors, depending on who you are meeting, you say, why are you people allowing Russia? The Russians will say, why are you allowing the Chinese? Why are you allowing the Indians? What are you up to with the French? What are you up to with the Americans? What are you up to with the Italians? So it should tell you that, really, the discussion should not be about why is aid being withdrawn and how will Africa survive. The aid actually should have been withdrawn long ago. We don't need it. It's dead aid. We need to take control of our resources. And that's why in the president's speech, the president talked about taking control of our natural resources. So we've served notice. All the mining leases, when they expire, there will be no automatic renewal. That used to be what happens. Automatic renewal, another 30 years, and we are getting just about 10% or less, and everything. And go to the mining communities in our countries. They are the most deprived. No amenities, no corporate social responsibility. Poverty is on the rise, unemployment. So we seek to take control of our natural resources. We seek to add value, build refineries, look at the entire value chain, and determine the prices. We don't want gold prices to be determined in London. We don't want cocoa prices to be determined, in Paris. We want to determine our own value chains, and we want our resources to be used for the betterment of our young people, because it's the youngest continent. Yeah. And that is an opportunity, but it is also a potential bomb, a potential disaster, if we do not quickly change paradigm and make sure our resources are put to the benefit of the African young people. All of us will be consumed in no time. So I think that it's very good that this aid is being withdrawn. They should withdraw all of it. It shouldn't just be 90-day executive orders. So as foreign minister, I'm not going to bother trying to negotiate with any country that why are you withdrawing aid? Why are you diverting international assistance? It's also good. When you are done with the withdrawals, when you come back to the table, we have new prices for our gold resources. We have new terms. We have new terms for our agreements. And it's not the same old Africa. You can't just come and take everything and then leave us with 10% or 5%. There's a new mindset and a new philosophy. That's how we see it.
Honorable, this conversation is very interesting. I don't want to end, but then because of time, I'll just ask one last question. Today is African Union Day. If we're in primary schools, we would have probably said our day. And so I want you to just give one advice to the student here or to the policymakers watching us today or even from home.
I'll go back to the Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's blueprint. Africa must unite. Let's remember that the current configuration of Africa is an artificial one. Otto von Bismarck and his colleagues is a very artificial. Before these boundaries, we were very civilized, developed societies. The Ghana Empire, the Mali Empire, the Songhai Empire. Civilization started in Africa. That's what we must always remember. And we need to unite. If we unite, so you have cobalt, I have lithium. You have oil, I have bauxite. And we come together. They take advantage of our disunity. So if Ghana is firm in negotiations, okay, I can find those same natural resources in the next country, so I'm going there. So I think we must go back to Kwame Nkrumah's blueprint. Let's unite. Let's pull down the artificial borders. Go back to the Casablanca blueprint, a united Africa, one central bank, one currency, a common standby force. That was the original conceptualization of the Africa Union, not the loose, if you like, social club that we have today. That really will take us nowhere. And then the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Why are we still not trading amongst ourselves? Intra-Africa trade is less than 20%. How can you develop? Less than 20%. To travel as foreign minister, I've been grappling with the reality. To travel even amongst our countries, you have to go to Europe before you connect to the continent. I mean, can there be real trade, real industrialization without transportation, without the infrastructure that we need to facilitate trade and to spur growth? So we know what to do. The blueprint is there. Our founding fathers, since they met here in 1900, came up with the master plan. And I think that we need to return to it in a very, sincere and diligent manner and forget about the, little benefits we get from the so-called sovereignties. Really, I don't know. It's just about egos. We don't get any benefit really from that. And then have real political unity and the right leadership. And Africa is the continent for the future. And they need us. They need us. We don't need them. That's how I see it.
Thank you so much for joining us, Honorable. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Round of applause to our panel. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the moderation. Delegates, let's put our hands together once again for the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Ghana. We can do better than that. Let's put our hands together for him. We're truly grateful for the thought-provoking insights. Delegates, I'm certain that you'd agree with us that narratives are changing. Narratives are changing right here. And so we want to transition to the next part of our program, which is going to be focused on matters to do with climate. If we're going to change narratives, we must address matters to do with climate and the environment. And therefore, we're going to transition to that. And to facilitate this panel is none other than Clement. I don't want to butcher his name.
Aponsa.
Aponsa.
Yes.
Delegates, let's put our hands together for Clement Aponsa. He is a DPhil candidate right here at the University of Oxford, and he's going to introduce the panelists. Thank you very much.
Luhano, you tried. Aponsa. Hello, everyone. Like they said, my name is Clement, a DPhil student in international development, focused on climate change, resilience, and adaptation in Africa. And we are really behind time today, so I'll just go right straight into it. So first of all, I would like to acknowledge you all for coming, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, fellow change makers. Good morning and welcome to the Climate, Sustainability, and Environment panel at the 2025 Oxford Africa Conference. It's an honor to convene to have this important discussion under the theme Bridging the Gap, Unlocking Climate Finance for Resilience and Adaptation in Africa. Today, we gather at this critical moment, one where climate crisis is no longer a looming threat, but a lived reality to millions across the African continent. Rising temperatures, failed rains, devastating floods, food insecurity, and ecological devastation are reshaping lives and the futures of Africa. For Africa, there is a need for climate action, and it is urgent. We need it now. It is not aspirational, it is essential. And yet the continent finds itself as a crossroad. There is a climate paradox now. Even though Africa contributes less to climate change, it is the most vulnerable to climate change. and is the least resourced to adapt and to be resilient in the face of climate change. Africa does not lack the vision. What it lacks is the action. What it lacks is access to capital, fair partnerships, lack of quality decision-making, and how climate finance is distributed across board. This panel is about changing that narrative. We will interrogate questions of structural inequalities embedded in global finance mechanisms, systems that too often prioritize donor agencies over local priorities. We will explore why access remains so elusive and what it takes to bridge that gap. We will spotlight innovation tools that offer scalable solutions for resilience and adaptation in Africa. And crucially, we would ask, who is getting funded, for what purpose, and with whose voices is at the center? That is at the critical issues of climate justice. Without much ado, I would like to introduce our panelists for today. And the first would be Dr. Olumide Abimbola, sorry for that, Olumide Abimbola, the founder and executive director of the Africa Policy Research Institute. Please, you can do better for him. The next panelist would be Dr. Charles Amoah-Gyeman, a senior lecturer in environmental politics at the University of Ghana. And on a personal note, Dr. Charles Amoah-Gyeman was my lecturer at the University of Ghana. In fact, I'm here studying in Oxford partly because of him. He supported my application, and he's been my mentor since I was at the University of Ghana. Thank you so much, Doc, for honoring our invitation. And the next would be Vanessa Nakete, who is a climate activist doing her MPP here at the University of Oxford. She's spoken at several UN events, and she's the lead for the UN Sustainable Development Goals Young Leader. Give it a round of applause for Vanessa as well. And the last panelist would be Ms. Uzo, or we all call Uzo Uzamaka Nwamara, and she is a climate change advisor at the Climate Change and Oceans Directorate at the Commonwealth Secretariat. Please give it up for Uzo. We were expecting the Minister of Environment for Ghana to be here, but just as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Okudzeto, mentioned, he couldn't make it here. But we have a great line of panelists to begin with the conversation. Thank you so much. I'll take a seat. Okay, I know we are out of time, and I believe most of the delegates here are here for this panel, and they have a lot of questions. So I'm just going to first stick to asking a few questions for maybe the first 25 to 30 minutes, and then I'll open it up to questions so that we can all discuss. I'm going to start with you, Dr. Olumide. The first question would have to do with access to climate finance. I want you to, since you do a lot of the policy stuff, I want you to talk us through some of the challenges, either structural or financial, political challenges, that sort of inhibit Africa from accessing climate finance.
Thank you very much, Clement, for inviting me to be here. Before I try to answer the question, I want to just walk us through a few data points that show where we are on climate finance in Africa. So according to a study that was done in 2022, Africa requires about $2.8 trillion to finance its NDCs. So for those who are not into climate diplomacy jargons, NDCs are documents that contain the commitments that countries have made to contribute to the reduction of emissions globally, right, under the Paris Agreement. So in order for Africa to finance its NDCs fully, Africa needs $2.8 trillion from 2020 to 2030. Last year, a study was done that shows that about $44 billion come to Africa on climate finance yearly. And that comes to about 23% of the required amount. So that leaves 77% unfunded. So out of the $44 billion that comes to Africa, or that African governments have access to, 90% of that comes from external sources, and close to half of that is from banks, MDBs, so the development banks like the World Bank, the AFDB, and so on. Private sector financing, and given the climate that we're in right now, where we are seeing cuts, I know the Honorable Minister says we don't need the money, but let's assume we need it a little bit. Private financing makes up, I think, 18% of that. So that means that there is no private financing coming towards Africa. The money that comes is generally coming from the MDBs, so the development banks. And it's not even close to what is required for countries to be able to finance the NDCs that they prepared. And that's not only it. Only 10 countries account for 50% of those flows. And the 10 most vulnerable countries access only 10% of those flows. So that shows you the problem that we're dealing with here of access to finance for African countries. And again, most of the financing that comes to Africa comes in a form of loans, not grants. And that's a problem, because now we're getting to the problems and the challenges of accessing these financings. Because if you're an African country right now, it's difficult for you to borrow more, in part because your fiscal space is not that healthy, but also because the global financial architecture was not created to serve you. So you have a situation in which an African country with the same credit rating as, say, Belarus would borrow at a higher rate than Belarus, right? That's a problem. And you have it's a problem that is not easy to fix, because there have been discussions about it severally, and there will be another one in Sevilla next month, Financing for Development conference, to discuss it. But there is no easy solution to this. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect is, most countries in Africa also don't have very strong local capital markets. And if you don't have that, you can't really tap into domestic markets to raise financing for development in your country, including climate finance. So those are some of the challenges and some of the structural issues that need to be addressed in order for African countries to be able to access this financing. I'll stop there.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have some follow-up questions, but I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to do it in the second round. So, Dr. Charles, I'm going to ask you this question. A few years ago, I know you were in class, you were asking me questions at the University of Ghana. Now the tables have flipped, and I'm the one to ask you some difficult questions. So, Dr. Charles, can you take us through the issues of resilience and adaptation in Africa? Usually, resilience and adaptation is defined by donors, is defined by the West, and how these Eurocentric views and understanding of resilience. Can you talk us through what the African sort of definition or understanding of resilience would be? I know you write a lot on resilience, in order to enlighten some of our delegates here. So you take us through some resilience and adaptation and issues of that, connecting it to the debate of climate finance.
Okay, thank you very much. Resilience, as we know, from the Eurocentric perspective, is too technocratic and bureaucratic. It is more about KPIs and metrics. If you look at the pervasive and dominant perspective of resilience from the donors' angle, it's about bouncing back from shock as quickly as possible from a misfortune or an environmental stress. But within African context, resilience is relational. Resilience is not about bouncing back quickly as possible from a misfortune or stress or from an environmental stress. Resilience in Africa is embedded in Africa's spirituality to the environment. Resilience within the African context is embedded in Africa's ancestral knowledge to the environment. But the donors, or the pervasive or dominant understanding of resilience from the West, they think that resilience is all about some project-based metrics. And for me, that is hugely problematic. Again, if you talk about adaptation, within the African context, adaptation is understood differently. Adaptation is not about a coping mechanism. Within the African context, adaptation is choosing how to live in conditions of what? Crisis. And I think that we should begin to reconceptualize and rethink resilience and adaptation beyond the donor-driven frameworks. In that way, we will be on a way in making strides in terms of dealing with our environmental problems in Africa.
All right, thank you very much, Doc. I would move to Vanessa. Vanessa, I know you've been a global voice on issues of climate justice and issues relating to climate finance. I want to ask you briefly, how does the lack of climate finance reflect patterns of global inequalities?
Thank you very much. So firstly, we need to understand why we have the climate crisis in the first place. It is as a result of burning fossil fuels, and that is coal, oil, and gas. And the countries that have historically extracted and developed from this extraction have been countries in the global north. However, when we talk about the impacts of climate change, we see that they are mostly seen in countries that are not responsible for the crisis, in countries that did not historically benefit from the extraction or develop from the extraction of fossil fuels. And many of those countries are in the global south. I will speak specifically on African countries. So Africa as a continent is responsible for less than 4% of the global emissions. And yet so many African countries are on the front lines of the climate crisis. Whatever climate disaster that you can think of, it is happening on the African continent. We have seen how cyclones have ripped apart southern parts of Africa and led to the loss of lives, destroyed property, destroyed livelihoods, destroyed sources of income. We have seen how droughts are affecting people in the Horn of Africa, in areas like Turkana, threatening their food security, water security, their existence. So you realize that the climate crisis is heavily impacting a continent that is not responsible for it. So for me, the aspect of justice, climate finance, and how it relates to global inequalities, it is firstly in understanding the historical injustice, which is the climate crisis. Secondly, it is the issue of the finance failures that we have seen. Many of you who are probably working in the climate space know about the $100 billion of climate finance that was promised by developed countries to developing nations to address climate change. We are in 2025, and that promise has never been fulfilled. This kind of finance failure results in the suffering of so many communities. And like my fellow panelist, Dr. Olumide, talked about, the loans are not grants. The money that has come from this climate finance is creating another problem, and that is the debt crisis. Many African countries are already experiencing a debt crisis, but now they need to address climate change, and the climate finance that they are receiving is coming in the form of loans, exacerbating the debt crisis, and as a result, the climate crisis as well. When we went to COP29, those that were able to go and those that were able to participate virtually like me, we saw that there was a new target of climate finance, $300 billion. To developed countries, this seemed like a lot of money. But to the developing nations, they say this was a slap in the face. So we see that in the arena of climate finance, there is continual failure and disappointment and failing of communities that did not cause this crisis. The available climate finance is not enough for the mitigation needs of African countries. It's not enough for the adaptation needs of African countries. And if we are to talk about loss and damage, it is still not enough for our needs. So for me, as we head to COP30, we need to really address these inequalities. we are constantly having conferences that are not addressing the needs of the countries on the front lines of the climate crisis. And this is affecting our communities. This is affecting people's livelihoods. So for those who find themselves at COP30, let us push for grant-based finance. Climate finance is not a matter of charity. This is not charity. This is justice for people that have nothing to do with the climate crisis, and yet they are paying heavily for this crisis.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. I'll move on to Uzo. Uzo, I know we've problematized the whole issue of climate finance, and that let's begin to think a bit about the solution. So my question for you would be, what role can the African region as a whole, or even the Commonwealth, I know you work with the Commonwealth, play in accelerating Africa's climate finance? What are the solutions? What role can African play in accelerating the problems and mitigating all of these injustices?
Thanks so much, and thanks to my fellow panel members for those really insightful discussions. So I think there's a lot we can do. There's a lot that's already happening. And to give some context, with 2.7 billion people, the Commonwealth actually represents a third of the world's population. So we have developed countries, developing countries, big states, small states. I think India is our largest country, with about 1.4 billion people, and Nauru has 10,000 people. So within the Commonwealth, you can expect that there's a lot of different perspectives and interests. Therefore, once a commitment is made by consensus, it is significant. Now, Africa is a major constituent of the Commonwealth, with about 21 member countries out of 56. Africa represents about 37 to 40% of the Commonwealth, so we have a strong stake in there. And our Commonwealth Secretary General, the Honorable Shirley Botchway, she'll be speaking to us this afternoon. She's the first female African Commonwealth Secretary General. So we are actually doing a lot. Now, in terms of solutions, and you talked about partnerships, this is where I want to speak to as well. We've heard about the climate finance gap from Dr. Olumide. We've also heard about how Vanessa has told us how there needs to be climate justice because we have not contributed the most but the least. In fact, what I want to say is we have the greatest mitigation potential on the continent. If we are to address the climate crisis globally, you have to be looking within Africa. So key things in here, especially when it comes to the negotiations, which we heard about as well, we need to come together with a strong, unified voice. We need to be that trusted convener and amplifier of our positions. Now, those decisions being taken at the highest discourse, we should be part and parcel of the rules making. And I'll give you some examples on what we've done within the continent, within the relevant partnerships. So you have the intergovernment organizations like ourselves, the Commonwealth. You also have multilateral development banks, which we've heard about, the MDBs. All sectors, all stakeholders, really important. But some key examples when it comes to de-risking investments, also showing absorptive capacity to bring in both public and private finance. At the regional level in partnerships, you're able to aggregate demand and scale, which is key. You know, economies of scale, getting the private capital to flow, that's key. At COP in Paris, there was the AREA, the Africa Renewable Energy Initiative, developed by Africans and for Africa and managed by Africans. So that was in 2015, and phase one was to have about 10 gigawatt installed renewable energy by 2020, and that has been successful. So the next stage is to increase that to about 300 gigawatts. But something I also want to mention, the largest fund for climate, the Green Climate Fund, working together with the African Development Bank while there, also with the African Union, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, looking at what had happened in the past with the Global Environment Facility, the Climate Investment Funds. We said, not with this one. So we were on that transitional committee working again with research institutes, and the African stakeholders to make a case to say, when we are looking at resource allocation, we need to ensure that there is a balance between mitigation and adaptation, and we succeeded in that. So that's 50-50. You may not know, but in the past, most of the resources, over 90%, goes to mitigation. And we've just heard from Dr. Charles on how for Africa, adaptation is key. Another point we were able to push was, in addition to the SEEDs, the small island developing states, least developing countries, that Africa would have a special recognition in terms of needs, and that is enshrined in the policies and procedures of the Green Climate Fund. So we have good examples in that as well, and I'll just speak to the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub, whereby, again, we know that there is the challenges that has been mentioned, but we're working on those solutions in ensuring we have long-term experts deployed. We call them Commonwealth National Climate Finance Advisors, embedded in our line ministries. They're not fly-in and fly-out consultants. They're staying for the long term with member countries to unpack and unravel the complex climate finance landscape. It could take anything from 6 months to 6 years to access this climate financing, but we are with our countries. And through the hub, we've supported over 7 to 10 member countries, and it's on the increase as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your insights. I would go back again to Olamide, but Dr. Olamide. I had a follow-up question for the first one, but maybe I should reserve that, ask a new question. I'll come back to that one. And then I would ask that question to you and then Vanessa. But before that, following up on Uzo's own, I know you do a lot of policy stuff. What role can policy and research, evidence-based advocacy and research, play in influencing international climate finance, particularly in Africa? Just to, because I know a lot of people have questions, let's keep the responses a little brief, and then I'll move on.
Thanks for giving me the chance to advertise what I do. So I normally say, when you look at the US, you look at the think tanks in the US, and you can tell where policies are written and drafted when you look at the landscape. So the current one, you know who to blame, because we know what vision produced this. All of this is to say that we need evidence-based research to help us understand what can work. But to even start with, we need evidence. I mean, the numbers that I gave earlier came from research. But beyond those large numbers, we need them broken down. What do countries need? What do they have? What are they already doing by themselves? And what do they need support to do? Nationally, subnationally, sector-based. For many countries, we don't have this. At some point, I think a few years ago, we did some research on understanding climate finance in South Africa, Zambia, and in Ghana. And it was hard to get data because often countries are not collecting data in a structured way that could help make recommendations towards certain policies, right? So for example, the number that Vanessa mentioned earlier, 100 billion, even the reporting, the amount we know is spent, the amount we know is given, we know from those who have said they've given it, not from those who have received it, right? It's not easy to verify even the number that they said they have given. So we need research to help us understand just what the landscape is. That's one. Two, we need research to give us evidence for advocacy, for negotiations. I mean, Africa is present at the COP process. Africa is part of the UNFCCC process. Africa is always in negotiations. But sometimes you have to ask yourself, what is supporting those negotiations? What knowledge are we producing to actually take to those places? How many of our African think tanks are capacitated enough to produce the kind of knowledge that can push advocacy forward credibly? We can make noise, and that's great. I mean, we need that. We need to make strong claims about certain things because we didn't create this mess. Those who created the mess, we know who they are. They got rich off of the creation of the problem that we have right now. But in order for us to make clear, credible demands and asks based on what we are seeing and experiencing, we need proper evidence-based research to back that up. I mean, I have a lot more to say, but I don't think we have time.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would jump to Vanessa on this one, and then I'll come to Doc afterwards. So Vanessa, you're talking a lot about assessing climate finance, making it available, Western countries following up on their promises. I want to chip in the other side of the argument. You know, this conference is about changing narratives and making sure Africa owns up, become independent, reclaiming African sovereignty and narrative and agency. Why should we constantly rely on the West, on those who created the problems to help us fix our problems? Why should we still depend on their aid for climate finance? Why can't we own up? Because I know a lot of African countries don't even have national budgets for climate adaptation and mitigation. So why can't we just, we are talking about reparations as well. Why can't we forego that reparation narrative, but keep relying on the West, on the same people who created the problems to help us solve it?
Well, thank you for that question. Firstly, I would say this is the current system right now. If you work against the system will punish you. Africa cannot immediately cut off climate finance from developed countries, because if we look realistically, that will not work. If you go to a region in Karamoja or a region in Turkana, communities that are experiencing food insecurity right now, if you shut down the tap of climate finance right now, because many of us in this place are in a privileged position, if the United Kingdom say they're going to cut their climate finance, how many of us here would be impacted by it? We will go back, we will live our lives, we will not be impacted at all. But there are communities on the front lines. Even when we say that Africa is on the front lines of the climate crisis, not all of us are on the front lines. There is a privilege for some of us. So I can clearly say that as much as we need our own countries to build resilience, to be able to have systems that can take care of our communities, we cannot afford to shut down right now. For the sake of the people that are impacted by cyclones in Southern Africa, for the sake of the people that are experiencing droughts in the Horn of Africa, for the sake of the people that are experiencing water insecurity in Chad and in Central Africa, we have to think about those people. Because these people go beyond statistics. When I ask climate finance is not for me. I have not lived an experience where I felt my life was in danger of the climate crisis. If where I'm living was to flood, that would be something that I experienced in that moment. But I can't say that this moment has happened before in my life where I felt threatened. However, there are communities that are living the climate crisis right now. We have the privilege to discuss the climate crisis. We have the privilege to share their stories and their experiences, because they may never get the opportunities to step in the places that we are in for challenges and injustices of language barriers or lack of access to accreditation, funding. We've seen it with African activists that cannot attend climate conferences because they don't have funding, they don't have accreditation, they have visa issues. So it's really that if we cut off finance, we have to firstly ask, what is the person on the ground, on the front line, going to experience in that moment? And just to finalize, I visited Turkana in 2022, and there was this drought that had affected the Turkana region, the worst that they had seen in 40 years. And I met mothers there, and I met children that were receiving treatment for malnutrition that has been caused as a result of food insecurity that has been caused by the drought in the region. So imagine if the finance tap is closed and that child who needs to receive that nutrition pest does not receive it that day. What is going to happen is that their situation is going to become much worse. So I advocate and argue for climate finance. Like I said, it's not charity, it is justice, reparations, a justice. So I argue for climate finance, I argue for reparations, even as our governments build systems of governance that ensure sustainability. We do advocate for debt cancellation as well, which we believe is important. But if debt cancellation happens and our countries don't build systems that ensure that we don't find ourselves in more debt, then in 10, 20 years, we are going to ask ourselves, we are going to ask developed countries to cancel our debt again. So this is where the balance is. The balance is, as climate finance comes into our communities, our governments take responsibility for our communities as well.
Thank you very much. Uzo, I'm going to follow up, and I'm going to ask you the same question. What is your thought on it? Why should we, is it necessary that we still rely on the donors and founders to do mitigation and adaptation, or should Africa move beyond that? I find this question very intriguing. I want to know your thoughts on that.
Thank you so much. We are in a global space, and I want to talk about responsibility and accountability. Now, we are in partnership as well. And if you're looking at us within the African continent, we also have our own space and room to grow. I want to also turn it on its head and say, again, without the continent, without our resources, without our intellect, we would not be able to address the climate challenge. However, based on the laws and the principles, as has been enshrined in UNFCCC, you have accountability and you need to meet up with your pledges and your commitments. Now, having said that, I also want to put a charge for us within the African continent and to also demonstrate what has been happening to this effect, wherein we need to ensure that within these rules of the game, we're able to speak up and demand what we need. And just to give us the coordination and institutional process that has been established, and again, within those partnerships, we have at the technical level, the Africa Group of Negotiators, that then goes up to the ministerial level, AMCEN, so the African Ministerial and the Council on Environment for African Ministers, looking at wider environment and climate change. And then you have CAHOSC, the Conference of the African Heads of State on Climate. And this is important when you talk about the means of implementation. You have finance, capacity building, and technology. Therefore, we keep demanding for those flows that have been made as commitments, those pledges need to be met. So that's really key. One last point on this, though, is to say that in terms of making sure that those who have been the most affected, the most vulnerable, they're not only meant to be looked at within the lens of pity. No, they are solution providers. So when you look at women, look at young people, and Vanessa has really articulated this very well. What about those people in the communities? We talk about technology a lot. Indigenous technology has proven time and again, it has gone through the test of time, and we need to look at how we bridge indigenous technologies and relevant, modern technology together as well. Just to say, in terms of the practical steps, we've also worked within the Commonwealth family, and of course with a focus on Africa now, to say we do bring together our young people. So we've trained young people. We have the Commonwealth negotiations training for youth, and we have also taken them to COP. We also work to bring indigenous people to those platforms so that they have a chance to speak to their lived experience. There's no better negotiator or advocate than one who has experienced and is experiencing and is set to experience climate. So we also bring that to the meetings themselves to speak and advocate for themselves. So a unified voice with lived experience would make that case for the finance to flow. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So Dr. Charles, this question is for you. Following up on that, I know you write a lot on decolonizing resilience, decolonizing adaptation. You use decolonial theories a lot in most of your papers and your projects. I'm thinking there is a whole argument that climate finance has become a form of neocolonialism, where the West, through the imposition of, like Vanessa, Uzo, and Olamide said, through the imposition of loans they give loans to African countries to keep them in a perpetual cycle of dependency. I want to know your take on this. Do you think climate finance that comes to Africa is a genuine representation of the actual objectives of that, or it's a way of colonizing African countries, a new form of neo-colonization, as Kwame Nkrumah would put it?
Thank you very much. But I know you are hard-pressed with time, but if you oblige me, can I make a brief comment on...
Please, you can. Go ahead.
Yes. I have a difficulty anytime Africans ask for justice and, reparation. Nobody has asked the Germans why they asked for reparations about Holocaust. They keep on asking for reparations and justice from Holocaust. But when it comes to Africa, why are you people always playing victim? Why are you people always asking for reparation? That, for me, is hypocrisy of the highest order. And I think that we should begin to, rethink in these areas. So to the question of neocolonialism and, as to whether, climate finance is a way of controlling Africans, I think so. First and foremost, many of the discussions about climate finance are discussed in what I call the languages of power, in French, in English, and in heavy jargons. Meanwhile, within African society, we can have adaptation and resilience embedded in African languages. We can find them in our proverbs, we can find them in our songs, we can find them in our music, you can find them in our poetry, and so on and so forth. How come all these issues about climate finance and resilience and co are written in French, in English, and in heavy jargons? That smacks of some kind of, imperialistic and neo-colonial, logic. 2, we are giving you funding, yet you have no agency about it. We sit in Washington and Berlin or Bonn or Geneva or London and design the plans for you. By so-called international consultants. What is the ownership of Africa when it comes to climate finance? Zilch. Even the traditional authorities and women farmers and youth networks are barely included when it comes to climate finance. The voices of Africa is virtually absent. We need to begin to recenter the voices of Africa in policy making when it comes to climate finance. So I think that in as much as they continue to control and determine and plan and design for us what we should do in Africa, it smacks of a certain kind of neo-colonial logic.
Thank you so much. I would go back to Olamide on this one. So first of all, I would like to know your take briefly on that. Is climate finance a tool for neocolonialism? And second, how can, I know, again, policy stuff, how can Africans actually develop a local responsive finance mechanism that center on African agency and dependence and not overly relying on the West? So 2 questions. First, is climate finance a way of colonizing African countries into subordination, into domination, into subjugation? And the second one has to do with how can we recenter Africans or reposition Africans at the center of climate finance mobilization?
Okay, how long do we have? Okay.
Okay, we have about 10 minutes before we take questions. So let's.
Okay, so let's. I have to. Okay.
2 minutes.
If I had the answer to that, I would. Yeah. But first of all, I have a colleague who likes saying that there's nothing like climate finance. There's finance.
There's what?
There's finance.
Finance. Okay.
Because, see, it's really hard to not be angry sometimes about these climate finance discussions. Because if we know, and we do know, that the most vulnerable have the least capacity to adapt to this, why are we discussing climate finance in these terms? Why are we talking about climate finance in terms that can easily turn it into loans? I mean, the most vulnerable can't afford loans. Why are we talking about climate finance in a way that can lead us towards talking about loans? That's problematic for me. That's just a basic thing. My daughter, a few years ago, was asking me what I was doing at COP, and I was trying to explain to her. So I said, Imagine there are two groups of people, right? Some are rich, and in the process of getting rich, they created a problem. Then there's another group of people who are not rich, and they are not rich in part because they didn't create the problem that the other group created. But now they're suffering from the effects of that. And she said, well, I mean, why are they not just giving them money to help them? Because they created the mess. And I said, thank you very much. So I should record this and play it in climate conferences, because I don't think there's anything like climate finance. It is finance. And that leads me to answering your question, which is sort of what can African countries do. There's a lot that we cannot do by ourselves as Africans. I mentioned earlier the global financial architecture, which we did not set and which is difficult for us to make work for us. However, there are certain things that we can do by ourselves, and some of them we're already doing. One of them is the simple question. If there is nothing like climate finance, especially when you're talking to the private sector, the same reason that you cannot find finance internationally to finance your infrastructure projects is the same reason that you won't be able to get the climate finance, right? Because actually, apart from that, the same reason that your domestic investors are not investing in infrastructure projects is the same reason that international investors will not invest in them. So what can we do by ourselves to at least start mobilizing the resources we have to address some of the challenges that we face, while we're, of course, making the case that those who created the mess have to pay for cleaning up the mess, right? Or at least have to pay to help us deal with the effects of the mess that was created. So we have examples. Uzo already mentioned some examples from the AfDB and the UN and the African Union. There are also examples like the Rwanda Green Fund, which is sort of to mobilize resources that can give grants and very low-cost loans to SMEs in the country. And right now, given the current situation we're in the world, I think Global South countries have to work together and learn from each other and see what has worked and what hasn't worked in their context. And we can begin starting in Africa. What has worked on the continent in certain countries? Is the Rwanda Green Fund working? If it's working, how is it working? What can we learn from that? Can we copy that in other parts of the continent? And moving outside the continent, how did Indonesia negotiate a JETP? Is the JETP good for African countries? A few weeks ago, we had an event in Abuja where we brought, with the Ministry for Budget and Economic Planning, we brought Indonesia, South Africa, Vietnam, Senegal to Abuja to discuss with their Nigerian counterparts how they did how they coordinated themselves to raise the financing they did under the JETP, and whether JETP is actually good for Nigeria, and whether they would do a JETP again if they were starting from scratch. This is not Chatham rules, so I won't go into the details of what was discussed there. But the point is this: we need to look inwards and consider what has already worked for us, and then we also need to look at what others who are similar to us have done and what has worked for them, and see what we can learn from them.
Thank you very much. I gave you 2 minutes. You spoke for 5 to 6 minutes. I'll take the last round of questions. But panelists, please, let's keep this very short, very brief. Then we can go to the audience and take some more questions. I'll start from Uzo. In terms of climate finance mobilization and acquisition and mobilization, how can we move from what I call token participation, where it seems like communities are being involved in decision-making. It seems like indigenous groups are being involved in decision-making, where, in fact, in reality, decisions are taken somewhere in Geneva, in Paris, and being dumped on these local communities. So looking at the solutions, how do you think local communities, indigenous groups, small communities in Africa can actually take part in decision-making of climate finance? So we're beginning to think more about the solutions. What is the way forward, and how can we recenter climate financing, or financing, as Olumide says, within local communities?
Thank you so much. So most of the discussions, like you all heard, is at the international level, but it's a loop. It has to be cascaded down, and then at the same time, you have to get that information flow from the local communities back to the top. Now, we cannot do the work we're doing in isolation of the systems at play. It's more like the rules in a game. Who is setting those rules? Who are the identified actors within those rules? How do you get them to collaborate and engage. Let me start from the international space and then come downwards as well to the sub-regional level and community level. But across board, you have to make sure that your voice is heard. You need to make sure you're part of those governance structures. We've heard the word agency. I think from the experience we've had, especially with our Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub, that's 10 years now, is that the national funds are actually driving change. So you also have sub-regional funds driving change as well. And within that, you're able to ensure that you have direct access, but also determine where your flows are going to and how and why and who the players are. And this is whereby you ensure that you have everyone at the table meaningfully represented, including those community leaders. So the flow that we actually have a good country example whereby the communities themselves elect their representatives, be it at the chiefdom level, that then go up the way up to the county, national level, and then they go to represent in the international level, and they then come back. So we have an accountability system, so up, ways, and side down. But I just want to also emphasize what I'd mentioned earlier, the technical, the ministerial, and then the heads of government process. So the Africa Group of Negotiators, and then going on to AMCEN, the ministers on environment, and then the heads of state responsible for climate. Now, what is the instrument they work with? It's called the African Common Position on Climate Change. If I was to ask by a show of hands, how many people have ever seen the African Common Position on Climate Change in this room? How many of us have heard about it? How many of us have read it? So we push for this to be cascaded across board, whereby when you talked about the community, civil society, they are actually watchdogs and agents of change as well. And it's important for us to recognize that role, which we do, and get them as part of that process. Now, they engage with the national climate change focal point, who's usually lead negotiator at that high level, and their voice is able to be represented at that scale. And we ensure that they go back to report to them on what was achieved. Now, there are also different ways to engage them in the projects being designed, and this is what I was coming to say. Regional funds, and I'll start with the Africa Climate Change Fund that we'd worked on at the AFDB with partners. Now, this particular fund was to push to ensure that you're actually ready to access the international funds in themselves, because there's something called climate finance readiness in itself. Before you can access those funds, there's the upfront costs that most of our member countries were not able to access, including those communities as well. So that is a practical and tangible resource and element that we've put in place. And then you've heard from Abimbola about the Rwanda Fund. There's several others on the continent, but we're also engaging, to make sure the perception of risk, and I think this is something I just want to land on. We have to redefine what risk means across board, because I don't think, especially now within this landscape, that working in Africa is riskier than any other part in the world. And this is one of the elements in which we do work with the MDBs, private sector, to de-risk investments, aggregate skill, make sure those economies of scale are attractive, basically getting bankable projects attractive to the investments as well, and making sure it responds to those in need, the vulnerable ones in communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll move to Vanessa. Vanessa, please, let's keep it the time. We are behind time, so let's keep it very brief. What is the role of activism? I know you are an activist. You advocate a lot of climate justice, and you talk a lot about inequalities, injustices. What is the role of activism in actually sort of putting pressure on the system? Do you think it's effective, and how is it going? And do you think that conversation is something we can have beyond this, and where activism play a huge role in the mobilization of climate finance?
Yeah, thank you so much. I personally think that we wouldn't be here without activism. We wouldn't be here without social movements. If you think about the civil rights movement, many of us in this space are able to speak because of people that came together in the civil rights movement. If you're to think about the women's rights movements, I wouldn't be speaking on this panel, I probably wouldn't be in school if certain women didn't come together to say that women deserve a right to school, to their own careers. I probably wouldn't even have a bank account. I promise you, many of the women here, you would not have access to a bank account if it wasn't for women activists. And I think it's the same with climate. Without activism, we cannot be able to see justice. Even the independence movements that we saw across Africa, it is people that came together and built powerful public narratives that talked about protection, that talked about access, and all these led to the independence that we've seen in our countries. So for me, I think activism is a powerful, it is necessary for our societies, because without activism, we wouldn't be able to access freedom, we wouldn't be able to access choice, we wouldn't be able to access justice. And I know that many people, when they hear that you are an activist, they automatically think that you're everything wrong. They automatically think you're the people that are blocking our roads, you're the people that are doing this. But let me tell you, if certain people didn't block roads, if certain women didn't speak up in a certain generation, we wouldn't be here in this place. We wouldn't be studying. I think I would probably have, thank you so much. I think I would probably be in my home village right now, probably with about 5 children, I think, without my choice, because society would have made me to believe that that is what I am expected to do as a woman. So we really shouldn't criminalize activists, because many of them across the world are being arrested. Thousands of indigenous environmental defenders are murdered because they give a damn about the environment. And it goes back to what Dr. Charles was saying. We really can't move forward without indigenous wisdom. Indigenous people preserved our ecosystems before the global north world started to think about sustainability. Some people think being a climate activist is a cool thing. Some people think caring about sustainability is a cool thing. But this was embedded in our systems for hundreds and thousands of years. And it's because of that that we stand here. I stand here because of women like Professor Wangari Maathai. I am a person who believes that every new birth is as a result of an old womb. If I am to stand strongly as an activist, it is because of a certain woman, it is because of a certain man, it is because of a certain someone that dreamed for me. So I may not see the justice in climate that I may seek right now, but probably 100 years from now, someone will say the environment is in a much better place because people like Vanessa dreamt for people like us.
Thank you so much. That was indeed powerful. Doc, please keep it to 30 seconds. We need to take some questions. So Doc, quick question. Vanessa mentioned it again, thinking about indigenous knowledge, indigenous wisdom in the making of climate change policies. My research is focused on that, and so you could see that most often than not, these policies are designed by experts and implemented in communities, and they had no say. And more often than not, they fail, and sometimes they lead to resistance. So, Doc, looking forward, what should be the next steps in terms of climate finance, and not just climate finance, in terms of how policies and projects are designed and implemented? I need your final take on that, but please keep it short. We need to take some questions.
How policies are designed?
Yes, in terms of the way forward on how climate policies and projects should be designed to include indigenous knowledge. I know you write a lot on decolonizing resilience. So link it to the issues of decolonization and how the way forward for Africa.
But Clement, I have a difficulty with the word inclusion.
Okay.
We have been included in so many things, but how did you go? I would rather say we need to begin to center the voices of Africans
in policy making. We are in there. We are taking part. We are intimately involved in the process. By including us or giving us recognition, for me, doesn't do anything. Again, I think that we also begin to, shift the discourse from charity to that of co-creation, co-production. Africans, we produce knowledge. We are not just passive recipients of knowledge. They are not doing us any favor. They created the mess in the first place. So we need collaboration, partnership, and involving us intimately in policy making, rather than giving us, recognition or including us. Because I'm saying that we should be brief, so I'll stop here, or I can continue.
No, please, you may end here. There will be some time afterwards. If any of the audience wants to interact with you, they can. So following up, I think I should end it here for some questions. So I can take, how many questions? Okay, I'll take 3 questions for now. I'm going to balance the agenda. First, I'll go with Kelly. Kelly, if you can have the mic. Kelly Ann. But please introduce yourself first.
Okay, sure. Hi, I'm Kellyanne. I used to do the MPhil in Development Studies here, now working at IOM. I am going to give Dr. Amma Ayekman the opportunity to continue on the question that Clement asked. So I really was touched by your comments on resilience and how we have to move from a Eurocentric approach or lens to a more Afrocentric one that looks at relationships and the relation to the environment. IOM works with internally displaced people. Their team sits next to me in my office. And increasingly, we see internally displaced persons by virtue of climate shocks. My question to you is, how can multilateral organizations such as IOM effectively support resilience and reframe from the Eurocentric lens with view to internally displaced people? Thank you.
Okay, one more question. I'm going to take David right here, and then I'll go to the back. So, David, yeah. Okay.
Hi, good morning. My name is David, and I am from Ghana. I'm just going to keep this very brief. So my question borders on climate finance, and I want to find out that considering the continent, Africa's vulnerability to climate change, and the huge debt that we have, how exactly can debt swaps or debt forgiveness be integrated into the climate financing structure so that we can reinvest these monies into green financing? Thank you.
Thank you. Preferably a woman. So, Luhano, the one behind you. Yes.
Hello and thanks. I'm Tamilore. I'm a researcher at the Martin School. I'm typically very bored by climate panels, so I want to give props to this panel because I've really been able to follow everything that's been said. So thank you for sharing your wisdom and insights. My question is on the stats that Dr. Abimbola shared about, I think 50% of climate inflows go to just 10 countries in Africa, and then the 10 most vulnerable countries just get 10% of that. How do you assess vulnerability in terms of how do you know which countries, or how do you rank or assess which countries are most vulnerable? And the second part of that question is how to then get those vulnerable countries to be able to have, is it better bargaining power at the table when they need to get more climate inflows or to prove their vulnerability if that's the case? And then the second question is that I think we all hear.
Sorry, can you keep it to one question?
Just one question, okay.
I would give the opportunity to one more woman. One more woman, so that.
And I think a non-Oxford person.
A non-Oxford person. Anyone out of Oxford who is a woman?
A woman.
We have.
No balance.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Stella. I'm from Ghana. Now, the question is Africa creating these challenges with climate so that we take finance? Because I see when you come back home in Ghana, now we have our water bodies all destroyed, we have our forests getting destroyed, and we are seeking finance. Are we creating them? together finance? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I don't know in what order you want to answer the questions, but the first one I think was directed directly to Dr. Charles on indigenous knowledge. Can you?
No, he asked about how can
IOM learn
Yes.
to do the Eurocentric way of...
Eurocentric way of...
Okay, so then they can do so by teaming up with African scholars or universities and activists and academic think tanks and policy centers to strengthen the capacity of these internally displaced people by giving them regular workshops and talking to them. Yeah.
Thank you. So they would follow.
Yeah. Just to quickly try to also answer that question, contribute to that. I think by starting to learn from what they're already doing, because very often people those who are dealing with issues are not waiting for someone to come and help them. They are already doing something to help themselves. So how about we learn what they're doing to help themselves and maybe base whatever we do on that? And this also extends actually to resilience in general. People who are facing drought are not waiting for policymakers to come and help them. They're already doing something. What can we learn from that? And then how can we maybe make that, I don't know, travel to other places, because some other places have the same issues. How can they, those models travel? How can they become part of policies if possible? So starting from actually learning what people are doing would be a great idea. To the question on the vulnerable countries, I didn't do the ranking. If I were to do the ranking, it probably would look differently, but I didn't do it. However, that's the current landscape. It's the countries with, there's a list of vulnerable countries, and we have the V20, which is part of the UNFCCC process. So there is a list of vulnerable countries with the definitions that explain vulnerability. How can they access more financing? By working together. Would be one of the ways to do it, but by working within the system would be a way to do it, and by looking for other ways and avenues of raising financing that extend beyond the current system, which we all know isn't working. We don't have much time.
Thank you. So I think for David, just to say yes to your point, in terms of the need for innovative financing, blended financing to scale this up. So we already have experiences, and we've demonstrated and shown debt for climate swaps do work. We have examples within the African continent, especially in Seychelles. Even in addition to debt for climate swaps, it's even broader, debt for nature swaps. And we have a debt management unit. We're working to push this out across member countries within Africa and elsewhere. But I also want to just push that envelope to even talk about the special drawing rights within the IMF and that allocation that is unused by developed countries, and to make a case. And this case is being made by African leaders as well, to say this should be redirected to African countries to push climate action. I think Tamilore, if I was going to add to that, to say the point about vulnerability, these assessments, there's several that have been done. There's the climate risk vulnerability assessments. There's evidence to show our countries are the most vulnerable. Like I explained, even within the negotiations themselves and the work that we've done across the AGN, AMSA and AU, we're able to demonstrate and show that Africa should have special recognized needs. There's a specific term, and that has been recognized at the level of the UNFCCC, so United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and therefore whereby you have SEEDs, Small Island Developing States, the LDCs, you then have Africa recognized. That's the only continent recognized. So we have proven beyond reasonable doubt, and this is where we're pushing to say for accountability, those commitments need to be made and those finances need to flow for action.
And I don't know whether the question from my sister from Ghana was aimed at, was it for me or for all of us?
Yeah.
You can take it. So can I?
You can take it.
Okay, so I get your point. I am sure you are referring to the illegal mining in Ghana.
Yes, like the Galamsey.
Popularly known as Galamsey. Is it Galamsey?
For example.
And at Galamsey, we are doing Galamsey illegal mining deliberately so that we can get finance from elsewhere. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, can we get a microphone though?
No, I just want clarity, so just cool down.
Briefly, please.
So looking at all the challenges that we are facing in terms of climate, are Africans the one causing these challenge with the climate so that we get finance, external support? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Okay. In as much as we are partly, part of the problem, it cannot be compared to the unprecedented ecological destruction that has been caused by the capitalist extractivist logic. It cannot be compared. In fact, it pays into insignificant. Completely, it cannot be compared. We are contributing minimally to that. Those who are to be blamed are the capitalist extractivists of the West. So I agree with you to a very large extent that we are also contributing to that. However, I do not think that what we are contributing is enough. The blame must be placed at the right door. That is from the capitalist extractivist.
Okay. Vanessa, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, my answer was simply no. We are not creating our own problems to get finance, because these are problems that are as a result of historical activities. And to give context, like I said before, Africa is responsible for less than 4% of global emissions. Those are 54 countries. The United States alone is responsible for about 25%. One country. So if you look at Europe as well, if you look at China's emissions, current emissions right now, so you really see that we are not creating problems to get climate finance. If that was the way to access it, we would be seeing that. Small coastal communities are not responsible for the industrial impacts of overfishing. There is a recent documentary that was made by Sir David Attenborough on oceans and the impacts on oceans, and he explored how some of the coastal communities in Africa are being impacted by industrial fishing. So you have communities that have for hundreds of years been able to manage their fishing, experiences. They know how much to get for their families, but now they cannot access their source of food or income because corporations are coming to take what belonged to the small coastal communities. So it's really important to know that the problem here is industries, big corporations. Trust me, you did not put an oil spill in any lake. You probably will never do that. None of us will ever do that. We are not responsible for oil spills. But who gets impacted by that? It is local communities.
Sorry, one last sentence. I know. I just want to say, actually, I think of those things, deforestation in those contexts, as maladjustment to the effects of climate change, to not having the resources to actually deal with it properly. It's people just trying to adapt. So it's not, the answer to your question is no.
Okay, thank you so much. Because of time, we can't take any more questions. But like I said, our panelists will be around. If you have any questions, you can engage them later. Thank you.
Thank you, Clement. And let's once again appreciate Clement and the team for anchoring conversations around climate. And that brings us to the end of our first session of our day 2 of the conference. Luhano, what can we look forward to?
I think up next we have lunch. So we'll go out for lunch, and we should be back here by 1:35 because time was unfortunately not on our side. And people who were on the panelists, I am kindly begging that you do answer the questions that the audience has when they catch you out there having lunch. So please do ask the remainder of your questions to our panelists as they grab lunch. Lunch is in seminar room, and see you back here at 1:35.
And as you grab lunch in seminar room 3, delegates do take note that you can engage with the exhibitor. We have an exhibitor in seminar room 3. As you grab lunch, as you network, as we connect, do engage with our exhibitors. Thank you very much. See you at 1:35. point of information for those of you who are wondering what's coming up in the program, just in case you haven't looked at your conference package, we have workshops. We're going to focus on media, arts, and culture, and that's going to happen in Lecture Theatre 1, which is to my left. Lecture Theatre 1, right behind the screen, will be focused on media, arts, and culture. This is after the keynote address and the fireside chat. For those who are interested in the space of health and well-being, we'll be looking at matters to do with how to harness our community power and have systems that build resilience in our continent. We will have that workshop taking place in the main forum. I also mentioned that we will have a workshop or a panel on youth and activism. Is our activism about disruption, or is it about reform? Is it about transformation? That will happen right here in the main forum. All right, delegates, thank you once again for joining us for this second half. We would be so delighted if we would have those who are standing, please be seated. Please be seated. Well, delegates, welcome back once again to our second half. I see a number of us still standing. Please be seated. Kindly requesting that we're seated. If you can hear us, clap once. If you can hear us, clap twice. If you can hear us, clap thrice. All right, together, one loud collective. Let's resound with our theme, Changing Narratives. 1, 2, 3, go. Changing narratives, vision, action, and transformation of Africa. We didn't do that as if we had lunch, so we're going to give that the African energy. Come on, guys. 1, 2, 3, go. Changing narratives.
Changing narratives, vision, action, and transformation of Africa.
We are approaching expectation. Now, we need to give this African energy one more time. Changing narratives to go.
Changing narratives, vision, action, and transformation of Africa.
Great, great, great.
Yeah. And I think before we get started with our next key address, we just want to shout out our major sponsors. We're so grateful for the amazing institutions that have made this conference possible this year. As you can see within our banners, we have them. We have Rhodes Trust. We have the Oxford Africa Initiative, AFOX. We have Inspire. We have Kenyan Airways. So we're so grateful for our sponsors for making this event possible. So a round of applause for our sponsors, please.
What else can we look forward to later in this conference? Delegates, we're delighted to announce that we'll have an address from the Vice Chancellor of the University of Oxford. That's one of our highlights in this conference. And so we'll be receiving that towards the tail end. And another point of information is that after the conference, we're actually moving from vision to action. And our action is going to be around matters to do with food, fashion, and great fun. We're having the Afro Ball.
The Afro Ball. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to now just like have a dance, watch the fashion show. I've heard some good reviews that it's going to be amazing. And we also have Britain's Got Talent performing at the Afro Ball. So it's going to be full of music, full of dance, fashion. You know the African way. It's going to be an amazing ball. So yeah, we're hoping to see everyone there.
And do take note that the venue is Said Business School. The Afro Ball is not taking place here at the Blavatnik. The Afro Ball will actually take place at the Said Business School.
All good.
How good?
Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, may we have some silence in the room. Let us minimize the chatters. We're about to get started.
Hello. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. 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 Hey. Oh, hello. Good to see you. I've heard so much of
Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to announce that our keynote speaker is here with us. Would we appreciate, and we'll be formally introducing her in a short while, but we do want to recognize that we've had an amazing first half on this second day. And so now we transition officially to our second half. And we will be introducing our facilitator or the person who will anchor that conversation. She's no stranger to us. She's the core convener of this conference. She is a fellow Kenyan who has Africa at heart, and she is a scholar in the diplomatic studies space. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in putting your hands together for Julia Ojambo.
Thank you very much, George and Luhano, for your exceptional emceeing skills. I hope the audience is with us, back to attention. We are here to begin the second half of our session for this afternoon. And we are very excited because we have a keynote speaker in our midst. We have the Excellency of the Commonwealth Secretariat, Her Excellency Charlie Botchway. But before I invite her on stage, I'd like to give a brief bio and a brief introduction of Her Excellency. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and the highest esteem that I take this opportunity to welcome our next keynote speaker on stage. This is a lady of great honor. Her Excellency Charlie has had a vast, impactful, and a broad range of experiences in her career. Her Excellency has served as a Member of Parliament in one of Ghana's most populous constituencies for 16 years, from the year 2005 to 2021. She has served at the ECOWAS Parliament, where she was central in championing reforms in issues of democracy, amongst others. She has served her country, Ghana, in ministerial positions, notably the Minister of Foreign Affairs, where in this role she was the champion in setting up Ghana's Foreign Service Institute. She has represented Ghana and Africa at an international level, where she has contributed to the work of the UN Security Council. In her new role, she has broken ceilings and she has made history. She is the first African woman to hold the position of Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Yes, please clap. Yes. We salute you, Your Excellency. Her Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency assumed this role on the 1st of April 2025. In this role, Madam SG will lead the work of 56 independent and equal countries that form the Commonwealth. In her role as SG, she will work for the good of the Commonwealth, which is home to 2.7 billion people. While in her work, she will interact with African states that form the Commonwealth, from Ghana to Togo to the Kingdom of Lesotho. She will also work towards the common good of other citizens in the Commonwealth in Asia, the Americas, and the Pacific. In her work as SG, she oversees the adherence of principles contained in the Commonwealth Charter, such as human rights, tolerance, respect and understanding, gender equality, the importance of young people in the Commonwealth, to the recognition of the needs of small states. Her Excellency Charlie is a bold and brazen woman. She is fierce, from what I have seen. She leads with confidence. She is walking uncharted waters by being the first African woman of the Commonwealth Secretariat. She is a ceiling breaker. She is a history maker. She is a daughter of Ghana, a citizen of Africa. She is offering her service to the world while grounded within the Commonwealth of Nations. She is here at the University of Oxford for such a time as this. We are truly honored to have you in our midst here today, Madam SG, and I welcome you on stage to give your keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, friends, colleagues, and above all, fellow Africans. It's an honor to stand before you this afternoon at one of the world's most distinguished institutions of learning to reflect with you on a subject of deep urgency and enormous possibility, the future of Africa, and the stories we tell and live about our continent. This is no ordinary moment. We meet at a time when the world is unsettled, marked by shifting powers, economic realignments, climate disruption, and a crisis of norms and rules, as well as trust in institutions. But for Africa, this is also a moment of extraordinary momentum. We are the world's youngest continent. By 2050, 1 in 4 people on this planet will be African. By then, that is by 2050, our combined GDP could exceed $16 trillion. Already, 6 of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world are African. We are shaping new technologies, cultural movements, financial systems, and trade routes. And we are rewriting the global narrative, not just changing how others see us, but how we see ourselves. Today, I want to speak not only as the Commonwealth Secretary General, but as an African woman, a daughter of Ghana, and the first African woman to hold this office in the history of the Commonwealth. That story means something, but what we do with it will mean even more. So let me begin
with this conviction. Africa is not on the periphery of global affairs. Africa is central. And the Commonwealth, a family of 56 nations, of which 21 are African, has a vital role to play in amplifying Africa's voice, partnering with Africa's institutions, and investing in Africa's future. Too often, Africa has been spoken about in the language of deficit, of what we lack, of what needs fixing. But Africa, I posit, is not broken. We are unfinished. And like all unfinished works, we are dynamic, we are changing, contested, and full of possibility. Changing the narrative means asserting our agency in trade, in diplomacy, in multilateral reforms, in climate action, in peace building, in knowledge production. It means affirming that Africa is not waiting to be rescued, but positioning itself to lead. Indeed, in some areas, such as fintech, Africa is leading the world. At the Commonwealth, we are committed to working in partnership with Africa, not just as benefactors, but as collaborators, to build a platform that reinforces African solutions to African priorities. The Commonwealth is not just a club of the past. It is a network of the future. It has a lot of potential, and it's for you and I to work towards realizing that potential. Nearly 40% of Commonwealth members are African. From the Lusaka Declaration of 1979 to the CHOGM in Kigali in 2022, Africa has shaped the Commonwealth's voice on democracy, development, and human dignity. And now, with a renewed strategic plan, which is grounded in resilience building, we are deepening that partnership across 4 key areas. The first area is democracy and governance. Commonwealth has always stood for democracy, and Africa has been a testing ground for its resilience. From Sierra Leone to the Gambia, from Nigeria to my own Ghana, we've supported peaceful transitions, upheld constitutional governance, and mediated crises. But let us be clear-eyed. In too many countries, we are seeing reversals, military takeovers, constitutional manipulation, democratic backsliding. So the Commonwealth will redouble its support for democratic institutions, for civic space, and electoral integrity across Africa. We will strengthen our election observation missions. We will expand our technical assistance on parliamentary and judicial reform to reverse the decline in support for democracy. And we will center young people and women in our government's support because they are not just the future of democracy, they are its present. The second area of focus is trade finance and economic resilience. If we are serious about transformation, we must be serious about economic justice. Today, trade among Commonwealth countries is 21% cheaper. That is our Commonwealth advantage. But it must become a Commonwealth opportunity, especially for African businesses. We are working to support Africa's integration into global value chains, make debt treatment an instrument for growth and resilience, and open new pathways for investment. At the Commonwealth Business and Investment Summit in Namibia next month, we will bring together ministers, CEOs, SMEs, and development banks to build concrete projects from digital trade to agriculture, from climate finance to manufacturing. We want African economies not only to export raw materials, but to lead in innovation, in value addition, and green growth. We also support calls for the reform of global financial institutions to reflect a realistic understanding of the vulnerabilities and fragilities of our time, not the legacies of empire. Africa should not be punished for borrowing to build, especially when global crises have driven up costs. The third priority area is climate, oceans, and environmental sustainability. Africa is the least responsible for climate change, but among the most affected. From the Horn of Africa to the Sahel, climate shocks are intensifying poverty, driving conflict, and deepening food insecurity. In the face of these existential threats, the Commonwealth is committed to climate justice, adaptation financing, and ocean governance. Through partnerships like the Commonwealth Blue Charter and the Apia Ocean Declaration. But we must move beyond declarations to delivery, to action. That's why we're investing in climate-smart agriculture, youth-led green entrepreneurship, and access to climate finance, particularly for vulnerable and small island states. Africa can be a global leader in the green transition, not just a victim of its delay. The fourth priority area is youth, innovation, and inclusion. Africa's greatest natural resource is not under our soil. It is in our classrooms, our streets. It is here. It is in social movements. Over 60% of Africans are under 25. That is not just a challenge, it is a superpower. And we have seen young Africans lead in innovation and startups, from science and technology to finance, and from fashion, culture, the arts to cuisine and services. There's no aspect of life on the continent that has not been touched by our young people. But more needs to be done to take advantage of Africa's youth bulge. The advances in ICT, automation, and AI, and the innovations of social media for distance learning, and for producing the tech workers and entrepreneurs of this century, this requires historically unprecedented investments in education, in skills, in digital access, in platforms for voice, leadership, and new ways of doing things. The Commonwealth will modernize its youth development programs to ensure they are transformative by design and by impact. We will champion gender equality, fight discrimination, and work to center minority voices in every program that we run, because no narrative is complete without inclusion. As Secretary General, I will continue to forge closer links between the Commonwealth, the African Union, Africa's regional economic communities, and above all, Africa's remarkable financial institutions. Our institutions must not compete, they must collaborate. Together we can align our frameworks, share knowledge, and build a coherent African voice on the global stage, from COP to the WTO, from the UN Security Council to the G20. We must also ensure that solidarity does not mean silence. We must be honest with ourselves when our values are threatened and courageous enough to defend them. Whether in defense of press freedom, the rights of women and girls, or the dignity of displaced people, the Commonwealth must not look away. We must not, because there's a direct correlation between our shared values and our ability to share in prosperity. Let me close on a personal note. As the second African and the first African woman to lead this organization, I feel a profound sense of duty. Ghana, the country of my birth, was the first African nation to join the Commonwealth after independence. I grew up believing that the purpose of public service is to lift others up, to open doors, and to hold space for change. That's the purpose that I bring to this role. I do not carry the Commonwealth's legacy alone. I carry it with millions across our family of nations, especially the women, the young people, and communities whose stories have too often gone untold. Together, we will tell new stories. Stories of excellence, not exception. Of resilience, not rapture. Of vision, action, and transformation, led by Africans, for Africans, with the world as our partner and our witness. So friends, the time for modest ambition is over. This is our moment. We have to lead, we have to build, and we have to transform. Let us seize the moment. Let us change the narrative, and with it, let us change the future. Thank you so much.
Delegates, we can do better than that. For the Secretary General, Commonwealth, we are so honored, so delighted. And now we transition to a fireside chat that will be moderated by Julie Ojambo. Let's give her a warm applause as she comes.
All right. Hello, I hope you can hear me. George, okay. All right, Madam SG, thank you very much for your speech. That was amazing, bold and brazen, like I said, and indeed you gave a bold and a brazen speech. Thank you. So I'd like to start with the first question, which you touched upon in your speech. You would like to hear the narrative of Africa being transformed. What's one African narrative that you would like to see transformed as the Secretary General of the Commonwealth? Thank you.
So for me, what is important is that Africa is seen in a positive light. And this can only be done through the people of Africa. In the way we prepare, especially the youth, for the future, how they take center stage, even now, in terms of business, in terms of governance, in terms of ensuring that they are part of the narrative now. Yes, we're doing what we can. Ours is a different generation, but we need to prepare the youth in ensuring that they take their place. And the negative narrative of young people hailing coup makers, of young people going through the perilous journeys of the Sahara, going on these dinghy boats across the Mediterranean in search of greener pastures, is something that should be a thing of the past. Africans should build, our young Africans should build, we should give them the space to build Africa and stay in Africa and make Africa great. I'm not going to say make it great again.
Thank you for that response, Madam SG. So I'll ask you 2 more short questions. 2 more. I know George might not be happy because we might extend, but I think these are important conversations to have. So on a lighter note, we'd want to know, you've been in office for about 7 weeks now. What have been your highlights as the incoming SG of the Commonwealth Secretariat?
So first of all, the highlights. For me, it probably could be seen as a challenge. For me, it's a highlight, and that is transforming an organization like the Commonwealth to be able to be responsive to the member states in these difficult geopolitical times in which we find ourselves. We find ourselves in very difficult times in terms of the economies of our countries. After COVID, countries are going through a lot of difficulties, economic uncertainties and difficulties. Countries within the Commonwealth, many of whom are SIDS and small states, and even all the countries, I must say, have a lot of climate change issues that need to be dealt with, that are having a reflection on everyday life of all our Commonwealth citizens. So for me, this is an opportunity, an opportune time to be able to make a difference of preparing the Commonwealth countries in these difficult times to take advantage of these times, because the Commonwealth will work with them, will prepare them through capacity building, through sharing of experiences, and best practices, learning from each other. I think it's extremely important.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that response.
So it's a challenge, but for me, it's a highlight, because I'm ready to bite into that, so to speak, environment and make it a better one, turn it around.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam SG. And I'll ask the third question. The third question is premised on the fact that you're the first African woman. What does this role mean for you as an African woman, number one? What does this role mean for Africa? We want to know, what does having an African woman at the helm of the organization mean for us? How can it impact Africa? How is your role and the role of the Commonwealth relevant to the citizens of Africa?
I hope my being in the position of Secretary General, and before then, all the roles that I have been in, representing constituents, also as Foreign Minister, I hope that it will motivate some young women to see themselves as also reaching points that probably in times past people didn't think was possible, because it is possible. It is possible. And as an African and a female, I hope that I will use my time also to empower African women and empower Africans. And so it starts with what we're doing here today. I hope that some of you will see me and think, well, we can do it. There are partnerships that we can enter into. We've talked about some when I was in the waiting room, and I'm hoping that it's something that will help Africa. But of course, I'm sure you're aware that I'm not Secretary General for Africa only. There are 5 regions, and my tenure of the 4 years must see some positive changes. First of all, in making the Commonwealth Secretariat itself fit for purpose, but also once we're fit for purpose and we're able to deliver on our mandates, on our plan that we have, we'll be able to impact positively all the 5 regions of the Commonwealth. So that's how I see it happening. So it's not just about being an African woman, but yes.
Let's touch everybody's lives.
Okay. So I'll ask the last question and then I'll open it up to the audience. You spoke about the importance of not leaving Africa at the periphery. Africa must be central in all conversations. So I would want to understand, though we put Africa in centrality, we also work in synergy with other institutions and organizations. And you spoke about the good work that the Commonwealth is doing to have respectful conversations on Africa, especially around the African Union theme for 2025, which is justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. So we'd want to understand, what are these respectful conversations? Can you enlighten us? And how can we be involved in these conversations?
Well, the conversations have already started. It started in Apia in Samoa, when the heads of government met and gave the Commonwealth Secretariat the marching orders that engage in respectful conversations, because they had a discussion around reparations themselves. Fortunately, the African Union adopted reparations for this year. Well, it will end in July. Also, at the UN level, they've adopted reparations for a decade. So all these conversations are going on. Even within the Secretariat, we're reaching out to the different stakeholders. And I believe with the African Union, with CARICOM, we will move ahead in terms of finding a common ground. So because it hasn't advanced too much, maybe I cannot go into details, because apart from everything else, it's a very sensitive topic. But I think that the time has come to have conversations around that topic and make some progress.
Thanks for that response. Final quick question, then we'll open it up to the audience. So many of us in this room look up to you. We're inspired by you as young people, as African people, as global citizens of the world. But we'd want to know, who inspires you, Madam SG? Who is one leader you look up to?
There are several, so it's difficult for me to choose one. But I'm inspired by Nelson Mandela. I'm inspired by Kofi Annan. I'm inspired by my first boss, President Kufuor. And I'm inspired by my most recent boss, President Akufo-Addo. There's something about all these men, the men of steel, perseverance. They're not loud, but they get things done. And for me, this is very, very important in achieving any endeavor that you put your mind to. But I'm inspired also by my mother, my parents, because for them, regardless of the fact that I was female, they said there's nothing that you can't conquer if you put your mind to it. So there's so many, and I'm inspired by seeing all of you here, young people who are interested in tomorrow's Africa. And for me, this is very important. So take bits and pieces from everywhere, and it shapes all of us.
Thank you. Thanks for that response. I wish we had more time, but I'll open it up to the audience for questions. Let's have the gentleman at the back.
Hello, my name is David Kwe from Ghana. I enjoyed your presentation very much, and of course, I love your kente as well, representing. But just a quick one, SG. I want to find out from you on this platform, what do you want to be remembered for when you end your tenure as SG? What's the key priority goal for you? Thank you.
We can have maybe one female voice, and then we'll open it up after this too.
So wait and...
Do you want to wait, or you want to take more? Should we take more? Maybe 2 questions? Okay, let's take 2. There's a female.
Madam Secretary General, my question's a follow-on from the previous question, which is, what are you looking forward to most in this role? And can I just say how fabulous you are looking today?
Okay, we'll let you answer, then we'll open up again.
I believe the 2 questions are very much related, but I've taken up this role, like I said, at a very difficult time for the world. Many of our countries are in economic distress, climate change issues, tariffs being slapped on countries. It's a lot of rapid technological advancements, and countries need to catch up. And so this is not a good time. So by the end of my tenure, I want to be able to build the resilience, economic resilience of the member countries. And for me, I've always said that, and following the cue of the former president of Ghana, aid has never built or developed any country. Trade and investment. And so I want to be able to advance trade and investment within the Commonwealth. That's 1. 2, make Commonwealth countries climate resilient. We have many countries within the Commonwealth. Some call themselves, they're just dots on the world map. Small countries, small island developing states, small states, developing countries. Who will listen to these countries on the big world platforms of the WTO, of the UN, and so on and so forth? The Commonwealth must advocate for these countries, and I intend to be the lead advocate where these countries are concerned, to bring their issues to the table so that the world will listen to them. Because when it comes to climate change, they have not caused climate change in any shape or form, and yet they are being bombarded with all kinds of issues where climate change is concerned, including making sure that these countries are able to access climate finance to build their countries and for a future for young people. There are other issues of the youth, which I believe cut across economic resilience and climate resilience, because we need, and women, of course, we need to be very deliberate in our programs and our projects that they will benefit young people in their education, in skills, in innovation. And one of my areas that I love is to prepare young people for entrepreneurship, because our public sectors are so small, it cannot contain everybody. But if we encourage entrepreneurship and make sure that we are able to access finance for them to start businesses, it will go a long way to build not just our countries, but also for an impact on the world stage. Already, young people are doing some great things. I believe that we should be able to encourage them, and women-led businesses, small, medium enterprises. So this is what I really would like to see. From irrelevance, because people say, but what's the relevance of the Commonwealth? So a lot of doubt about what we can do we need to take steps, and that's what I intend to do through my strategic plan, which looks at all these areas to make sure that the Commonwealth gains relevance again.
Thank you for those responses. We'll have 2 more questions. There's a gentleman there, and I'll have a female voice, and I think that will be it. I don't see any female hands.
There's one.
Okay, so go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. My name is Joe Representative. I'm also sitting here, also from Ghana, so I appreciate the candidate. My question is in regard to how you are aiming to deal with the climate crisis as the Secretary General, particularly in regard to centering African voices more in the discussion, because as of course you are the first African woman to hold the position, there is the expectation that this will lead to a further centering of African voices in the issue. But you are also representative of, as I said, 5 regions, 5 continents. So how are you expecting to balance your responsibilities, but also, you know, finally fulfill the role of providing African voices in the conversation? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I heard you talk about the youth, and then you spoke about climate as well. Now, I want to know your thoughts on the Commonwealth's potential role in supporting Africa's digital transformation and technological advancement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's one continent that I have a lot of hope and expectation in terms of digital transformation and technological advancement, it is Africa. Already, I believe we have 80% in terms of penetration in mobile phone, in technology, and in digital technology. There's a lot that's going on in our continent, and I believe we will lead one way or the other in these areas. And there's a lot to learn from Africa. And one of the things I believe Commonwealth stands for is sharing of best practices and experiences. Because we're 56 countries of different, diverse makeup in terms of populations, in terms of economic development and all of that. And so there's no need to reinvent the wheel. Africa has made a lot of advancements in technology, and in Ghana, there's so much that is happening, and we should be able to share our experiences. So the Commonwealth will create that platform. It's already one of the things that we do and do quite well, but even more so, creating a platform to share experiences. If you take artificial intelligence, for instance, India, Singapore, these are countries and other countries that have made a lot of advancements in those areas, and they are very much willing to share with us. And which is why we are looking at opening or setting up a center of excellence in artificial intelligence. And so these are ways in which the Commonwealth will help countries that belong to us to also leapfrog rather than reinventing the wheel, so to speak. And Africa, I believe, is doing well. We need to look at what we need to do to even make mobile telephony penetration even better than what it is. What was the other one? Yes, in African Voices in the Climate in climate change, climate justice. I think it's extremely important. We see the ravages of climate change all around us, not too far from us, within Central and West Africa. We see how the Lake Chad has dried up by 90%. What is left is only about 10%. What does it mean? It means that those who depended on the lake have all had to leave in search, including the nomads. And so for us, the floods, the rising sea levels, and et cetera, these are all reminders, the droughts, these are all reminders that we are in an era of climate change where our countries are being devastated and we need to act. And therefore, the African voices are very much needed. But when you move to small island developing states and small states, you will be shocked by what is happening there. Some of these countries are bordered by just the ocean. Some of the countries will not exist in the next 10 or so years. You have hurricanes in the Caribbean destroying communities, displacing communities. So it's not just Africa, but we all must be advocates. We must speak. And we must be interested in the promises that are made by the industrialized countries, whether it's through a loss and damage fund in making sure that we adapt. All these things are very important. All these mitigation and adaptation are very important to all of us and to young people. And these days, I see that our young people are very much interested in climate issues because they realize how important it is. And the fact that if they don't now take action, it's going to be very difficult, which is why the Commonwealth is looking at preparing young people to take advantage of green jobs. And we need to encourage young people to look at, as you think about entrepreneurship and how you set up your businesses, let's look at businesses that are in the green, that are green jobs that will impact positively the environment. There's a lot of business and new opportunities in renewables. And it's one area that, for me, is important that we look at, how we move from the fossils to renewable energy and what businesses it creates for us, how we look at businesses using digital capabilities to impact positively the environment. And then, of course, also make sure that we advance and move with the times in which we are, because doing things like we used to is not going to be easy for anybody. And with AI, it has we talk about the negative side of AI, but there's so many positive sides of AI that I think that we should all adopt. And the earlier we do it, we don't want to be left behind. The better for all of us. And conversations I've had today point me to the fact that there's a lot that young people are interested in and are pursuing. So it's a good place to be because the intention is there. We need now to empower and to help young people to move in that direction in Africa and the rest of the Commonwealth.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. It's been a short moment, but we've learned from you. We need to leave the stage, and just as we go, the keynotes we're taking away from you is Africa is not on the periphery. We must position ourselves to lead. We are not the legacies of the empire. We must move from declarations to delivery and action. And we must be led for Africans by Africans. I hope we got that right. We want to say thank you very much for your time. We're very graced and honored to have you here. Thank you very much.
What an incredible, incredible talk. Please, another round of applause. Thank you so much. And we're going to take some few minutes, and I'm going to call onto the stage Chishimba for a launch. So here at Oxford, we have a magazine within the society, and so I'm going to call Chishimba to the stage to do a brief launch before we move on to our next panel. So Chishimba, please, over to you for the launch of AfriSites.
Hello, Oxford, how are you doing? People look like they're sleeping. Why are you sleeping? We've come for the conference, and for people who were here last year when we had the AfriSoc conference, we launched the first edition of the AfriSites magazine. So we're doing it again. This time bigger, this time better. But you know what? I would be wrong if we just jumped into it without acknowledging the Honorable speech. So because of that, she was talking about changing narratives. And this year, our magazine is focusing on exactly that, changing narratives. And as some of you may know, it's now been 20 years since Binyavanga Wainaina wrote an essay, the famous essay, about how to write about Africa. So I'll quickly just read something before I call my incredible panelists over. So how to write about Africa. Always use the word Africa or darkness or safari in your title. Subtitles may include the words Zanzibar, Masai, Zulu, Zambezi, Congo, now, big, sky, shadow, drum, sang, or beyond. Also, use useful words such as gorillas, timeless, primordial, and tribal. Note that people means Africans who are not black, while the people means black Africans. Make sure you show how Africans have music and rhythm deep in their souls and eat things no other humans eat. Do not mention rice and beef and wheat. Monkey brain is on Africans' cuisine of choice, along with goat, snake, worms, and grubs, and all manner of the same game meat. Make sure you show that you are able to eat such foods without flinching, and describe how you learn to enjoy it because you care. So it's been 20 years since this essay was published about how to write about Africa. And 20 years down the line, there's a way we still frame narratives around Africa. So this second edition of the AfriSites magazine, we are challenging how we write about Africa. Allow me to introduce the editors and authors of the magazine, Mwangi, Palesa, and Abigail. If you can join me, we discuss very briefly about the magazine. Give them a round of applause. A bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A bigger round of applause. These are the editors and the contributors to the magazine. Very quickly, before we go into the next session, just tell us where you were when we're coming up with this concept for this second issue of the magazine, and what you want people to take away from the magazine, why you should buy the magazine. Please, I'll start with you, Abigail.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. Is this on? Okay, perfect. So like Chichi was saying, it's 20 years onward from the essay, and I think Mwangi and I were reviewing it, and wanted to pose the question to a new generation of writers, and specifically students across disciplines. So this is the second issue of AfriSites. We launched it only for the first time last year, and this year I think it's expanded to attract a wider variety of writers, and authors and artists kind of across all mediums. So we have visual art that's included, we have poetry, we have critical opinion pieces, we have some research pieces. So So it really spans different genres. And I think that speaks to the intention of the question, how to write about Africa, both in its positionality. We ask them very uniquely, how do you write about Africa? How should we write about Africa? And then more generally, some theoretical questions around who is the we that we are writing for? Because students are coming from across all parts of the continent and in the diaspora as well. So we tackle different subjects that I think Binyavanga speaks to, but also new ones that I think have arisen among a younger generation that speak to the theme, but in a different way. Mwangi, if you'd like to add, and maybe Palesa, as one of our writers, can speak to her piece a little bit to give you an idea of what it is that we are going for.
Yeah, Mwangi, you are also one of the editors of the magazine. What are you hoping that the people who read the magazine, buy the magazine, what do you want them to get out of it?
Thank you, Chichi. So as you can see from the beautiful cover, and like I'll be walking through some of the pages in the magazine, we were really trying to celebrate 20 years, but not to just celebrate and say the narrative has changed. We have realized that there are new tropes about Africa. We have so much conversation about informality in urban areas. We have so much apartheid in terms of climate justice, and I love that we're coming after that conversation on climate financing. So there's so much. So there's so many other new tropes that are come up about how people are writing about Africa. But we also want to recognize that much has changed in terms of the literature world. So in this magazine, you, for example, find an interview with Yvonne Adhiambo Award, who is one of the brilliant Kenyan writer, who was also like a great friend of Binyavanga Wainaina, who in the interview took us through the journey at NIS since she won Ken Prize, which is the biggest prize for short stories for African writers, on what she has observed as changes in the face of African literature. But she also does know that even with all this new publication, we have lots of publication on new novels, there's still some things that we are missing. So we just wanted to sit with that and nuance the conversation, show the highlight, and move forward. Yeah.
All right, Mwangi, beautiful. For those who will get the magazine, there is an incredible article that you should read. I really encourage you to read it. It's called In the South African Political Ecology of Afrophobia. And before we just talk about that briefly, Palesa, I just want to quote what you wrote, and you could reflect on that. You said, Zimbabwe saves as the boogeyman. It often brandished before black faces as the ultimate cautionary tale. A state that dared to want too much independence from Britain's Webiet, this warning rings hollow in a country where one of the world's largest inequality gaps ensures that millions of South Africans already endure the very poverty we seek to portray, the burdens of the rest of Africa. As a South African, you are critically reflecting on the positionality and the role that South Africa plays. Sometimes Afrophobia, probably known as xenophobia in other spaces. Could you quickly give us just a short reflection on that article?
Yes, so my piece title, How to Think About Africa from a South African perspective, is a piece that comes from my positionality as someone that's born in 1990 and grows up in South Africa within that 90s period, where it was the, I call it the myth of the rainbow, right? And South Africa was alive with possibility. I remember images of doves and Madiba dancing and, black people and white people hugging, and it was such a happy place for South Africa. But on TV, we saw images of Africa portrayed as this place of famine, of war. And for many South Africans, that created, this idea of South African exceptionalism that I think now, as we're becoming more sober about, this construct of the rainbow and South African exceptionalism, we have to confront our place as an African country that has people from other African countries living side by side with South Africans, right? And these are some of the tropes that we have to confront within a context where we've seen attacks against other Africans, with the 2008 xenophobic attacks, but we see different iterations of this ongoing assault against African people in South Africa.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. You can grab a copy of the AfriSites magazine, but you can also download an online version. I hope you find it interesting. It's a thought-provoking edition. This time we're not romanticizing, we're really unmasking so many things. And it's been 20 years since we wrote the essay about how to write about Africa. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that panel deserves another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you. And now, as Chichi was just talking about how to write about Africa, we'll be transitioning to our next panel, which is on media and arts. And within this panel, it just makes me think about it. How do we tell the African story? Who actually tells the African story? And even more abstract, what is the African story? As they were just talking about how, you know, when you go into media, you Google Africa and you just see all of these pictures of either people living in Kibera, in Kenya, or living in the slums somewhere else in Zambia. But African stories are much more than that. And so allow me to introduce and usher onto the stage Nanasa Kesi, who is a trained actress and a producer reading a Master of Science in African Studies here at Oxford. So please, a hand of applause for Nanasa.
Hello, everyone. I hope all of you are doing well. Can I just have a quick shout, because I want some energy up in this room. So as you know, this is the most important panel for today. And I just want to say good afternoon to everyone. It's just an absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to this historic moment. For the first time ever, Media, Arts, and Culture panel at the Oxford Africa Conference. So let's give it up. This year's theme is Changing Narratives, as you all know, and it challenges us not to only reflect on policy and governance, but to also on the power of culture as a tool for shaping perception and inspiring change. In that spirit, today's panel, Reclaiming the Lens, is about just that, empowering African voices to take authorship of their stories and to lead the way in redefining how Africa is seen, felt, and understood, both within the continent and globally. For far too long, African creativity has been celebrated abroad, but undervalued at home. Yet, as we know, storytelling through art, film, music, fashion, journalism is more than just expression. It is power, it is economy, it is identity. Africa's creative sector already generates billions in revenue, yet we are only scratching the surface of its potential. Today, we'll explore just how we can move from recognition to investment, from participation to ownership, and from fragmented voices to collective narrative power. We'll look at how we can build the infrastructure and ecosystems to support creatives, ensure representation without dilution, and inspire the next generation to see culture not as a sideline, but as a driver for transformation. We are joined by brilliant minds from across the media, fashion, journalism, and art worlds who will help us navigate these questions and share insight into how we can reclaim the lens and use it to shape Africa's future. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Charlotte Effa, who is a brand and marketing expert with over 10 years experience in marketing partnerships and digital advertising across global industries, luxury retail, FMCG, automotive, and entertainment. Charlotte, welcome. Secondly, we will have Manuel Kranting, is a multiple award-winning international journalist and media relations specialist. He has up to a decade's experience in African storytelling, working across several titles on and off the continent, including a documentary producer and news anchor with Joy News in Accra, Ghana, and most recently as a freelance political journalist and producer with BBC London. Welcome, Manuel. Next, I would like to invite a dear friend of mine. Elikem Logan is an art historian and a multidisciplinary creative and cultural strategist, passionate about reshaping African narratives through visual storytelling. His work bridges art, identity, innovation to amplify authentic voices on global platforms. Elikem, welcome. And next, we have Hamid Ibrahim, is the CEO and creative director of Kugali Media, a visual entertainment company that focuses on storytelling. And last, and certainly not the least, we have a celebrity within our midst, a Ghanaian rapper, singer, songwriter, and record producer renowned for his innovative fusion of musical genres and multilingual lyricism, Manifest. Welcome. All right. So how are we all feeling today? This is the fun panel, so I want y'all to feel loose. We're gonna talk about some great stuff. I'm really, really passionate about media arts and culture. I'm passionate about storytelling. It's such a pivotal and important part of our culture, our world, how we even see our own selves. So I'm really, really excited to dive into this conversation. Does anyone have just any words to share, anything quick at all before we kind of dive in?
Yeah, I'll just quickly start because I have the mic. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for staying around, and thank you for that brilliant introduction. I'm really excited that for the first time at least, as I've come to learn, that the Oxford Africa Conference is including a media, art, and culture panel. This has never happened, and it's, for me, an indication of a gravitation towards a point where we begin to appreciate the impact, the functionality, and frankly, the utility of the media and arts, and generally, you know, the culture of Africa. And so, as just an introductory point, just having this panel, I think, is a very monumental point for us.
Hi, everyone. Well, first of all, I just want to say it's a privilege to be here today. I'm very happy to be sat next to a very male-dominated panel, might I just add. So for my ladies in the room, I'm going to bring as much female energy as I can, because what is going on here? But I think, for me, when I think about Africa and changing narratives, there's so much abundance, and I think that is where the storytelling really lies. When you look at social media, people are complaining about sustainability, fast fashion, ethical practices. Africa has an abundance of that. You can look at your local artisans, Nigerian brands, so many tailors who are working on ground to do so much impactful work, and I think this story is there. I just think it's about how do we tell that to the world, how do we make that a global impact, and so for me, this is something I'm extremely passionate about. I work with so many brands, so I'm excited to see what our panel of men, again, are gonna say.
Thank you very much. I have to begin by saying thank you for having me, Nanasa, and to everyone in the committee. I was a member of the African Society myself when I was here doing my MSc in African Studies, and so it's a real honor to participate as part of the panel in this instance, and very much so in my area of competence in arts and culture, which has never happened before, so commendations again for representing that. Culture plays this very important role as the sort of front of house in diplomatic relations between nations. You know, we just had the former Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration of Ghana here. And anytime a multilateral or bilateral state visit happens, the very first point of contact is a cultural one. You know, you will have dancers or you will have the exchange of gifts, which give you a little bit of an insight into the culture of the country. And it is in this vein that we should discuss the importance of culture for Africa and Africans. I am an art historian. That is my area, that is my background. The reason I decided to be an art historian is I took a trip to Rome for a religious studies A-level. And I went to Rome, we visited several churches around the Vatican, and then the excavations underneath the Vatican. And then we walked into St. Peter's Basilica through the excavations underneath the Vatican Church. You come out into this grand central dome designed by Michelangelo, finished by later architects because it took 100 years to complete. Bernini designed this great pedestal under which there is a church where the catacombs begin. There is a real sense, a real tangible sense of the importance of culture in these moments. You are immersed within a tradition, and that is inculcated within the mind of the viewer. This real heady sense of overwhelmingly important culture, a national culture, a national artistic tradition, I believe that the creation of this, the establishment of it, and the galvanization within an African context is precisely what we are missing and what we need to do in order to instill a real sense of participation in culture by Africans around the continent. So that is my, my life's work, although I have a lot more life to live. And hopefully that's what we'll get into over the course of this conversation.
Right, thank you. Oh, awesome. So my name is Hamid Ibrahim, as you're told. I'm from the media side of things, so storytelling side of things. And I'd like to go deeper, don't worry, briefer, than where he went into. In that we speak about Africa, but most people don't quite understand that a culture and a place isn't really the geographical borders we draw around it. It's the stories we tell about the place. If, let's say today, there's somebody sitting in the audience over here, and they came from a tribe which we do not know the stories of, the tribe disappeared. Even if they're alive, that tribe is gone. So if the stories of Africa disappear, Africa doesn't exist anymore. It's just an idea, it's just something that existed in the past. So if all the people disappear but the stories remain, the place remains. If the stories disappear and the people remain, the place is gone. So that's the importance of stories. And also we tend to hear a lot about different governments or different, even our parents, saying we're losing our culture. That's just because we don't have the stories that are telling people about their culture. So if we're only consuming a Western view of the culture or a Western culture, of course we're going to adapt that culture. That's how it works.
No words? Okay, so let's start light. What does it mean for Africa to reclaim authorship of its own story? So I know a lot of you surely have slightly different answers depending on the industry that you're in. But yeah, how does this even show up in your own work?
I think when it comes to authorship, it's about ownership and having a voice and being able to enhance that. Essentially, when you think about branding, it's all about the idea of placing value and really showcasing and amplifying what the value is of a brand or a product or a service. Africa and African countries need to be seen as something that is powerful, that has a lot of culture within it. Like I said earlier, brands want to be affiliated with culture. They talk about it all the time. Africa has so much of that. So for me, I always say that when it comes to branding and storytelling, brands need to always have an African strategy. How are they, it's a growing economy, how are they talking to that? So for me, one, it's about ownership. It's also about having the resources to back up that ownership, because I think it's great for our youth to have voices and speak up, but at the same time, if they don't have the infrastructure or the resources to match that, then those voices are not going to be heard and amplified. Secondly, I also do think it's about having people in the right places and spaces. So essentially, I think you need to have people on the ground really talking about the African voice, the African storytelling. But I also think it's equally important to have people in the West also guiding that narrative. I say that because I've been in so many rooms where if I feel like I hadn't been in, a different narrative might have been told, because they didn't have an understanding, they didn't have a clear brief, a simple, something as tiny as it can be. So I think just having the right people in the right places is extremely key. And sometimes I even battle with, do I need to move back to Ghana or Nigeria? Yes, by the way, I'm Ghanaian and Nigerian. And so I think it's something that I always think about, because I think it's a bit of a battle in thinking about whether you want to be back home, be on ground, and really make the impact there. But at the same time, I've personally seen that there aren't enough people in the spaces, because the reality is a lot of the rhetoric that is put about Africa is coming from the West, right? So if you don't have people in the rooms guiding that, you're going to have that continuous storytelling. So I just think it's equally as important to make sure both at home and both globally that you have people across the world who are really telling the African story.
I'll touch on this just because it literally lays right inside what I do, and also I have first-hand experience of the importance of this. So I'm one of the co-creators of Iwaju. I don't know if you guys have watched Iwaju, the TV series. I can see a few fans over there. So with Iwaju, one of the biggest complaints we had with most people was, hey, this thing has come out, it's about Nigeria, but we can only watch it just for a few days on the Disney Channel because there's no Disney Plus in most of Africa. That was one of the biggest complaints. And I always say back, Disney is the one who paid for it. We made sure to tell the story as authentically as possible. But if we are not the one giving the money to make that. The person who gave us that money has an interest. They had goals for it, right? So we did the best we could, but if we're not the ones funding it, we cannot control it. That's just a simple thing of it. We cannot control our narratives if we don't fund our narratives. It's very simple.
To put it just slightly differently, I mean, in the past couple of days, we have heard, and at the risk of sounding repetitive, that until the lion learns to tell its tale, its story, the tale of hunting will always glorify the hunter. Now, the question we're asking is, how do we reclaim the lens? You don't own the lens. You're renting the lens, and I want you to take a second to think about it. Across the world, the top 20, if you like, media organizations, and I don't want to say global media organizations, I'll come to that point quite shortly, are all perhaps Western. And quite recently, you have Al Jazeera, RT, and so on and so forth. There isn't a legacy media platform in Africa that we can wholly call ours. For instance, we have a digital channel, Africa News, that runs 24/7. It is sponsored by the EU and it's a subsidiary of Euronews. You have DW, Deutsche Welle, Africa. It is sponsored by the German taxpayer. You have BBC Africa, sponsored by the British taxpayer. Where is Africa in the entire conversation? And we talk about, and I freelance for a number of publications, and you pitch a story, and this is not particularly about the BBC, because I think the journey at the BBC has improved significantly, and our presence on the continent has been, I think we have the largest presence on the continent in terms of international media coverage. But you pitch a story, and then the editor says, I am not interested. You could do all the research, you could do all the background, due diligence and so on and so forth, book your interviews and everything, and the editor says, I am not interested in this story in this particular time. Your story is in the gutter. And there isn't an alternative platform for you to go and then tell that story. And so when we are talking about reclaiming the lens and then trying to change the narrative, I think that in Africa, we are not out of talent because we are some of the best writers in the world, and I don't have to go through the list with you. We have talent, we have expertise, we have indigenous nuance and context. But what we don't have, and just to pitch into the points that gentleman from Kigali, is it? Yes, was making, that once you get to that point where you need the infrastructure, you need the distribution channel, and so on, and there isn't any distribution channel available to you, you circle back to ground zero. And until, as Africans, we have been able to come together, and this is a shining example with Al Jazeera and what the Qatari government has done with it. Of course, you can have your questions about the involvement of the Qatari government in the production and what have you of Al Jazeera. Of course, they maintain, and I think to a very large extent, a certain level of editorial independence. Where is our example? Between 1999, when Al Jazeera started, they started with a $25 million seed fund. In 2024, it did $1 billion. $1 billion. You want to divide the folds that it's grown in just a matter of under 30 years. It's giving you an indication of how much the Qatari government, for instance, has appreciated Al Jazeera as a source of soft power for it. And so we're just going to put more money in it and let it do the kind of things that it's doing, because it's giving us a frontal, if you like, a front seat to the world affairs and so on. I heard, and just to end the point here, yesterday, the WTO boss mentioned that African countries should look at practicing what she called, polyandry. Deal with the West, deal with China, deal with EU, deal with America and everything. My question was then that, okay, so what's going to happen to us, because you are trying to please so many interests at the same time? What is your interest? What is yours? You speak to the Americans, you say, okay, yeah, you want this, fine. We can do this to this extent. You speak to the Europeans, we can do this. We speak to the Chinese, we can do this. What is yours? And I suppose that on the level of media, arts, and culture, the African continent needs to rethink what is the African narrative. What is the African identity? We grew up watching American movies and saying, the American dream. America is a land of the bold and free. You can achieve everything. We're asking to reclaim the narrative. What is that narrative? It's a rhetorical question. I want you to think about it. What is that narrative? Go on.
How's everybody doing? Cool.
That's a really good voice.
So I'm going to push back on that a bit. I do think we have an interesting opportunity in this modern age. I mean, it's not about who owns the lens. There are multiple lenses now. I mean, technology has been this grand equalizer. Yes, there's still people who own every social media, whether it's TikTok, etc. But I'm looking at it from the perspective of the individual, from the micro perspective, the individual creators, the individuals who are able to take advantage of technological tools to tell stories. The burst of music, African music into the spotlight in the world did not happen because we were given access to the archaic lenses that were there, right? It's because through our own independent creative prowess, in some small studios and bedrooms in Lagos, Nairobi, Joburg, etc., created these things that then took a hold of the internet and then took a hold of the people. So I think there's more agency that individuals have now because of technology, and we should not neglect that. Of course, all these big media platforms are still relevant, well, for now. But I do think it has changed radically. A lot of these people are taking even their sources from the internet. They'll come and then they'll ask you permission to use your tweets and all these things that have gone viral, all of these things. So I do think we have to, in reclaiming, we have to understand how we have a grand opportunity with how technology is moving. My career is not even possible if there was no technology. Back in the day for musicians, you make a demo, and then you go to a big producer or studio so that they can validate you by paying for you to put out a record. That doesn't happen anymore. A kid somewhere in Kumasi right now is creating something phenomenal and might have a viral moment and doesn't need any old infrastructure's permission or validation and can tell their story that way. So I think it is an opportunity for us to kind of focus on how to take advantage of the moment and how technology has become this equalizer, and there's the democratization of storytelling. And so maybe looking at that more or less than what we didn't have access to, or those old, what do you call it? Those old buildings. I'm sure some of those people who own those buildings came from here. Those old buildings and institutions that, as much as some are progressive, some aren't, are not necessarily at the forefront of how stories are being told anymore.
I just, and this is, just to, I don't want to push back. I want to agree with you in a slightly different way. And in that attempt, try to push back. You have made a point that, of course, and in my earlier submission, I made the point that, look, we have come a long way. And for anybody to sit anywhere and say we are still where we are, say, 25 or 30 years ago, that would be an absolute lie. Here lies my point of departure. There is so much opportunity on the African continent. And I refer you to the UNCTAD report on arts and creativity from 2024. It said that across the world, the creative industry and its exports from country to country, continent to continent, amounted to a total of $1.4 trillion US. $1.4 trillion US. You want to ask yourself, how much of that was from the African continent? I'm not going to shock you. I know it was about less than 3 billion. Less than 3 billion, and that's obviously less than 1% of the entire world creative services export. And so I appreciate your point on the democratization of, access and all of that. But it's a bigger conversation of how do we get a larger chunk of the global creative industry. It is okay for Manifest to be reached out to by the CNN and so on for his tweet and so on. But how can, on a larger scale, the West African creative community, the East African creative community, the South African creative community, how can we tap into that ongoing 1.4 trillion US dollars? I'm not quite satisfied with the 3 billion performance when we have ongoing 1.4 trillion US, and that's where my point is coming from.
I just want to jump in here real quick, because the next question kind of lends itself to what we're already speaking about. But how can governments and private players co-create enabling environments for, culture, for narrative change, to be able to support, creative industries? And just to share something really quick, during my research in Ghana, I was researching the film industry, and I think there was a lot of desire for creating appropriate infrastructure to host large productions, to host, large-scale movies, films, music videos, and so on. So I know that even from a legislative point of view, that is a desire among the creatives. So I'm really curious to hear what maybe some of the solutions or things that you think would contribute, or how, institutions across the African continent can, contribute.
I'll go quickly. I think for me, it's heavily an investment infrastructure, and then also having institutions that tailor to each industry. So for instance, I think if you look at the West, you have fashion schools, music programs. The BFC is a really big supporter of new generation designers in the UK. And I think having that support that is one African-owned and funded is going to be key in really amplifying those stories. And for context, I'm the marketing and partnerships lead at Selfridges, and it's so interesting the amount of brands, African brands, that want to get into Selfridges, but they don't have the backing. And their biggest thing is, one, they can't meet stock requirements. From a marketing perspective, they don't have the right funding in order to make an amplified storytelling piece. And a lot of the time, they end up looking at global partners to get that funding, right? But then again, if you go to your Nikes, your Netflixes, etc., if it's not on their priority as an agenda, they're not going to support it. But then where is also our funding from the continent? So I think there's one where we need to look at how there's better funding within the continent. I do think global brands need to also look at how they are supporting Africa as a continent and the youth, because like I said, they're culturally relevant. There's so much there within film, music, fashion. So I definitely think there's a lot that can be done in terms of like having the right infrastructure, institutions, and the investment to help that grow.
So I'm just going to briefly touch upon the end of the last point to segue into this one, because I thought they were quite well interconnected. In my industry, by contrast to journalism and in animation and storytelling and music, I think I had a little bit of insight into this idea of participating in more of the value chain of African cultural production. I used to work at Sotheby's, which is depending on which day you ask, the largest auction house in the world for art and luxury. And I was in the African Modern and Contemporary Art department. So we directly dealt with the works by African artists from throughout the continent. And we had, 51% market share for 6 years running. So this was the de facto marketplace for African art, and it was run out of London. There is this real sense that artists make this work on the continent in their homes, and they send it abroad to actually tap into more robust, more liquid, more broad markets, right? But something interesting, a nuance within that point kind of emerged to me as my time there. The artists not only were sending the work to get more money, but they were actually sending it because there was a lack of institutions which recognized their prowess as artists. And so they looked at an international marketplace as something that was a notch on the belt, so to speak. And that goes in real contrast to artists who are positioned within the West, who fear the marketplace and always move towards these altruistic institutions like museums, which have no mandate whatsoever to participate in the sort of day-to-day commercial activities associated. So we found that, artists coming out of Accra, artists coming out of La Côte d'Ivoire, artists coming out of mainly West Africa, actually, were looking to the West to sort of affirm their skills, their chops as artists. So that goes to show, moving it onto the role of government, that goes to show that there is a space, there is a desire on the ground for cultural practitioners to have institutions which they can use to signal to the rest of the world and the indigenous populations that they have matured, that they have come of age, that they are of high quality. And just to sort of anchor this point in the national conversation, look, culture is a construction. Culture begins. And look, the only sense in which a top-down government initiative to develop infrastructure has worked is in the cultural realm. You ask anyone who has to build a dam, anyone that wants to build a bridge, anyone that wants to build a road, they tell you private sector is much better than the public sector. But in culture, the public sector reigns supreme, because there is a certain cachet and gravitas that you get with the association of the state that you cannot have by association with commercial enterprise. And so, when you look, if you walk the streets of Paris, right, and you go to the Louvre, and you see the beauty on that street, you think almost this kind of acquiesce naturally. No. There was a chief architect called Jean-Eugene Haussmann who, in the 1800s, decided to widen the streets, kick all the poor people out of Paris, put lights at every interval, create the Louvre, create these grand institutions, and create the city. Now, there are 20 million visitors a year in the Louvre. They make hundreds of millions every year just from ticket revenue, and the same is the case across Europe. The Tate Modern has 5 million visitors a year. The British Museum has 6 million objects, or even more. They don't even know how many they have, and they have millions of visitors commensurate with that. And so the truth is, when you build these national institutions and you are able to select, you're able to anoint the leaders of the cultural, of the leaders of culture in younger generations, such that they're able to participate shoulder to shoulder with their equivalents globally. And if you don't have that infrastructure on the ground in your continent, then they're at the whims of collectors and institutions globally. And so then you're having winners picked from the continent, but decided by people who are abroad. And that leads to all sorts of very interesting, very problematic things. In the African art market, what it led to was the formation of a bubble, for African, what do we call, figurative African work, which showed black faces on canvas. And you had a lot of collectors who were feeling guilt because they didn't have works which were made by black people or showed black figures post George Floyd. And so they bought up works and they decided who they were going to buy. And those artists became successful because of European collectors and European institutions. And the moment money wasn't free anymore, and the moment that the sentiment changed, those people pulled back, and those artists now are left, confused about what they do next. And that would have never happened. That would have never happened if those collectors abroad had to go through a national museum. They had to go through a national art festival. They had to go through all of these institutions which tag these individuals as quality and signal to everyone that these people have the attention of the indigenous communities first. And then they can participate in global landscapes. So for me, I think the government role is essential.
Thank you so much for the mini history lesson as well. Yeah, this is really great stuff. Slightly shifting gears, but not all the way. There was an article that came out, I believe, the end of last year, from The Guardian, and it said Africa lost $2.9 billion in revenue due to its media perception. In global perception. And I know we've all seen the negative stereotypes and I don't want to get too much into that, but what do you think, or how can we be strategic about how we represent ourselves in all of our respective industries and changing the perceptions of African nations?
I'll go, by the way, that was a very good speech. I'll go by saying, I'll give an example of the success of Iwaju and what it did in that area of things. A lot of people usually talk about perception and they try to write books. You cannot control how somebody sees you unless they feel it. In other words, if I make you see me in a certain kind of way, doesn't matter how much you don't want to, you're gonna feel it. And that's one thing we realized with Iwaju. And one thing we noticed is authenticity tends to beat everything. In other words, a goal of trying to show Africa better than it is or worse than it is both do equally the same amount of harm, which is a very weird thing. And the way I realized this is when Iwaju came out, one of the stories actually almost made me cry. That's how deep the story was a friend of mine had a friend, and the friend was, oh, my daughter saw Iwaju, and every single time before Iwaju, I would tell them, hey, we're going to go back to Africa. She would cry. She'd be like, the internet is bad, etc., etc. After watching Iwaju, she was like, hey, I want to go to Lagos, Nigeria. She said that by herself. And I was thinking about it. I was like, for something to have that level of impact. Now, keep in mind, Iwaju, kidnapping happens in Iwaju in Lagos. But the kid was like, oh, just based on how everything was there, she wanted to go there. She wanted to experience what Lagos was. And that's because we didn't try to show what we think Lagos should be. We tried to keep it as authentic as possible. And there are some things you cannot capture when you're trying to narrate the story. There's a way I see the world that's different than the way you see the world. So if you see something authentic, you're going to interpret something different from it than I am. And that authenticity beats most of the things we try to do today. For example, if there's a diversity program, for example, and they're trying to just tick a box, like, okay, we're going to have this number of people in this story. If that's not how the thing naturally occurs in that area, I actually believe it does more harm than good. I think if you keep it authentic and you make stories, if you want to do a story which you have, for example, African women, go see where the stories of African women are happening and actually tell that story. It will feel authentic and people will fall in love with it. Versus trying to find a story where, let's say, like right now in Uganda, if you go to, there's a culture of some, like be old men and they have one thing of beer down there, it's called Uganda Waraji, and they're drinking it with a straw and they talk to themselves. If you do that story and you put a woman in there, everybody in Uganda will be like, that's weird. So even if you've included a woman there, it's not going to have the effect you want. But if you find where the women are doing what women are doing there at that time, or what they're thinking about and what they want to do, and you include them in that story in the most authentic way, one, you give people what they want with authenticity. Nobody goes to a Chinese restaurant wanting to eat Italian pizza. So you want to give them exactly what they came for in the most authentic way they come for it. And that changes how people think about places and actually changes the narrative and direction of how the world is going to be. Now, Iwaju was viewed by, we don't know the exact number, but in terms of social media hits, 500 million social media hits in terms of communication and in engagement. How much has that shifted the African narrative just from that one little piece of media? I think that's the way to do it. Authentic African storytelling is going to beat everything. And as I say, stories shape our society, so let's shape our stories.
That was very good. I think for me, I find it quite interesting, especially when you look at travel and the perception. So for instance, I always like to say that you can go to Mexico, Portugal, and I'll be like, some of these streets look exactly like Lagos and Accra. And I'm just like, but if you look at the perception of those countries compared to Lagos or Accra, it's completely different. Similarly, so I love Mexico, but the other thing I always laugh about is Mexico has a very high crime rate, probably even higher than some African countries, and yet Tulum, Cabo, it is a destination for everyone, Mexico City. But then you have the most beautiful cities in Africa, Kigali, Accra, Nairobi, Tanzania as a country, so beautiful, and with waterfalls, lakes, so much abundance and everything that the world wants to look for, but yet for some reason, the media has portrayed it as famine and poverty, and in such a negative light. So I think to that point on authenticity, I think we need to have more imagery, more context, more visuals that showcase Africa. I think there's been different platforms that have done it. For instance, I find it interesting how Netflix obviously did the Made in Africa content, right? So you've had Blood and Water, Savage Beauty, which are all films and shows that basically showcase Africa in different perspectives. To the point of whether they show them all in positive lights, it's debatable, but they're showing Africa, right? And destinations, and what I quite like is that they're showing Africa not in the lens of it is all just poverty and famine, you know? It's showing different destinations in Africa, different cities, and I think we just need more of that across multiple platforms. Like I said, power is numbers, do you understand? So I think for me, the more we can push that across a multitude of media, the better that people will receive it. Because at the end of the day, you need eyes, right? So I think TikTok and social media has been able to do that in terms of really people just authentically showcasing content. Do you know what I mean? I love to post when I'm on the beach, etc. But I think it's really all about making sure that we are all being ambassadors for Africa in our own capacity as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think I totally agree with you. And just to build on that point, You talked about, your travel to Mexico and everything. It establishes the point that culture and art need to be experienced. The best version, or if you like, the best testaments that anybody could give will be born out of their prior experience of that product, that service, whichever it is. Now, across the world, in Africa, the average African is most likely not to travel out of their original home country. And so even if you lived in Ghana, chances that you never go to Togo, which is next door, are, say, 98%? And that, for me, is really incredible. And there's this, thinking of otherliness, that the global stage or the international stage is the West, or is Europe, or is America. Africa is home to 1.4 billion people. That, you're talking about eyeballs. Those are eyeballs. But on the continent, the country with the most penetration of travel per capita is Kenya, just about 26%. That's 2 to 3 out of 10 people in Kenya will, in their lifetime, travel out of the country. South Africa is around 16%, and you think Nigeria, and a lot of them outside, but per capita is around 9%. That is potentially less than 1%, one person out of 10 people in Nigeria that will go out of their country in their lifetime. How do I go to Gaborone in Botswana and experience their culture? How do I get there and experience their art if my chances of ever traveling out of Accra are near, 0%? And so while we are talking about appreciation of art and our ability to go on and showcase to the West and everything, I want us to try and rethink our otherliness of ourselves. That when was the last time you talked about Africa to another person, and what did you say to them? I can tell you, it was a barrage of complaint of how frustrating it is to go through immigration when you get to Accra, or how police people stop you on the road to take bribes and so on and so forth. These are the things that we talk to people about ourselves. And it is because perhaps we are really limited in the extent of knowledge that we have of the African continent. Once we have been able to move from, and just to shock you, Sweden has a 99%, above 99% penetration in terms of travel, and most of them have gone to more than 10 countries. It is not a mistake or by accident. It's because they have free movement. I could do if you live in the UK, you could do a return to Paris for maybe £30 or £50. You can't do a return from Accra to Lagos for even £150. And that is a real issue that goes to the crux of our ability to experience what the continent has. So it's not just about artists coming to present their art and look for deals in the West and so on. It is also our ability to create systems and structures that facilitate our ability to go on and experience what is in Africa. Because I tell you what, Africa is beautiful. Yeah.
I just want to quickly touch on this. I really, really resonate with everything that you all have said, and I think it really boils down to, again, education, how we see ourselves. Because a lot of what we've consumed has also perpetuated the negative stereotypes and conceptions that we have of each other, right? And so even the theme of changing narratives, and some of our keynote speakers had mentioned African unity is so important in us having a collective voice. So I just kind of wanted to touch on how important it is to love ourselves. And I know, I'm not trying to do a mental health course right now, but it's important, how you walk in the world, how you see yourself, how you see your brother, how you see your sister. Those things are important, and this is where it all starts. How we talk about ourselves, how we create the movies, how we create our music. We have to be proud of ourselves. We are cool, we're amazing human beings. And sometimes we've been told that we're not, and that has, affected us. It's affected our psyche. It's affected everything. So it's so important that we really start to recognize and be intentional about the things that we create, from now on. And I'm so proud of the people all over the world that have already started doing that work. And I just want to just give that little tidbit. Kind of moving on, how do you think, in each of all of your industries, how do you think we can have film, media, music, marketing drive our culture, but commerce and also global influence? So really thinking about monetization, but also thinking about influence and perception on a global scale. So just, maybe any one of you would like to take that question. Maybe Manifest, since from a music perspective.
Yeah, I do think enough has been said about commerce and the economy of arts and culture, and I want to just depart from it because a lot of what has been mentioned here also is talking about some of the intrinsic value of art and culture, how we see ourselves, how we love ourselves. And echoing some of Elikem's sentiments, I do think we are undermining the transformative capability of art, and we cannot relegate it to what commerce dictates. If you leave it up to commerce, bleaching cream will be everywhere in Africa. If you leave it up to commerce, African artists will just sell their art elsewhere. If you leave it up to commerce and monetization, you are going to do what you think sells. There has to be something in there about transformation, posterity, and seeing beyond today. When you go to an African wedding, what music do you hear? Our music. It wasn't always the case. When I go to a club in Ghana, I don't really go to the club, but you hear our music. When I used to come here as a teenager, people did not identify as Ghanaian or Nigerian. They said they were British. Now they are Nigerian, British. And the music and the art has this capability. You cannot underestimate it and reduce it to commerce. So that's where I stand. Of course,
yes,
I'm in the business of making money, so you have to pay up. But beyond that, in a sense of purpose, what drives people like myself and a lot of other creatives and other people who have taken the road less traveled is understanding this transformative capability of the arts in our culture, in who we are, who we see ourselves, and where we are going in the future. Our most important president understood this, so he made art a political priority. Kwame Nkrumah, no arguments here.
Yes. Yes.
And so he surrounded himself with the Afua Sutherlands and other people to try and craft and shape what it looks like in our culture. I don't care about the commerce of it if we don't have a good quality of life for ourselves. I don't care. We don't have to sell a single music thing to anybody else, like you were saying. Like, if we are having a good time, our weddings, and we are doing intra-Africa tourism, and everything is going great, just the same way you can go to Paris and whatever, what do we care? The commerce and everything is important, but it cannot take precedence to the transformative capability and us being better people. I've finished.
Okay, so our time is almost up, but we would love to open this up to the audience. Does anyone have any questions? Ooh, we got a couple here. Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joseph, and I'm from Ghana. This question is to everyone on this panel can address it. I would like to know the panel's thoughts on African propaganda, or how Africans use propaganda, and where or how we need to draw a balance between accurately representing our story versus not actually talking about our problems. Because it's true that there's a high incidence of poverty on the continent. It's true there's corruption. It's true there's a high disease burden. How do we draw the balance between talking about those issues accurately versus not getting to the point where it's now a propaganda where you say, it's all white beaches, blue skies, and paradise? Thank you.
I'll take that one. Are we doing a few? Or? Okay, to them.
And then one over there.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Aaron. I'm from a social enterprise called the Community Revolution. And my question was around community media. So one of the things we do, we partner with different community-based organizations. So we have different countries, so Ghana, Kenya, Tanzania. So one of the key common themes we've seen is the problem in access to infrastructure and finance. So my question was, what can be done from that perspective? What can be done to empower and enable community media? And how important is it to the wider story about narrative? So I can give you an example. So, for example, one of our partners in Tanzania, for World Radio Day, we interviewed the founder. And one of the things they do is they train women in journalism. They have a community radio station. They publish local news, local media. However, because of energy, they can't always broadcast and have a limited range in their reach. So from the perspective for all you guys on the panel, what can be done in that situation for small organizations to empower people to tell their stories? What is needed in terms of bridging that gap in finance?
Okay, so we'll answer the first two questions and then we'll take one more.
All right, I'll tackle the propaganda one. I would say my answer comes back to the authenticity bit of things again. I want you to think of it like this. So authenticity and shaping the perspective of how the story is told. So all of us have probably watched Gangs of London or Top Boy, and those are showing poverty-ridden, crime-ridden places in London. You've watched, you've listened to hip-hop, rap music from America back in the beginning, like when you're starting off. And that's showing that. The issue is not showing it. The issue is showing the full reality of it. So if you just show somebody suffering with no context around it. So for example, you catch me, I'm an artist, right? Let's say you catch me one day, a deal has gone bad and I'm looking depressed. And you don't have any context around that. You could be like, we need to help this guy. You'll feel sad for me. But then you go around this side and hear what I'm sad about is, oh, my flight got delayed, but it's a business class flight going from here to there. You'll be like, why is this guy complaining? So if you show the full context of what's happening there, so even in the most poverty-ridden places of Africa, there is a story you can tell where that boy who you saw, let's say was flying on their eye or something like that. There is the way that boy went through a day, and you can catch glimpses of it in other documentaries. Let's say when somebody is visiting the place, and you see the locals coming together, and they look happy. But they never look happy when they're asking for help, but they look happy. So if you capture the fullness of what that story is, there's something human beings always relate to. So we don't look at negative things in bubbles. We have to fill them in. So if the story we are being presented doesn't fill in what that context is, we fill it in and always fill it in the most negative way possible. So if there's somebody shows you a sad story with a sad person, you're going to fill it in the saddest way you can think about it. But if they show you the full story, the authentic story of what's happening there, you could think of the worst scenario. I'm sure you've watched a movie about the worst case scenario, and you saw somebody in that film and you're like, that guy is living a good life in that scenario. You've watched like an apocalypse, and somebody's living a good life in it, and we just don't believe that's going to be today. So authentically show what is happening, and I promise you people will get the correct context from it. Now, if you just cut it up and try to edit it yourself, you're only going to edit it from your perspective, and other people seeing it, they will see things you miss to see.
Right, so this is on the question of funding community engagement. I'm particularly passionate about community media projects because I train at the University of Ghana at a community radio station called Radio Universe. And I studied politics and philosophy in the university. It's got nothing to do with my journalism. And without Radio Universe, I'm not sure I'm here talking to people at the Oxford Africa Conference. So community engagement, really important. But how do you do it sustainably? In Ghana currently, the new government, as part of their campaign promises in a run-up to the 2024 elections, said that they were going to pump over, I think, about 10 billion US dollars with a project they called the Big Push. And in that Big Push, they were going to fund small enterprises, SMEs, I'm talking about creatives and others doing community mobilization in arts, in finance, in tech, and so on and so forth. They have added another layer they call the Black Star Experience, which is a build-up to a 2019 initiative launched by the erstwhile government called the Year of Return on the occasion of the 400th year anniversary of the beginning of slavery, slave trade, transatlantic slave trade, by that I mean. And so now there's a particular theater director in Ghana who's come up with an amazing play called Ghana Must Go, and he's received funding through these vehicles, the Black Star Experience and the Big Push, to go on tour with the projects that he's done. So he is screening the stage play in different countries with support from the government. I think that we need to get to a point where governments, if you like, investment groups and so on, begin to appreciate that it is not always the massive, and just to borrow the point that Manifest made earlier about commercializing everything and commodifying everything. They don't pay, sometimes, community engagements, they don't pay immediately. I graduated from the University of Ghana a long time ago, but today we're reaping the dividends. I suppose myself and yourself dialoguing at this conference are reaping the benefits of my undergoing training at that community radio station at the University of Ghana. So we shouldn't look at it as what is the immediate dividend that we're going to get out of supporting such a community project, but what is the bigger picture of how this is going to translate into creating educated publics, creating people who are skilled with the knowledge of whichever field that this community engagement is, participating in. And that, I think, is at the heart of whether or not we're going to decide to support community engagement. But obviously, I'm all for supporting community engagement. Yeah.
All right, one last question.
Nana. Hello, thank you so much for such an amazing panel. I think this topic was very much needed in the context of Oxford. My question is for everyone here, and that is around the diaspora and how the African narrative, or rather racialized Black people across the world who identify with Africa, either through generations or the enslavement, and so forth. How then are you guys thinking of integrating their redefinitions of Africa? I hope that made sense.
Do you want to take it out? Okay, go.
I think with diaspora, for me, African countries need to do a lot to connect more with the audience, right? So I don't know if anyone came when Ghana did the Year of Return. I think that was a really great example where it was all about connecting back home. It was really about amplifying the Ghanaian story and the Ghanaian diaspora as well, and really getting to know what it means to be a Ghanaian, right? Similarly, I think from a diaspora perspective, you need to make sure that we're all telling stories and being ambassadors of Africa in different ways and capacities. And I think I mentioned earlier, if we are, I guess I would call myself a diaspora, but essentially, it's where we are also positioning ourselves within bigger platforms, right? So if I'm not at home, what am I doing in my own country to really amplify myself as an African, right? And also making sure that I am consciously going back home to learn more and educate myself more so that I can take that narrative back to what I'm doing, right? So again, I went to school in Ghana, Nigeria, so I have that context, right? But if I didn't, if I am in a global space and I'm working with global companies, I need to also do the work to make sure I'm going back home, doing the learning, engaging, and taking that back, if that's the choice that I'm making, right? But I also think African countries have a duty to make sure they are connecting and making it as enticing as possible for people who don't feel connected, right? And I think a lot of different brands have actually played into this. So I don't know if there are any basketball fans here, but essentially, WhatsApp did a film with Giannis, the NBA player, and it was all about homecoming, and it was all about a diaspora story, right? they called him the Greek freak, and he made a whole story and narrative about how being Greek is his identity, and that's what people know him for, but actually he's a Nigerian at heart. Do you get what I mean? So essentially, that was a really strong way in which there was a way that WhatsApp, for instance, used that as a way to really culturally engage, but also, I guess Giannis himself made that effort to really go and find out what it means to be a Nigerian and his storytelling as well. So I think from a branding perspective, there's a two-way in that, like, diasporans need to do the work to engage as much as possible. I think it's very easy to sit back and feel like, to the point that was made earlier, I'm British, I'm American, do you get what I mean? But similarly, African countries have a duty to make sure they're also pushing and engaging diasporans as much as possible.
To follow on from that, we mentioned briefly the Africa No Filter report about the billions that Africa loses by virtue of the narratives told about the sort of Africa's inability to repay its debts, for instance. And the diaspora have a critical role in changing this narrative. They're part and parcel with Africans. For me, I see diasporans as ambassadors for Africa who happen to be in the West. And so they are often the first people in the West to consume the content that comes out of Africa, to consume the cultural production. I mean, I remember sitting in my Africa Studies course at MSc and learning about Fuse ODG doing his song Azonto. And the first line is, I just came back from Ghana, and then he just does his whole, and he shows the dance. But basically, I remember going to school here, 10 minutes away from Gatwick, and seeing that on the TV and no one else in my common room in school understanding what was going on, and me being sort of flabbergasted that a Ghanaian man is on TV talking about how he's kind of going between Accra and London. And I stopped everyone in the common room to listen and look at this, you know? And so, and that's the kind of role that the diaspora has to play, being that first port of contact who we can prime to say, look, we are changing the definition of what it means to be African. And they then go on and change it in the sort of, you know, the proverbial seat of power in the West. So we actually need to remain in lockstep rather than sort of coming to these decisions of redefinitions of Africa independently and trying to integrate them, but actually doing them together.
All right, y'all. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but the conversation does not end here. Thank you all so much. My distinguished panelists, thank you so much for such an engaging conversation. I am truly grateful to each and every one of you. And thank you, audience, for everything. So let's continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think they need a bigger hand of applause than that. This has been an incredible, incredible panel.
Amazing, richly nuanced. I loved it. I loved
incredible,
it.
Just incredible. I think my biggest takeaways were culture and arts need to be experienced, and you can't reduce the arts to commerce. Those two really stood out to me.
I loved the concept of the authentic African narrative. Authentic. Emphasis on authentic. For me, that was such a richly nuanced panel, and I really salute our artists, our media, and culture people. This is why we need art. Art is sort of a corrective against, or in a science-dominant world. We need both. So at this juncture, we want to transition to the next part of our program, which is the workshops. Allow me to give us a heads up on where the different workshops are taking place. Remember, we are redefining our story. We are changing narratives. And therefore, we're going to be looking at, if I could have our attention, please.
Can we have your attention, please? Thank you, thank you.
For the workshop on climate, environment, and sustainability, that is taking place in Tun Razak Lecture Theatre. That's on this level. It's to my left.
Yes.
Right there. And then the next workshop is happening, that's going to be on health and well-being. That's happening here, main forum, right here. Then we're having another workshop on media, arts, and culture. That's happening in Lecture Theatre 1, exit this way, behind the screen. So we have climate, we have media and arts, and we have health and well-being right here. Delegates, let's go ahead and let's have a great workshop and close to our conference.
Yes, please. Let's make our ways to the rooms where the workshops will be taking place. Your facilitators are waiting for you. So, health and well-being right here in
Health
this
and
room.
well-being right here. Climate, that's happening there to Riz, what's the name? Tunak, right there. And Media, Arts and Culture, Lecture, Theater 1. Media is here. I mean, health and well-being. Yes. Health and
panelists that are quite experienced that will be discussing about health with us. Remember that health is wealth. Without health, I'm not sure if anyone here will be here discussing about changing any narrative. However, we have to do our bit in contributing to the changing the narratives. As the president of Ghana State stated earlier today, he said that changing narratives is about changing the realities on ground. And that's part of the discussion on health today. How do we change the realities on ground in terms of health in Africa? So my name is Dr. Uche Chukwu-Arom. I'm a medical doctor based in Birmingham, a senior registrar in obstetrics and gynecology, and I'm doing my postgraduate in medical education here in Oxford. So as we all know, Africa's recent public health history is marked by moments of intense history. From the regional outbreaks, the Ebola and the global one, COVID-19. And we should also recognize the quieter ones, non-communicable diseases, cancers, and climate. And what links these challenges is one truth. Resilience is not built during a crisis, it is built in advance. So we are fortunate to have 4 incredible speakers who will each share insights and example from their work, and in no particular order, I'll be calling on Dr. Juliana Chizo-Agbo. She's currently the Chief Medical Officer in one of the trusts in the United Kingdom here, and a former Vice Chair of NICE, which is the Institute for Healthcare and Excellence, a consultant pediatrician in diabetes and endocrinology. So we're happy to have you here. if I continue reading other caps she wears, then the 1 hour we have will finish while I'm reading it. And we are also privileged to have Her Excellency, Dr. Zainab Shinkafi Bagudu. She's the president-elect of the Union for International Cancer Control, and she was the chairperson of First Ladies Against Cancer in Nigeria and the CEO of Medicaid Cancer Foundation. We're happy to have you. Please, can you join here? Thank you. Can you clap, please? And then, in order to also add the governance aspect of it, we have Professor Obijofor Aginam. He is currently the director of UNESCO Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainable Development. However, he contributed greatly in drafting the International Health Regulation, which culminated into a pandemic accord, which was passed in the World Health Assembly a few days ago. So, Professor Obijofor Aginam, please, can you come up here? And last but not the least, if we are discussing about health, it's important that we involve the youth. We have Dr. Odiambo David. Where is he? Yeah, come on. He's a pharmacist by training, and he founded the African Pharmaceutical Network. So, do have a seat. So yeah, thank you. So I think I will just start from my next slide. Her Excellency, I am aware you've been doing a lot of work in cancer, control, even as a First Lady, and now at the global stage. Can you just introduce a little bit about your work and how you've been trying to empower the community so that they will be self-reliant in taking care of themselves?
Important platform in that we join the North, Global North with the Global South, and in a nutshell, that is my story. I am a pediatrician. I trained in the UK and went back home to contribute to the my national quota. And in the process of that work, I discovered that a lot of mothers that I see in the clinic with their children do not have a good understanding of their health, their body, especially when it comes to things around cancer. So using that, I was stimulated to start a cancer foundation, which was basically talking about awareness on breast cancer. We moved to cervical, and then we moved to prostate. The story grew to cover things like screening, treatment support, policy advocacy, and I grew beyond Nigeria to the global stage as the first African to be elected to the board of the Union for International Cancer Control, which is the global umbrella body for cancer organizations. This was in 2018 when I was elected, and after that I felt that for an organization that spans over 172 countries and as a continent with the highest burden of cancer, with the weakest health system and the weakest opportunities to address this global burden of cancer, I felt I should be representative and go for the presidency position. The first time I ran, I lost, and then I ran again and I won. And in 2024, I was elected the first African to lead this 90-year-old organization. And as I said in the beginning, that is my story. It's a story that we find almost everywhere. The lack of inclusion, not because we don't have the capacity, not because we don't have the reach and the network, but for various reasons, the Global North has been left behind when you talk about economy, when you talk about manufacturing, when you talk about health. And that's why we're here to talk a bit more about how we can build more resilient health systems. Sorry, I left out the part about Kebbi. I supported my husband in Kebbi State for 8 years, and that also gave me a very strong platform to reach out to the communities and to affect the policies in the states when it comes to health. And I think we left a reasonably good record in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. And next.
Thank you, Uche. My day job here is as Executive Chief Medical Officer of an NHS trust. But like you, I'm a pediatrician, and I specialize in looking after children and young people with diabetes. And having held a number of leadership roles here in the UK, as a diaspora and working here, an African diaspora, the question that always arises is, how can I give back? You know, I grew up and went to school in Nigeria, but I work here. And so you use your expertise and you use your contacts, and there are different ways that you can give back. Some people give back through short missions and short workshops. Those are helpful, but they don't change the system. And I'll say to you, if you do have the opportunity, be intentional about what you do, and look at how your expertise can help sustain and improve the fragile health system. So to tell my story, the crisis I identified was that of children and young people with type 1 diabetes. So 16 years ago, there were only 3 pediatric endocrinologists in sub-Saharan Africa, 3. 1 in Kenya, 2 in Nigeria. So the story of a child with diabetes didn't exist because they died. They died because they weren't recognized, they weren't diagnosed. And after several short missions and so on, the association I was affiliated with, ISPAD, decided something needed to be done. So we set up a fellowship, an 18-month fellowship, and developed schools in Nairobi and in Lagos to train pediatric endocrinologists. So fast forward till today, we now have over 100 pediatric endocrinologists. And interestingly, what's happened in all those clinics is that we now have children with type 1 diabetes, more than 200 in many clinics. So around the continent, we now know that there are 114,000 children living with type 1 diabetes. But the story doesn't end there, because we know that to look after these children needs a multidisciplinary team. So leveraging on our networks, we have set up similar schools to train the nurses, and we have trained nurses in 9 countries of sub-Saharan Africa to have the expertise to look after these children. But the work isn't done. We talk about changing the narrative, but to change the narrative, we have to acknowledge the truth. Because the story of the child living with diabetes today is still that a lot of their insulin is donor-related, you know, they get it from donors. So for the ministers here, I think it's a call for action. If we truly want to change the narrative, we need to acknowledge what the situation is. They cannot rely on donor insulin with the supply chain that is very fractious. So this is something that we can try and do to try and ensure that all children living in Africa do have free or subsidized insulin. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chizo. We cannot depend on donor agencies. That's the summary of this story. So I'll leave it for my colleague to go ahead.
Odhiambo David, as mentioned. By the virtue that we're in Oxford, I'll start with my affiliation with Oxford. I'm currently doing my MBA at the Said Business School, and beyond that, then it's now where we get to the conversation on health. My undergrad was in pharmacy. I've worked in the pharmaceutical industry for the last 7 years. But then in the process of doing that, you realize that in all the conversation, when we just start from there, there's an aspect on cancer care. There has to be diagnosis. Then when we diagnose, we have to move to care. Unless we get the therapeutics, the medicines that people need to get well, there's going to be a gap. We'll go to diabetes, the same case. They have to be diagnosed, they need to get the insulin, they need to get the other medicine that need to be in the healthcare ecosystem. In our continent, when you look at the dynamics of it, there has to be a systematic approach on how do we build the pharmaceutical and the healthcare industry to get the intervention that people need. So looking at all the dynamics and all the key pain points and challenges that we saw in that market, we established African Pharmaceutical Network. That was in 2020 on the backdrop of COVID-19. And that was a situation where we are seeing now that we're in a point where we need vaccines, they're not coming. We need to bring the industry and the private sector to build sustainable models of healthcare delivery. But also when you move to the other side, we're talking about talent. There's not going to be a way you'll get treated unless you have the healthcare professionals. We have people with translational skills that will be moving from them knowing the theory, but applying it in a context where they're helping the industry, where they're helping the patient in diagnosing, in treating, in delivering the intervention in the ecosystem. So with African Pharmaceutical Network, we have the Pharmacy Academy, which focuses on translational skills development for pharmaceutical professionals. Whether you're working in industry with regulatory authorities, and that is the focus of what we're building, and the vision of it is we need to build a pharmaceutical sciences institute in Africa, building and nurturing talent that is going to deliver on that mission. But beyond that, we understand that all these medicines and all these healthcare products can only come into the continent when there's a thriving business ecosystem. There has to be a company that is going to invest in research and development. That company must have an enabling ecosystem with the government and with the financials to know somebody is investing money, and that money is supporting the production and distribution to the supply end, where the doctor or the nurse who is in the hospital will get the medicine. How do we drive that? Those are the key engagement that we're trying to facilitate, those collaborations and partnerships to build that pharmaceutical sector in the continent and see what the vision of a future of Africa where everybody has reliable access to safe, effective, and quality medicines in the continent. Thank you.
Everybody has access to reliable and safe medication, because it's not all about prescribing the right medication, but it's also about getting the right and medication that is effective, not the one that possibly has expired or possibly that it's not functional. So we go to Professor Agnam, and you will be speaking on the global governance aspect of it. What do you think our approach is that at the global level, the governance part of it? So how will the Africa participate more, and also how does it translate in ensuring that communities are empowered? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Uche and co-panelists. My name is Obi Agenam. I am a lawyer by profession and a legal scholar. And most of you will be wondering what a lawyer is doing in the midst of public health professionals and practitioners. And that's what I am. Let me go back a bit because just last week, if you followed the news at the World Health Organization, the World Health Assembly, there was a very important, development. The WHO pandemic treaty has been adopted. So now we move to the next phase where the 194 member states will have to decide to ratify that agreement. So what is the pandemic treaty? How did it come about? Why is it important? These are lessons from COVID, okay? WHO has just 2 regulatory norms. The first is the international health regulations, which they use during pandemics to issue travel advisories and related advisories, for movement of people and goods, during the pandemic. COVID-19 was bad for the world, but also good in a way because it's really exposed, the fault lines, among societies. Allegations of vaccine apartheid, vaccine protectionism, vaccine nationalism, whatever you want to call it. But the most important thing is that a significant chunk of, the world population that live in developing countries were consciously, and intentionally denied of those vaccines by the developed countries. So post-COVID, WHO member states, got together in Geneva, and there was a very strong push, to renegotiate the international health regulations because of lessons from COVID, and also there was this international, pandemic, response commission that was put together, headed by the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Helen Clark, and the former President of Liberia, Sirleaf Johnson. And they recommended in their reports, that WHO should negotiate a pandemic treaty to deal with all of these issues that came out of COVID, where people were denied, access to these vaccines because the industrialized countries wanted to vaccinate their own populations to achieve herd immunity before they could make those vaccines available to, developing countries. So this goes back to about 4 years ago, and that negotiation, the pandemic treaty, started, and just last week it was, concluded and submitted to the World Health Assembly. It took 3.5 years, and during these negotiations, African countries were in the dark, because these deals are made by very powerful countries. They know what they want. They put their house in order before they start the negotiations. I was privileged, to serve on the WHO Advisory Committee on the revision of the international health regulations that was put together by the WHO Director General, Tedros, to advise him on how to deal with these recommendations for amendment of the international health regulations, and plus the pandemic treaty negotiations. As an academic and as a policy expert, this is an area that, it's not very easy to have people who have this kind of background in international law and, global health and all of that. And I did, in one of the meetings we had in Geneva, I actually assembled, the African, group in Geneva. And I wrote a very simple opinion. And I said, this is the kind of things we should do. You should insist on these issues. Because if you don't put your house in order, once the pandemic treaty negotiations start, they will twist your hands, because there's intellectual property issues, there's technology transfer, for instance. These are huge issues that the EU and the US and Japan and all of these industrialized countries don't want to see any kind of binding obligation. They will say, oh, keep it voluntary, okay? So there was a consequent, meeting of the Africa group in Kenya, and I was asked to come in and advise them. So these were African diplomats in Geneva who are working in the health, the missions in Geneva. They are the ones negotiating these agreements. And, it was such a very difficult thing, and that's what has come out in these panels since yesterday. How can Africa speak with one voice? Okay? So you have South Africa taking their position, you have Kenya, you have Nigeria, the 54 countries. So that was the task. That was my job, to try to articulate all of this and say, look, forget about your differences internally. This is what you have to present as a common, negotiation position in Geneva. And that is actually what got them to where they are. They didn't get, in international deals, you may not get everything you want, but don't give away your vital interests. Okay, so the pandemic treaty has been negotiated and adopted, and in that treaty, there's a very, very common, African, position. But, again, there were some pushbacks on issues of technology transfer and intellectual property. So for now, I don't think it's a bad agreement, but let's see how countries go forward to ratify the provisions of the treaty.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. At least it's great to see that Africa spoke with one voice in participating during the discussion for the pandemic accord. Your Excellency, I know you've been working on cervical cancer as well. So how do we build local capacity in terms of having the necessary personnel, having education of the people, and much especially vaccine hesitancy. How do you think this can be done in our communities in Africa, especially?
Okay, very broad question. Let me first of all thank Prof for his role in making sure that we spoke with a reasonable voice. You see these things happen and you don't know the story behind, and I'm privileged to hear that. In terms of cervical cancer, it's also one of the most glaring forms of inequity that we have in the world today. It is a cancer that we can eliminate because we have all the tools. We have the science, we have the medication. The accessibility is something that is different. And it's also a cancer that we bear the highest burden of in Africa and is expected to triple by the year 2050. So a lot can be done. The WHO DG declared a call to action, and eventually it was an initiative under his office. The Cervical Cancer Elimination Initiative was declared. Most countries signed up to that. Nigeria was actually it was the only sovereign nation that joined the call to action before it was eventually declared a global initiative. And also, just around the World Health Assembly, just yesterday or 2 days ago, we also heard that the countries have ratified that November 17th should be marked as the Day of Elimination of Cervical Cancer. There are some African countries that are on the way. Of course, the countries from the global north, they have been able to, I think Rwanda is one, South Africa is struggling a bit. Nigeria has just started, but we'll talk about that. So your question really was, how can we eliminate it? There are 3 simple ways in which we can do this. The vaccine should be given to young girls between the ages of 9 and 14, which is before they become sexually active. 90% of cervical cancer is caused by the HPV virus, and there is a vaccine against that virus, and this is the vaccine that we need to give to young girls. But like the COVID vaccine, a lot of inequity has existed in that a country, the population of Nigeria, only recently started receiving that vaccine. We were only able to receive support for the HPV vaccine in 2023. But however, at least 13 million Nigerian girls have already been vaccinated. That's more than the population of Rwanda, more than the population of a lot of the global south countries, global north countries. So we have to consider that the vaccine is now available. 1 shot is recommended by WHO. The second step is screening. Screening eligible women at least 3 times in their lifetimes for the virus. And then the third step is treatment, early treatment by simple cryotherapy, which is just inserting a cold touch on it's not that simple. It's simple though, it's like a vaginal examination, and you get a cold light on the cervix, and it takes care of pre-cancerous lesions. So that is the principle of cancer. If you catch it early enough, then you can treat it. And in this case, they are pre-cancerous. What we need to do in Africa is to combat vaccine hesitancy, 1, to train the capacity that can allow us to screen all these women, because the tools are there, it's very cheap, affordable. And then lastly, strengthen our healthcare system so that we can treat the early lesions. Those women that we pick with cancer, we can treat them. All these things come at a price, no matter how easy the technology is. Universal health coverage, insurance doesn't cover most of our citizens. So states, we're lucky in Nigeria, if I go back to the Nigerian end now, it is a country that has a diversified health system. You have the federal, you have the state, and you have the local governments. Each of these levels is funded. And COVID, again, gave us a very good example of the strengths of having that kind of system. We fund it, however, coordination was missing, which is why we had this very successful private-public sector partnership, the COVAC partnership, which was global. And our private sector players, the big guys, came together with government, co-funded it, but they had a seat at the table. They could decide what to do with this money. And we saw how effectively, eventually, the vaccines were mobilized into Africa, into Nigeria, and people were taking it. Vaccine hesitancy is real. It's something that occurs even in the United States, the highest, those strong countries. But we have to work with the community, training our healthcare workers, really the key of our health system. As it stands today, those healthcare workers. Doctor told us about how many pediatric endocrinologists we have. There's still not enough if you look at the population of our country. But what do we have? We have community health extension workers who, if we give the basic training to, can be equipped to do different things. How do we remunerate them is another big conversation. When we were in Kebbi, of course, because this was my area, I used to enlist the support of not just the health workers, the doctors, the nurses, everybody. And then I started hearing whispers. There was discontentment. People were not happy. I thought, this is a good program. We got WHO support. We got CHI support. We're bringing it to the states. We're screening women free, giving vaccine free. No other state in Nigeria was doing that. But those whispers were coming from the healthcare workers. They were not being remunerated. This is not their job. Madame goes to her big meeting in Geneva, she gets money, and she doesn't give us out of the money. So we have to we now had to go back to the drawing board, and I felt they were right. They really have a lot of work that they're doing. And here I am with my fancy programs and fancy grants, asking them to do even more. They have different things, priorities at home, the burdens that they go through. And our program did not take that into account. It pays for the vaccine, it pays for the gloves and so on, but it doesn't pay for that health worker's time. So we had to go back to the drawing board with co-funding from the state government and from the sponsors, which was at the time CHI. We were able to find a way of giving a small allowance to the healthcare workers. So we have to appreciate those grassroots workers that are delivering initiatives to our people in the rural communities.
Yeah. Thank you. Her Excellency said vaccine hesitancy is real. I remember during COVID, someone close to me, well-educated, I wouldn't mention and say who she is because she might hear this, but she called me well-educated and was actually asking me over the phone whether actually this COVID is real, whether the vaccine is real. And this is someone that is well-educated, doctorate. I wouldn't say who she is so that she doesn't get back on me. So this is a workshop. I think it should be more interactive. So I will give the floor to ask a few questions or make some comments. If not, then we might have to continue with the speakers. So the floor. Do you have any question or any comment you want to make? So that as to make it interactive.
Yes, there's somebody there.
Yeah?
There's so many microphones.
Okay. Thank you.
Moderator and panelists. My name is Liacho. I am a medical doctor from South Africa.
The mic.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, moderator and panelists. My name is Liacho. I am a medical doctor from South Africa, and I'm currently doing a master's in applied digital health here at Oxford. So my question is around technology and our preparedness. And I just wanted to preface with just from an African context, we are sort of behind in digitizing our health systems. And if we're having a conversation about building resilient health systems, we have to bring in technology, whether it's at community, grassroots level, or quaternary level. So my question is to Professor Agnam, from a global health and policy perspective, how do we prepare the continent for the imminent and essentially it's happening right now, digitization of the continent, so that our public sectors, which serve the majority of vulnerable people, are actually prepared for what is going to happen, and safe and regulated use of technology is what happens, rather than a checklist that we're ticking so that we feel like we're at the same level as the rest of the world. Thank you.
Even though that question was directed to me, I think I will also give my co-panelists, because this touches on quite a lot of, but just to, we totally agree. It is common sense that prevention is better than cure. That has been the wisdom of the ages. If you take steps and invest in preventing something, you've already actually taken steps, to solve the problem. The issue with technology, in Africa, whether you're talking about pharmaceutical or any other medical or health technologies, is that as at the moment, depending on what you're talking about, it doesn't exist. So you can't put something on nothing, okay, and expect it to stay there. So where do we start? For instance, during COVID, there was a lot of debate on vaccines, but really, vaccine is just one tiny bit of the equation. Okay, if you look at it from the perspective of providing medical countermeasures, then PPEs, oxygen, and all of these, they all come into the equation. So vaccine took the vast of the debate, but we have, for you to build a resilient health system, you have to look at it from the perspective of putting in place, adequate, resilience framework, to provide medical countermeasures during emergencies. And look, outbreaks, pandemics have been part of human history. If you go back to, 5th century BC, then, the modern day epidemics. So yesterday it was about SARS and Ebola, and, yesterday it was COVID. Something else is going to come tomorrow, okay? And that's where the question becomes relevant. How do we actually build resilience so that if there's any emergency, tomorrow, African countries will not be as vulnerable as they were, say, during SARS or during, COVID or during Ebola. So to answer your question, in the pandemic treaty, for instance, that is why, African countries really pushed, for a provision on technology transfer. It's very, very important, because if you don't have the capacity to make vaccines, for instance, tomorrow, if there's another global pandemic, you are going to sit back and be waiting, begging, charity, for the vaccines to come from nowhere, okay? And I was telling somebody the other day that, God was, I don't know whether it's God or whatever, but, we were just lucky in Africa. We were very lucky. There's something which the medical and health scientists and scholars have to unravel. Why, for instance, COVID had such a very low destiny on the continent. Think about Lagos, for instance. Think about Nairobi. Think about all of these places where you can't even lock down. You can't lock down for a day. People need to go out, and the matatu drivers and Okada drivers or whatever, they want to go and get something. Their food, their meal for their families. Is so these are the kinds of the kinds of questions. So there's actually it's a matter of urgency. Okay, what we saw in the pandemic treaty about technology transfer didn't go as far as the African countries pushed, but at least it's there, okay? And what the EU wanted was that it should be voluntary, and it should be dealt up on a case-by-case basis, okay? And we know why they chose that position, because you can easily, ease out of, wiggle out of, those kinds of measures. African countries pushed, for an obligation during emergencies, at least, for an obligation to share technology, to transfer technology, okay? So that, the less developed countries can build the resilience to deal with those kind of issues. So I will, like I said, I think I see cross-cutting dimension of the question. So I think I will defer to my fellow panelists to weigh in as they deem fit.
Yeah. Anyone can just make a comment on that.
Okay. I think one of the key things that we need to look at, and I'd be glad that actually we are in this room and you're doing applied digital health, because you look at technologies, it depends at what particular segment of the healthcare value chain are we looking at it. There's a point of developing of technologies that we need to treat people, and that will what we'll be touching on the pandemic preparedness when we're talking about it, because we need the diagnostics, we need the technologies that are going to be used in that. So what are the key impediments and barriers that we deal with in that component? But then you move to the last mile where most of the care, and when you're talking about it from public healthcare systems, we look at digital technologies as care tools, healthcare information management system. You're looking at technology as an enabler for care when we're talking about the use of the artificial intelligence and machine learning. Can I type my condition on the symptom that I'm dealing with on a mobile application and be able to get the information? Those are different aspects of the care pathway that you're able to say, okay, this is what we are looking for and this is what we need. And one of the key things that is critical for us, for those of us who in the healthcare space, whether you're a medical doctor, you're a pharmacist, you're a nurse, or whatever it is, you deal with your patients, you understand their condition, you understand the intervention that you need to put in place. Ask yourself, in that particular intervention, how could you integrate digital technologies? What is the expected outcome of that intervention? How can you then collaborate with somebody with the digital capabilities to design that intervention so that at the end of the day, you're getting a fit for purpose digital innovation or digital technology in the delivery of the solution? As we look at it beyond that, then we need to call on our legal colleagues and all the policymakers, because health does not exist in a silo. Health exists in a multi-sectoral and intersectionality with other components. Why do I mention that? When you're talking about healthcare information management systems, we need power. What is the reliability of power in our respective countries? When there's a power outage and you're telling me in a hospital we were depending on Accessi Health Information Management System, who has the patient data to be able to know what medication should I give and what should I do? 2 hours, 3 hours you're waiting, will the patient be waiting? Maybe they're dead because you can't make a decision, or maybe you are injecting them with a medication they are allergic to. Because of that allergy, they go to anaphylactic shock, that is a lost patient. Because you wanted to help, but you adopted a technology without addressing the intersectionality in terms of other complementary assets that would make it a viable solution for you to deliver that intervention. So that is a key piece. At the moment when we're dealing with artificial intelligence, machine learning technologies and all that, it is good to adopt these technologies and put them to use. But take note, they rely on data that has to be gathered, has to be synthesized, and the data should be quality data. Do we have it? Are we generating that data to be able to use it in training our artificial intelligence technologies so that then at the end of the day, we're building on it? And beyond that data, in terms of managing the patient, we need to foster collaboration with across the value chain. And when I talk about that is the nurse or the doctor or the pharmacist who is dealing with the patient at the hospital knows where the pain points are and has the information on the patient. That data is valuable for the clinical researcher who is doing research and development to develop a new medicine, because then I know these are the clinical indicators that would make us know whether the diabetes is under control or not being controlled. So then your digital technology also addresses the last mile of the upstream needs of the research and development. And those are the key applications. And I think from an African perspective, we have to see it not only as a solution, but as an enabler of that ecosystem, and therefore then engage with people to deliver interventions that make us adopt technology that are working for our ecosystem. Thank you.
Dr. Chizoagu, can you just make a comment maybe in 1 or 2 minutes? And then we'll take a question from you quickly.
Thank you. I think what COVID unleashed in all different health systems is really the power of technology and digital and new ways of working, from telemedicine to platforms for consultation. And now we have AI that can improve productivity and efficiency. But I want to bring this all the way down, that the first stage in crisis preparedness is to understand the risks. And once you are aware of the risk, then you can put preventative measures. And information technology will then help you to share that information. And it's when you have systems, especially health systems that are fragile, you can then turn a minor outbreak into a disaster, into a crisis. So it's really important that we pull this all the way back to how we make our systems more resilient, how we understand what the risks are, what the information is telling us, and that's where technology can also help. But a lot of that means that we work with the communities and have a shared understanding of what the risks are. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have you just 1 minute response? And
that's somehow what I was going to say, actually.
Pardon?
I mean, I was going to say exactly to give the same comment. But yeah, quickly, I'm Bamba. I'm a professor in biomedical engineering. I'm also an MD, and I lead the Alliance for Medical Research in Africa. And I'm really trying to tackle the rise on NCDs in sub-Saharan Africa, you know, and yeah, trying to push more with our group. You know, we are in 33 countries, gathering people, because we believe that it's no longer possible to have Africa contributing less than 1% for the science worldwide. And we can do it. Why? Because why are we not publishing in Africa? What I saw is, I mean, the MDs, they don't have time to do research. And even if they have time, they are not trained, most of them. I mean, the MD, PhD is very rare to see in Africa. Now, how can we fix that? I mean, of course, we need to train, we need to do research, but at some point, for instance, I'm from Senegal. The day they released the news that the data during the COVID was all fake, I mean, they was just faking the data. You just feel like, you're like, oh, okay, let me drop everything and then stop. Why am I doing this? I think the system needs to be more resilient. And at some point, when you are at the hospital, you see people like dying for a very small thing. You're like, why would they talk about prevention, Life Simple 7, and those people are dying now. We need to take care of this before preventing hypertension that may occur in 20 years. So to be honest, I have no solution, and I'm attending panels after panels, and I'm like, let's fix the issue. I know so many people that have cancer. We can fix it. I mean, we know how to treat them, but they are not treated. They stay home. I'm not talking about the rural areas. I mean, in the city, in Dakar, they are there. They will wait for their burial. I mean, I think we need more money, more hospitals, and then after we talk about prevention, I don't know.
It seems you have given up on Africa.
Somehow.
No, you shouldn't, and that's why we are having this conversation, okay? Last but not the least. Yeah, come.
Hello, panel. Thank you for making time this afternoon. I'm Dixon. I'm a migration studies scholar here at the University of Oxford. I have a question around diaspora and doctors. And generally, you know, all of you are medical professionals who've migrated from, you know, your countries of origin. You're contributing to the UK. And we have a lot of doctors who've done that, who've made those moves. My question to you guys is, what role do you now see diaspora and doctors playing in, you know, building capacity back home in their countries of origin? Because until we address those problems, doctors will continue to leave. You know, and to improve the healthcare systems, we need doctors back on the continent. So I'm interested to hear what you guys think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will leave the question for Dr. Chizo, who is already contributing, not just only in the country of origin, but in different countries in Africa.
Yes, thank you. I think perhaps in answer to your, I'll come to you. Don't give up. I'm a great believer in locus of control. So that area that you can't control, then work on it because it adds value to somebody. That's why we're doctors. So in answer to what diasporans can do, again, it depends on where you are at the stage in your career. For early career ones, you can engage in short missions and knowledge transfer. But for people like us who have networks and who have influence, I think you need to be intentional, and I think you need to think about how you engage with universities, how you engage with the institutions so that you can make lasting change, and how you engage with knowledge transfer, capacity building, and development. So think about your area of expertise. Think about something that you will do that will be sustainable. When I talked about the training that we started, or my peers started, what is so pleasing is that that training fellowship I discussed is now an MSc in Kenyatta University, and is now run out of Luth. So you know it's sustainable. It's not a short-term thing. So the key message is don't give up, locus of control, so you don't get frustrated. And the other answer to your question is about thinking about the social determinants of health. Because if our population can have safe drinking water, poverty is reduced, then you have an essentially healthy population. And we can then start to focus on all the other aspects, the NCDs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure that with the expertise we have in this panel, we will continue this discussion. But I can see Clement already looking at me fiercely. So at this juncture, I thank everyone. Just the key takeaway is that we should be intentional and never give up. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. And then there's tea and coffee in the other room. Please let us be back in the next 5 minutes. And also do chat with the panelists afterwards.
Okay.
coffee and have it from the main room, so please let us get back to the main room, let us take our seats.
Unable to join you, and that is why I'm sending this brief message by video. I want to, first of all, thank all the speakers for the time they've taken to come and share wisdom and knowledge, including last year's and our very own and senior honourand, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. It is of utmost importance to me and the University of Oxford to deepen and broaden our support of Africa through research, partnerships and educational access. The university's contribution to the Innovation Seed Fund, or the ISF, via my Vice-Chancellor's Fund and its role in seeding African-led solutions is just one example. This fund, a collaborative initiative between my office, the Africa Society, Oxford University Innovation, the Africa Oxford Initiative and Inspire Oxford, represents our collective commitment to enabling Africa-focused student-led innovation. The ISF offers 3 grants of £5,000 to support research, social impact and entrepreneurship projects that address the continent's most pressing challenges. And we will be relentless in advancing gender equity, health security and climate action through interdisciplinary collaboration and encouraging additional partnerships between academic institutions, governments and industry to ensure sustainable African development. AFOX is thriving and I share its ambition, which is why I awarded the team in 2024 my Vice-Chancellor's Outstanding Contribution Award. And early in June, on World Environment Day, we are partnering with the Universities of Cape Town and Nairobi for the Right Here, Right Now Global Climate Summit. Each university will have several hours of content during the 24-hour academic plenary focused on climate change and human rights, putting a spotlight on this most important global challenge. Again, congratulations to all the people involved in making the conference a success. Safe travels to those leaving Oxford, and I look forward to joining you in 2026. Keep up the great work.
As an AFOC scholar, I bear witness to that which the Vice Chancellor has said, that we have loads and loads of resources going in to ensure that this prestigious university is Africa-facing. And I'm one amongst many, and so let's continue to spread those narratives and open those doors, create access for various others to be able to experience this and take back the brilliance home. So at this juncture, we're going to transition to the last part of our program. We are grateful for every one of the delegates for engaging, for leaning in, and staying connected. And as we all know, it has been mentioned a number of times from this podium that one of Africa's greatest resource is our young population. We have the youngest population in the planet, and therefore this is a resource that needs to be leveraged. As we close what has been an amazing conference, it's important for us to look at this resource of the youth, the young population. And to anchor this discussion, I'm going to introduce the AfriSoc blog, Madam Editor-in-Chief. AfriSoc, of course, African Society, has a blog which churns out various posts on a weekly basis. And to anchor this discussion is the editor-in-chief. And beyond that, she's an advocate. And on top of that, she wears various other hats. She's a daughter of the continent. Delegates, let's put our hands together for Chiedza, as she is going to introduce the various panelists. We can do better than that, guys. Let's appreciate her as she comes. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? I know we are tired. This is the last segment of the whole conference, but I promise you it'll be a good one, and I want everyone engaged, okay? All right. So to start off with, just a simple question. How many of us actually believe in activism? Raise your hand. No, be honest. Be honest. In the continent, how many of us actually believe in activism? Okay. Half the room. Well, this panel will unpack whatever certainty or uncertainty exists about activism, specifically the possibilities and limitations of activism on the continent. Activism has been and remains central to the African story. It was activism that fueled resistance against colonial rule, galvanized movements for independence, and laid the groundwork for nation building, even though some of those nations feel and look shaky today. Today, activism continues to shape the political and social trajectories of every country, and on the front lines are young people. It's always the young people. So considering all this conference has brought together about changing narratives and creating sustainability and tech and all of this stuff, this panel offers a space for honest and hopefully transformative conversations, asking difficult but necessary questions about the reality of engaging in activism in Africa today. Is systematic disruption truly possible? And what or who should be mobilized to make it effective? It is my privilege to introduce our 4 amazing speakers coming from all parts of the continent, and if my geography is wrong, you're allowed to revoke my Oxford degree. Starting off with Honorable Abina Osei Asare, who is Ghana's Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance and Member of Parliament for Atiwa East. She is the first woman and youngest person to chair Ghana's Public Accounts Committee. Please help me in welcoming her. Joining us virtually is my very own countrymate and leader, Honorable Gift Sizua. I hope his screen is showing somewhere. Can we see him? There we go. Say hi. It's Honorable Gift Sizua. He is a former MP and avid defender of human rights for activists across the country, and he's currently one of the leading members of the biggest opposition party, CCC. Then help me welcome the beautiful Mandisa Lusanda Shandu, who is a South African human rights lawyer and default candidate. She is the first Black woman in South Africa to found a woman-led public interest litigation unit, advancing urban land justice. And last but not least, help me welcome Joshua Opey with a long history of youth activism and currently serving as the chairperson of the Commonwealth Youth Council, the official organization representing 1.5 billion people. Let's help welcome him. Sorry, she just corrected me. She was the youngest person. I think the minister, yeah. Just before we start, Gift, can you hear and see us? Can you speak?
I can hear you. Greetings to you and greetings fellow Africans.
Oh, amazing. We don't want anyone to be silenced today. Right, starting off with a general question for everyone, because obviously activism has all these interpretations and meanings, and we have on this panel politicians, lawyers, finance people, everyone on the spectrum. So, to each of you, what does activism mean to you? Do you want to start? Maybe let's start this way. Yeah.
Ladies first.
Ladies first.
Thank you very much. And I was the Minister of State, but I'm no more the Minister of State. I'm a Member of Parliament for Etiwa East, and yes, the chairperson for the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament in Ghana. When I entered into public service, I entered into public service not just as a public servant, but I believe that I'm someone who believes that real change happens when capable people get into difficult spaces. And so today's conversation of activism, especially youth activism, really excites me. And I believe that no matter where you find yourself, be it on the streets or in the boardroom, wherever you are, you can pursue activism. And I believe that my own journey has taught me that you don't need to be out on the streets only to promote activism. But wherever you find yourself, in that small space where you alone are, or in that small space you don't have a lot of people, yet you want to reform situations, you want to change things, you can also do that. So whether you're on the streets marching, or you're in the boardroom, or that little space that you find yourself, for me, what matters most is 1, you have to be committed to justice. 2, there must be inclusion in whatever you do. Because if you don't make a conscious effort to include people, people will be dissatisfied, and that is when they will start agitations. 3, there must be transformation in whatever we do. If we want to promote activism, or if we ourselves are involved in activism, it has to transform the situation that we find ourselves and make it better. So these are my views on activism. You don't have to be out on the streets only, but wherever you find yourself, purpose in your heart that 1, you want to be committed to justice, you want to be committed to inclusion, and that justice and inclusion must transform wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I guess for this response, I'll focus on legal activism and what that means to me. Because I think, as we know, there are various forms of activism, and that there's space for activism in almost every discipline. Actually, not almost, in every discipline. So for me, legal activism, I think at its most powerful, really is a bridge. It's a bridge between law and justice, a bridge between courts and communities, and I think a bridge between thinking about rights as something that's on paper towards radical change, so giving meaning to rights from the point of view of those most affected and ensuring that they're able to claim it. Legal activism for me is also acknowledges that while law definitely does have the scope to give legitimacy and visibility to struggles, it's not the be-all and end-all and never should be. What legal activism does instead is acknowledge the law as a tool and a potentially powerful tool, but at times also simultaneously not acknowledging that it can be a blunt tool. For example, courts can make declarations about rights and give them content, but those will ring hollow if the courts alone or the justice system alone is relied on, because those aren't the systems that are going to redistribute power or restructure the systems that hold inequality in place. So legal activism for me is aware and responsive to at least some of these dynamics that I've mentioned.
Yeah, so I'm going to build on basically the inputs that have been given. I think we have a fair idea of what activism really is, and as someone who works in the youth space, being like a youth development advocate, I would say for myself, throughout my journey, I have been in a way a youth activist to say, but obviously I'm trying to position myself as an advocate. Also because of the kind of perceptions that we give to activism whilst, throughout the period, because it literally, having student leadership background, what we know was a luta continua. I was with the National Union of Ghana Students as General Secretary, and over the past years, some of the ways that young people would get their grievances across was basically through a luta. Like when we say a luta, it was basically about young people getting on the street and getting their voices heard. And in the 90s, those were like big conversations across even the African continent, but also in Ghana, for instance. And these kind of activities led to the creation of some of the biggest social intervention programs. If you are in Ghana, you hear about the Get Fund, which was established like literally on the back through like student activism. And so through some of these kind of positive things that were achieved, now at a point we realized that we cannot continuously be on that trend of violence or those kind of, I don't know how to put it better, but those kind of activism lines where you have people go on the streets. But then it was essential to create then better frameworks through which young people can engage. And I think that I found myself in spaces benefiting from those kind of frameworks that have been created to basically then leverage these frameworks effectively to ensure that the opinions and views of young people are heard at the highest level of decision making. And I think for me, I realized that most of the times, the issues about youth and the reasons why youth activism needs to exist, it's also because the facts are clear. When you come into the Commonwealth, where I'm leading the Youth Council, you have 60% of the population being young people. However, the decision makers, the foreign ministers, the heads of government, the Commonwealth has a biennial meeting, the heads of government meeting, where all the decisions are taken. Most of them are above the 60s. When you come into the African continent, you have the median age even below 20, as low as 19. But most of our leaders are 60s, 70s, some in the 80s, and some in 90s, and actually opting for another term. The point is that the cabinet, when you check the average age groups, you will not find youth, but they are serving youth. So how do they then really provide solutions for the youth? And so for me, having the opportunity to be a part of this kind of frameworks, I see activism differently. I feel that it shouldn't just be about young people getting on the streets, but it is essential for us to create the frameworks and the spaces to ensure that young people are heard spontaneously. We don't even need to fight to even call for it. It should be created for us. And so that's why frameworks like the Commonwealth Youth Council, and we are actually advocating that every single country has a National Youth Council. Because then now they try to create this kind of ways of engaging young people, and it doesn't really work. We need proper frameworks to engage young people. And so for me, that's like my perspective on activism.
All right. Amazing. Thank you so much. Gift, do you mind giving us your perspective very quickly on activism?
Thank you very much. I think that activism to me is the freedom to be so that others can be. Because I think that for you to be an activist, you have to be free yourself. You can't be an activist because the job and the purpose and the calling of an activist is to speak on behalf of others. So you have to be free yourself first. So I think that for me, that's the most important thing and definition of activism, the need for you to be free before you fight for the freedom of others, because that is the calling of activists and revolutionaries, is to speak on behalf of others, to act on behalf of others. So you have to be free first, so that in your mind, in your conscience, you are very clear in terms of what has to be done. And because in the due of activism, a lot of things happen, particularly in the African continent. So the need for you to be free first, so that you speak for and on behalf of others, is very essential. So I think that, adding to what colleagues have already spoken to, I think for me, the summary of activism is the freedom to be, so that others can be. So that element of you being free, for me, defines activism, because it's that freedom that is required for one to be able to execute the duties and the calling for activism.
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 5 very different perspectives. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 very different perspectives on what activism is. I mean, we've got focusing on frameworks, focusing on individual consciousness. We've got being in different spaces but doing different things. And I think I want to maybe complicate some things here and press some of you on your ideas and issues. And I think I'll start with you, Josh, right? So the Commonwealth, it has a very interesting relationship, specifically with activism and people who try and focus and frame the ideas on decolonization and freedom from sort of empire. So you mentioned a very good point about how these institutions create frameworks, but how do you level being in what can be considered a colonial empire, as well as trying to create some type of transformation?
Yes, so I think that's like a big question, and it would have been much more better if you had asked the Secretary General in the morning. But of course, I mean, literally, I think every single person, and that's like also a perception that we all need to actually understand, that the Commonwealth, for instance, has converted or has transitioned from just being like a colonial framework into a development framework. And so when the Secretary General was being introduced, told you that the Commonwealth is an association, or like literally like a development organization where each country is made up of independent countries who have the same number of, say, or votes, etc. So it tells you that now it has transitioned into like a development organization where organizations are free to join, free to leave at any particular point in time, and you have like the likes of Gabon, Togo, who don't necessarily have ties with the UK, for instance, being a part of it. But I think when you get into this kind of frameworks, it becomes sometimes very sophisticated, like especially at the multilateral level. It becomes very sophisticated about how they include young people and how even young people's views are even heard at the highest level. And that was why in 2013, the heads of government then decided that let's form the Commonwealth Youth Council, which I happen to be chairperson now, which becomes a special purpose vehicle where young people's views can be channeled. But then when you get to the Commonwealth Youth Council level, that is big. It is superficial at the top there. How do you then channel youth voices like at the grassroots to make sure that it gets to the top? So then at the ministers' meeting in 2023, the decision was that each country forms a National Youth Council. And then through the National Youth Councils, we can actually collate the views of the young people to the top there. What that also means is that then these young people would have a direct way of influencing, especially government policy, in terms of what the government does for young people. Because now what happens is that most governments decide to implement specific policies for young people. I mean, I think we've heard a lot of them throughout this event. But most of the time, they don't even engage the young people. What exactly do you need? So we create those kind of frameworks for the young people to then be able to get their views to the government on what they really need. And then that kind of implementation now becomes like very effective and efficient because it is very collaborative. Because when you're working for young people, you are giving me a solution and you are not engaging me on the solution, then how effective can that solution be? So that is a way in which we as the Commonwealth, and I mean in extension, the Youth Council, are contributing to efficient and effective kind of policy making on behalf of young people.
Interesting. Right, Gift, I'm going to turn to you. Don't worry, ladies, I'm coming to you soon. So Zimbabwe has a very complicated relationship with human rights reports and so forth, and a lot of activists and leaders are oftentimes abducted, or their proportions about them being abducted and so forth, to the point where there's a sentiment of fear even around the word activism. And in your speech, you mentioned this idea of being free, having a free consciousness. And that's quite difficult to level when there's a reality of threats and danger. So how then can you encourage people to be activists and to be free when there are all these issues there at play?
Yeah, I think that regimes like those in Harare and across the continent survive on harvest of fear. So I think that activists and young people in particular ought to sell hope about a better future, because the fight that we're involved and engaged in is a fight for a better future for everyone. So I think that that's the first and most important thing, to be able to sell and coin the messages of hope about the future of our own countries and the continent and a safer world for everyone. And secondly, I think that the most important thing is obviously to ensure that in the face of these abductions and torture and harvest of fear, I think it's very important for activists to continue using the deployment of satire, in activism, because I think that it lessens the tensions. But more importantly, I think it creates the mind of a hero to ordinary people, whom I think are the critical elements that activism is targeting, because you want to raise citizen agents. So to do that, you have to deploy language that is acceptable to the people, but that is also not hard for people to consume, so that you create collective action on citizens. So I think that the ability to sell hope, the ability to deploy satire, and more important, I think that to build from below. There's no struggle that is easy. When we joined activism as student leaders in university, one thing that was taught to us is that the road that we're getting into is not an easy road, but the future fundamentally depends on that. So we know that what we are doing today might obviously have difficulties, but the history and the future will absolve all of us, because what is life without a legacy? So I think that the ability to be able to bring citizens into the understanding that the future of our own countries and the future of the continent and indeed the world depends on our contribution today. And that has to happen when we're building grassroots conversation. I'm a grassroots activist, and I've risen with the file of organization, because we're taught to understand the importance and the value of grassroots mobilization, so that we raise citizen agency, we conscientize our people, we make them understand that whatever price we are paying is worth it for the freedom of our own countries and indeed the continent. Today we celebrate Kwame Nkrumah, Thomas Sankara, Muze, Samora Machel, Lumumba and others, fundamentally because they chose to stand and history absolved them. So I think that that ability to connect the day-to-day struggles of our people and the need for us to save and secure a future for our own children and our own continent. So I think we, as activists and as young people in particular, we ought to understand that we have to sell hope. We have to make our people understand that despite all these challenges, there's a greater future. And we don't say this as political rhetoric. We say these things because we believe in it, and we know the ability to eventually transform our continent. I had a transition from being in the social movements into a political organization, because I knew and understood that we need to understand as activists that at the end of the day, change will only happen if we play critical and pivotal role by occupying strategic places within our body politic, in our countries and in the continent. So I believe that for me, those are the three key fundamental issues that activists have to grapple with and understand, so that we're able to mobilize and organize people despite the cynicism, despite the harassment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that deserves applause. Right, moving to Mandisa. So your work involves a lot of land, housing, and justice. And in South Africa, where the remnants of apartheid are very present and racial tensions are still very raw, based on those lines of land and housing. In that kind of world, what does legal activism really look like, particularly with just how tense and colonially bended all of this is?
Sure. What a question. I wanted to say a preliminary thing before I get into the answer about, I feel like a little bit, not an imposter, but I don't know, where does youth end and begin? And I just raise this because I know in SA we talk about, or in relation to maybe joining things, it's the age of 35. I'm not younger than 35, just to put it out there, thanks to the sunscreen. But my reflection is based on the work that I did commence doing when I was very young. Starting the Ndifundwazi Law Center at 25 was quite a courageous, bold, and may I say audacious thing to do. But it really did come out of space of frustration of the ways in which certain legal not enough space for a certain legal activism that would really begin to push the needle on some of the land and housing issues that myself and many other comrades were and continue to be concerned with. And so that is more about the how, the vehicle through which. But before we even get there, I think the context requiring us to imagine a new version of how we go about our activism is obviously rooted in the long-standing kind of history of colonial, brutal and violent colonial and apartheid disposition of land. And so when it comes to the issues, if any of you have traveled or are from South Africa, you will be quite aware that land is probably the most visceral kind of expression of inequality across the country, in rural spaces and in urban spaces. My work has primarily been concerned with urban spaces, but I don't think that it's necessary to even kind of emphasize that divide because we move along and through constantly, and as we should. What the current land issues kind of throw up is questions about who owns the land, who gets to live on the land, who is perpetually insecure, who is evicted from the land, who gets to profit from the land. Of course, this obviously raises there's a whole other set of complex questions that those questions raise. But insofar as the work that I've been involved in and other colleagues and former colleagues, what we saw was that if we are to use the law as a tool, as I mentioned earlier, to make sure that it's not a blunt tool, but one that can really ensure that people can claim power, challenge power, it has to be able to do so in all its forms, to challenge power in all its forms. So the power of the state to exclude, the power of private capital to commodify land and housing, as well as the power of the courts or the law to obscure inequality and to not take it as seriously as I think, as it needs. And so with that said, we had to come up with some strategies about what do we do about this context, what do we do about these forms of power, strategies that would be creative, confrontational, but also, I think, really importantly, collaborative. I worked in an organization that combines law together with political organizing, political education, which is critical, as well as multidisciplinary research on the issue of land and housing. So it's not just lawyers. It's people who have worked in urban planning, in economics, in architecture, in designs, all various parts that really contribute to making a more just city and unmaking a city that is resembles and continues to resemble the legacy of spatial apartheid.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think that deserves an applause as well. Right. Honorable Asai, my question for you has to do with finance, because it's often seen as this very elite, intimidating space, specifically for young people. And finance affects every part of our lives, especially young people's lives. I don't know about you, but there's so many times where I look at my bank account and I'm like, yo, I can't buy this lollipop today. But I wanted to ask you specifically, in your role and your roles in the Ministry of Finance, how do you make finance relevant to young people, but also make it accessible and rather better to navigate in these spaces that we live in right now?
Thank you very much. I think before I go on to my question, I'd like to commend Mandisa. This is what I was talking about, that wherever you find yourself, you can promote activism. You're using the legal space, you're using every tool that you have to make sure you bring about change. And so it's not only on the streets, but every little space that you find yourself. So I'm very happy with what you're doing, and I want to encourage you to keep it up. Yes. To my question. Yes, you said public finance often seems hard, cold, and people think it's all about numbers. But behind those numbers, behind those budget lines that we take to Parliament for approval, is that child, that mother, that teacher that we need to employ, that nurse, and that professor that we need to keep in the universities so that they don't come here and leave our students stranded. So behind those numbers, we also think about all these things. Because if you want to make policy work, it has to work on your citizens. It has to work on the nation. So it's not just about numbers, but we also do care and think about the impact that these finances have on the citizens. And so at the Ministry of Finance, my job was to connect those numbers with the real issues in life. One, let me start with the impacts. One, we had a school feeding program. There are numbers when it comes to the budgeting. But then you ask yourself, there are about 4 million students in the primary school. How do I make sure I increase it from 1.6 million students to 4 million students so that more students can at least have one hot meal a day as they go to school? Because this will, one, help enroll more students in school and also keep them in school. Because for some of the children, this is the only meal, hot meal they may have in the day. So it's not just about numbers, but how to push these numbers to get a real impact on your people. And also, in the budget line, how to use it to make decisive decisions when there's a pandemic, like the COVID-19 pandemic that we saw. It was numbers that we used to relate to how to address the COVID-19 issues. So we are always thinking about these numbers, but then what impact is it having? Is it saving lives? Is it helping livelihoods? What is it doing? So we look at all these things. It's not just a matter of ticking the bureaucratic box that I have allocated 50 million to this. I have allocated maybe 4 or 5 billion to free senior high school. But then the impact that is making in the whole human capital space, that is what you also look at. And then when it comes to the youth, I remember we introduced a financial literacy program in the various schools, encouraging schools, the children, to have bank accounts, how to run these bank accounts, encourage them to save. I mean, we did that. And then we also developed youth-led entrepreneurship schemes, like the National Entrepreneurship Program, where every year people pitch and the winner gets some startup capital. So these are what we use the numbers for. Real human beings having impact, having effect on them. And also, in the budget line, the government says, this is how much I can employ in a particular year. And so you have nurses who have completed school, teachers who have completed school, and they need employment. So you sit with them. The numbers are that I can only take this number of teachers at this time. what do we do? How can we get on more teachers? Then in that way, we either raise more revenue to enable government employ more people. So this is a typical way of how we relate those budget lines to the people in the country. And also, these numbers also address gender and inclusive policies. We try as much as possible to make it such that the youth are included in the revenues that we raise. I remember one typical situation where we put in the budget that youths running businesses, youth who are less than 30 running businesses, will not pay taxes, but rather they will plow back the taxes into the business to strengthen their business and to make their business fit for purpose. So these are some of the things we are behind the big jargons, the big numbers and everything. These are what we use these numbers for. But one thing that I believe that if we should promote, it will help people understand these finances and numbers better, is transparency. At the end of the year, you should be able to tell your people, this much came in. So this amount of revenue came in, and this was how I spent it. I spent it on health, I spent it on education, I spent it on this. And then citizens can also be empowered with this information to also make informed decisions. And if there's any reason why they want any change anywhere, they can also speak out and say that, well, you spent this percentage on revenue, on this sector for this year. We are asking that you look into another sector with more funding for another year. So we connect the numbers with the actual effects that it has on citizens. So during my time, this was what we encouraged, and this was what we did with the numbers and the financing behind all the big jargons that you heard. Transparency, I believe, will go a long way to settle things, and then for citizens to also know that when we collect the monies, this and that is what we use them for.
Amazing. Yeah. Amazing. Thank you so much. Guys, clap for money, come on. Right. Honorable Gift, you have almost 500,000 followers collectively on social media. You are one of the most prominent social activists, politicians, everything in Zimbabwe. But the question I have for you is, how significant is social media and activism? Is it something we should take seriously, or is it something that is not really there? There we go.
No, thank you very much. I actually didn't know the numbers of my followers on the internet, but thank you very much. I think social media is important in my view to the extent that my PhD research currently has a bigger portion on focusing on the internet, where we're looking at how do people move from the internet to the streets. I think that detectors in the African continent and those that are oppressive across the world survived fundamentally because of their traditional control of the media, as it were. So social media has offered young people, the millennials and Gen Z, a platform for the following issues. Number one, I think that is a platform for communication, for young people to be able to communicate and be able to get information and knowledge in real time, the emergence of citizen journalism. So I think that social media is important to that effect. Secondly, I think its liberating effect is its ability to give young people an opportunity to organize. You have read recently that in Tanzania, the regime has shut down the internet because young people have used Twitter as a platform to converge, but also express their opinions and to organize. So I think that the internet fundamentally offers this generation and the oppressed of the world an opportunity to organize because traditionally it was difficult for people to organize. Thirdly, I think that it has given and shown that people power is more powerful than people in power. We have seen the experience of Nigerian young people during the SARS campaign, the Fist Must Fall in Azania, and the different campaigns across the African continent, and obviously more recently the progressive fight of younger people in Kenya. So I think that it has offered people the ability to see that while these government gangs on the other hands are firing bullets, young people can be on the other side firing tweets, and that can be a catalyst for change and transformation in the continent. So I think that there's a huge liberating effect, of course, with its own challenges around regulation and, of course, the toxicity that can emerge on the internet. But fundamental, I think that the internet is an important thing. We organize political programs and communicate with our people on the internet. If we are hosting a rally and we want it to be a big event, the first thing we do is to develop infographics and communicate with our people. We recently got to be aware about the situation between South Africa and the American government through the internet. So I think that, and South Africans and Africans were able to rally and support and give solidarity to the people of Tanzania, otherwise known as South Africa, on the basis of what has been provided on the internet and the communication thereof. We are connected with the struggles of the Burkina people in what was known as Upper Volta to now today Burkina Faso, because the internet provides platforms. Just a few days ago, I was communicating with compatriots in Kenya when we were calling for the freedom of Boniface, because the internet provided an opportunity for us to give virtual solidarity that to some extent contributed to the freedom of our comrade who was abducted in Tanzania. Thank you.
Yes, hashtag solidarity, hashtag everything else. And let's give a clap for that. Right, okay, I think we're running out of time right now, and it's a good opportunity to open the floor up for any questions. So please, if you have any questions, kindly raise your hand. Okay, I think we can start with the gentleman there in the middle. 2 questions only.
Okay, thank you very much. Ita Joshua Pamaku, MSc Biodiversity Conservation and Management here at Oxford. So, activism and advocacy, are they binary, and where do we know where the two apply jointly?
Thank you. One more question. The gentleman here in front.
Thank you so much. I'm Joseph. I'm an AFOX fellowship, under AFOX fellowship program. I'm from Guinea-Conakry, West Africa. So years back, I was a little bit, I lost my faith in the activism because of the changing, activists behave like, sometimes, not all, sometimes they behave like a chameleon. When they are leading troops, people are behind, but once they are approached by the power, then they don't care about the people they are leading. They just go to other side, and those are delivered on themselves. So that's, how do you address that question? Thank you.
Right, 2 very good questions. Does anyone want to take a stab at the first question? Anyone? You want to take a stab at it?
I'm interested in the second question, so...
Honorable Gift, do you maybe want to take the first question?
Thank you very much. Can you recall the question so that I'm sure? I was also fixated on the second question.
The difference between... Okay, the difference between activism and advocacy.
Oh, no, thank you very much. I think that advocacy is basically the ability for people to push an agenda specifically related to the question of the time. So it might be maybe people lobbying in parliament, or pushing for a certain bill, or pushing for a free education. So it is centered around a specific issue. It is specific. Advocates are people lobbying and wishing to attain a certain objective. So whether the output with a progressive law, or decent wages, or freedom of certain people, that's advocacy. But activism, like I said, is about the ability to speak, act on behalf of other people. So it's the entire field that we're engaged on. So to basically, whether it's either you are fighting, you are representing, you are demanding, you are acting, it's an entire ecosystem of the fight for freedom. Because as Marx will say, to struggle is reality. So it's a continuous process and a lifetime, as Lenin would frame it. I think that's how.
Perfect explanation. I hope that answers your question. Now let's go to the one everyone seems to want to answer. Where should we start? But like very, very briefly and very quickly, let's try and put our final bits and pieces there.
Let me just add a bit to what he said. Advocacy or activism, it's all about change. And how you go about this change is very, very important. If you want to be heard, if you want it to be consistent, if you want it to transform, how you go about it is very important. These days, we have moved from the streets and all the noise with all the, you know it, to a more subtle but very effective way, like using the social media in a positive way to bring about change. Like wherever you find yourself, putting in your all to make sure you bring out that change. A typical example I would also say was a conscious effort to make sure women businesses do not lose out on government contracts. So we go out of our way to create gender-sensitive budgets to make sure that wherever women may find themselves in businesses, whatever government is doing in terms of supporting them with finances, you make sure you find the women there. And that is also activism. That is also bringing about change. And so I believe that these days we are moving away, whether it's activism or advocacy, it's all about change. And we are moving away from those perceptive ones that where people feel it is violent, it is brute, it is harsh, to a more subtle but very, very effective way. And so as young people in this room, I think we have to be consistent about the change we want to bring. And that alone will go a long way to transform our continent and make it what we want it to be. But one last thing, whether it is activism or advocacy, we should know that we should be committed to justice, inclusion, and that justice and inclusion must result in the transformation of our nation and our continent as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right. I think one of you have to answer. So I don't know if you want to rock, paper, scissors it, or I think let's rock, paper, scissors it. Come on.
Taking the mic.
Rock, paper, scissors. Let's go.
This is weird. Go for it. You go for it.
Okay. He wants to go for it.
Yes. So I think just transitioning from the conversation on activism and advocacy, because I made a comment that I want more to be referred to as the advocate and not more of the activism. It's also because of how I mentioned that the advocacy means that you are working within systems, you are working within a framework, which you are given an opportunity to then effect change. But activism is that you don't have those systems and you have to go more direct to oppose like those kind of, you need to challenge the status quo literally, and through that you have to go through direct kind of activities like protest, campaign raising, like awareness raising, to just challenge the status quo. But now gradually what we are trying to push towards is advocacy. We don't think that people need to just to go on the street to even be heard, especially young people. And I've given the reasons why it's supposed to be so. And so now you need to then challenge either your government, for instance, to say that, because all African governments in the African Youth Charter signed up that they want to form national youth councils. And this was as far back as 2007. If your government doesn't have a national youth council and you are in this room, pursuing whichever degree you are pursuing, when you go back, go and ask your government, how do you engage young people? You need to create the framework, create the National Youth Council, so that then we could actually become advocates and not have to be activists on the streets, but then you have the space already. But in terms of trust in advocacy or activism, I think that's also back to us again as people, because in the end, most of us here in these rooms will be the ones who get back to our countries and will be the ones leading various campaigns and activities. And what we also realize is that when you invest more in structures and not in individuals, because individuals have the tendency to do what you were talking about. But when there is the structure, there's a framework, and in terms of decision, because as chairperson of the Commonwealth Youth Council, I cannot send out a statement unilaterally. Before I send out a statement to even support or disagree on something, I need to consult, one, my executives, two, a General Assembly made up of representatives of the 56 countries. So you realize that I cannot just go out there and make any statements anyhow. So we invest more in frameworks. I think we have gradually been championing this cause of individual. Then when the individual is not there, then the cause is gone. Let's invest more in frameworks. Go back to your countries. Tell them we need youth council. We don't need popular young people. Like how you get pinpoints in maybe kind of social mobilizations that come up. No, we need frameworks. So please advocate for that. Thank you.
Of course. Very briefly.
Okay, no, I just really briefly wanted to, I'm glad you went, that was a great response. I just briefly wanted to respond to this question around chameleons being activists and then holding other spaces or positions of power. And I think that for me, and it really will just depend on the context, but activist work is hard work. If you're doing work that's really aimed at restructuring or dismantling or disrupting long-standing systems of oppression, of power, of inequality, that does do something to people. And I think before naming it as, a chameleon-like move, I think we need to understand the mental spaces that people are in and how the activism affects them to justify then what would outwardly look like a betrayal or that chameleon-like move. And we also need to think about the financial implications for activists and their ability to sustain themselves, their families, their communities in the work. Doing this hard work and not knowing if you'll have, bread on the table for dinner, and being offered simultaneously other things is a really, really difficult thing to have to grapple with. And I don't want to say that as an excuse, but I just do want to offer complication to the question because, as I say, depending on context, there's various things that do happen. And one more thing to complicate the question without answering, I'm sorry, is in this space, something that might also perhaps be seen as that kind of chameleon-like move is moving from activism to be a scholar. And then the questions that arise about, is scholarly activism legitimate? Should that be something that is actually supported? Particularly in the context that I don't think we can believe that there's neutrality in academia, and if we are to fight for justice through our various disciplines, that perhaps there is a new way that's also simultaneously rigorous, committed, objective, accountable, but doesn't necessarily mean that as soon as you go to the so-called ivory towers that you have betrayed your struggle, but really are finding different ways to contribute.
Thank you so much. That was a beautiful way to end this panel. Absolutely amazing speakers today. Thank you all so much for joining me. You gave such varied, detailed, complicated response to what I hope were interesting questions. And one final question for the audience. How many of us believe in activism now? Put your hands up. Okay, so this is slightly more than before, but I think that this response right here tells a lot about what conferences like this are about, right? It's not where you get the ideas and then the spark and everything and then you go out and change the world, but rather the conversation happens, ideas come up, you go home, you think about it, and we'll see what happens in the future. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you very much.
Incredible, incredible. Please, another round of applause for the panel.
Thank you.
Wow. Can't believe that's our last panel.
Coming to a close of Oxford Africa Conference 2025. Quite an amazing time, phenomenal sessions, and lots of reflection for us to do so that we go from vision to action, transformation.
Exactly. You know, from everything we've heard over the last 2 days, it's about taking the time to take control. You know, this conference is not just about the knowledge that we're getting, but what's the action and how do we take that self-determination? Yeah? Yeah.
Yes, and we had earlier on, we had great reflections from the panel on media, arts, and culture. One of my highlights was on the authentic African story, telling a story that is authentically ours.
Yeah, and I hope from the 2 days, from George and I, you know, thank you so much for being a phenomenal audience to us. And without taking up much more time, we would like to call onto the stage to give closing address, Clement Aponsa. I've been practicing. Did I? Aponsa?
I'll attempt as well. Put your hands together for Clement Aponsa.
Yeah, did we get it? Okay, nice.
Guys, I'm physically dead. The past 2 days I've been running around trying to put everything together. I just came up with a short speech with the help of ChatGPT. So pardon me if it's not good enough, because I was very busy throughout the day. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of the 2025 Oxford Africa Conference, I want to sincerely thank you all for your time, commitment, and for being part of this remarkable gathering. Your presence, your energy, your insight, and your dedication for the past days have been powerful and unforgettable. We began this conference with a theme, Changing Narratives, Vision, Action, and Transformation of Africa. And what an incredible journey it has been. We were honored to have an opening speech by His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, the President of Sierra Leone, who reminded us that transformation begins at home. His words challenge us to turn back to our roots, to give back to the continent with intention and purpose. We were then inspired by the formidable Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the Director General of the WTO, who encouraged us to be bold, to seize opportunities, and to build partnerships without limits. In her words, to be polyandrous in our ambitions. Day one continued with an engaging panel on governance and democracy, economic development and entrepreneurship, AI, innovation and tech, and a highly anticipated innovation seed fund, which the winners will be celebrating tonight at the AfroBall. Today, day two opened with a speech or a message from the President of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Even though he couldn't join us in person due to national commitments, we were honored to have His Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa read his speech. President Mahama's speech was clear. We remain committed and we must reclaim our narratives. We must tell our stories, frame our progress, and shape how the world sees Africa in our own terms. Honorable Ablakwa underscored that Africa is indeed beyond aid. We have the resources, the capacity, and the vision to stand tall together. We do not need charity, but justice and equal opportunities. We were then privileged to hear from Her Excellency Shirley Ayokoboche, Secretary General of the Commonwealth. As the first African woman elected to this role, she shared moving reflection on her leadership, resilience, and the transformative power of youth. Her story was a testament of how far we've come and a call for the next generation to mobilize and to lead with courage. Our panels today explore the continent's most pressing challenges around issues of resilience, adaptation, climate change, arts, culture, and youth and activism. This was followed by the workshops on media, arts, culture, climate change, and health. And I'm sorry for cutting you short, because I know you were really enjoying the workshops, but I had to cut it short because of time. I really apologize for that. And from the keynote speeches and panel networking and dialogue, the conference has shown that Africa's future is indeed bright. As we head into the grand celebration, the AfroBall, I invite you all to hold on to the energy we've created here. Let it travel with you wherever you go next. Let it shape the work you do and the communities you serve. Please be reminded that the AfroBall starts at 7:30 at the Said Business School. And please, if you say 7:30, it means 7:30, no Ghana man time. don't show up at 8, don't show up at 9:30. We should be seated by 7:30, please. A heartfelt message to the incredible community, the committee. Please give a round of applause to all the committee members. All the committee members for their hard work, their dedication, their passion. You can do better, guys. You can do better. For all the committee members, for making sure the event, well done. Thank you so much. I want to mention each and everyone by name. I start with my very own Mariam Nina Hadi, the president of AfriSoc and the convener of the conference. Again, let's give it for Wanto, T Wanto. You can do better, guys. You can do better. Let's give it for Julie Ojambo as well, the convener. And let's give it for Nana Sarkese. You guys have no idea how passionate Nana Sar is. She could call me around 1 a.m. and sometimes we could have hours of conversation about the conference, planning. She did so much work for the conference. And to sponsorship coordinators, Aja, Toby, and Jeremy. You can do better. Please give it up for them. To our amazing MCs, George and Lohano, thank you so much. To the creative lead, Sandra Mate. Where is Sandra? Sandra, thank you so much. A round of applause for Sandra as well. And the editors-in-chief for the AfriSide magazine, Mwangi and Abigail. And to the brain behind the Innovation Seed Fund, to Rachel Otoku. Rachel, thank you so much. Give it up for Rachel as well. And the creative associate, Charden. Give it up for Charden. Afroball coordinator, Princess. Marketing coordinators, Joyce and Zhu. Give it up for Joyce. Give it up for Joyce. And Chietza. Give it up for Chietza as well. And our workshops coordinator, Uche. Where is Uche? Uche. A round of applause for Uche as well. Logistics and venue coordinator, Elizabeth. She's gone. Okay, Elizabeth, thank you so much. Our report writer, Chietza, again, thank you so much. Volunteer coordinator, David, thank you so much. And alumni facilitator, Mantate. And again, to our sponsors, the Oxford Africa Initiative, AFOX, to the University of Oxford, to the Vice Chancellor's Office, to SOMIVA, to the University of Oxford Innovation, to EcoBank Sierra Leone, to Inspire, to Kenya Airways, to High Level Fashion, to the Rose Trust, to the African Study Center, to Reston Energy, and to Dr. Enos Oforisa upon the head judge for their support, for their financial support. Before we go, I want to leave you all with this. What is the story you're going to tell about Africa? And how will your actions make it through? We spent 2 days learning, connecting, and reimagining. But the real work begins when we leave this room. Let us carry the ideas, the courage, and the fire we've built here and go out there and build the Africa we deserve. Thank you, and see you at the ball. Thank you so much. On this note, I think we are done. Thank you so much. And if you guys want to network, you can do it up there. But again, we need to go for the ball. It starts at 7:30. Please don't be late. Sorry? We need to be seated by 7:30. They will start serving the meals at 7:30. And so, and the committee, all committee members, please join me upstage here for a group picture. All committee members. Oh, again, we have an after-party event after the ball, yes. And it's happening at Spirit.
Yeah,
Spirit Bar. So,
Afrobeat party.
The ticket is
£5.
It's £5. We try to subsidize it. It's £5. So after the ball, if you have the energy, come, let's party together.
Party after party.
Party after party.
Literally. I like that. Party after party.
Party after party.